Being a horror creator is awesome. It's the best job because I love horror and I love making videos, so my job is super fun. But there are trade-offs. Being a horror lover, Halloween season is the best time of year. It's when all the horror attractions are open at once and all the non-horror stuff is Halloween themed. And I want to do it all. On top of that, I'm a baseball fan, and October is when the playoffs are, and all the best concerts are always scheduled for October for some reason. But unfortunately, the spooky season is also the busiest time of year for me professionally. October for a horror channel is crunch time, the same way that December is for a toy channel, or February probably is for a dating advice channel. So as you can see in this chart, the month that I have the most stuff I want to do is the month that I have the least time to do it. My solution? Combine them. Do fun things for work, make a video where I attempt to go to every haunt in Southern California. Here's how it's gonna go. Each night I will go to a different haunt and bring along a different creator friend as a guest, because my social life is also a thing that I don't have time for in October. So I'm just combining everything. We will go through each attraction, we will record, and we'll experience as many mazes, characters, and food items as possible, and we'll tell you what we thought. It'll be like that one Eddie Burbank video where he goes to all the rainforest cafes, except spooky edition. But CZ, what qualifies as a haunt? I've decided it needs to have two things. Number one, scare actors. And number two, it has to be a walkthrough. My team has been researching day and night to try to find as many haunted attractions as possible. So join me as I probably get very little sleep and probably spend way too much money hitting every fear and every fright in the greater Los Angeles and San Diego metropolitan areas. And whatever this routine does to me, physically and psychologically, will be documented for your entertainment. I'm not wasting any time, roll the dang intro. I have done many of these before, but there's one that has surprisingly always eluded me, and that is Disney's Halloween event, which currently goes by the name Oogie Boogie Bash, themed after a character from The Nightmare Before Christmas. But does this even count? It's Disney, so obviously it's gonna be more family-oriented and not scary at all. But it technically does meet my requirements. They have Disney's California Adventure filled with Disney villains, which technically qualify as scare actors, and there is a walkthrough maze called Villain's Grove. And by the way, whether you hear me use the words haunt, maze, walkthrough, or attraction, I'm talking about the same thing for all of these. I don't think most of these are literally mazes in the sense that you can go the wrong way. There's only one path through in order to maximize guest capacity and maximize profits, but that's what I mean when I say maze. So back to the Disney dilemma. Even if it's not scary, it does look cool. Part of the fun for me is going around and looking at the decorations, the artistry that goes into a haunt. Not like most of these things scare me anymore anyways. So I've decided that for the first time ever, this is the perfect excuse for me to attend.
Zach, did you hear Oogie Boogie Bash sold out already?
It's sold out already? That conversation took place in early August, and sure enough, all of August, September, and October were sold out for Oogie Boogie Bash. Guess I won't be checking that one out after all. Is what I would say if I wasn't dedicated to doing every haunt. It was time to dive into the world of third-party ticket resale. I searched and compared prices for every single night the event was held. Some of the most ideal nights in October were going for over $1,000 a ticket for the 5-hour event. And not only that, but many of them were only sold as a bundle, requiring you to deposit thousands of dollars into the pockets of some scalper for a chance to see Boogie, Hades, Sid, and the rest of the Disney villains crew. Which raises the question, who are the real villains here? I was able to find a single ticket in late August for just under $400, and I figured it might be a good idea. A warm-up to the spooky season before I hit the serious stuff. The stretch before the big raise. The appetizer before a big meal. I bought the tickets, and when August 29th rolled around, I was ready to boogie. The poke bowl I ate the day before had other ideas. Whoa, 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 we can't show that. There's probably people eating while watching this video. Yeah, so I guess I won't be checking that one out after all. I suspected that maybe my physical health would become part of the storyline as I overwhelmed myself and my calendar with Halloween events, but not in the first haunt. Anyway, after effectively setting $387 US on fire, this also put me behind on my other uploads, which is not something I can afford to do if I'm gonna be going to haunts every night. Maybe it was fitting that it worked out this way though, because my real first stop would now be one of the most iconic ones, the world-famous Halloween Horror Nights at Universal Studios Hollywood. The current iteration of Halloween Horror Nights started in 1991 at Universal Studios Florida, when it was known as Universal Studios Fright Nights, which only featured one haunted house and mostly focused on shows. It took a couple tries to get it off the ground at the California location, Universal Studios Hollywood, but it's been going strong since 1997. Initially, it featured original mazes, but by 2000, it was almost entirely composed of what Universal is best known for, incorporating intellectual properties into their parks. This year would be no different. different. But before I go over the horrors we would be facing, let's meet my guest for this evening.
Oh, Philip Molina. So funny to see you here in front of Universal Studios.
He drove me here.
Where we are going today. For those of you who don't know, this is Philip Molina. He's had a very illustrious social media career, including founding New Rock Stars.
Philip Molina, guys, this is Rogue Theory. Just got off being a lead creative producer, Mr. Beast, and now I am the person in charge of YouTube at a company called Jelly Smack, and we just launch YouTube channels constantly.
And first time doing horror nights.
First time doing horror nights. I love horror. I am not easily scared.
Is there one maze that you're looking forward to?
The mazes this year included Tram, Enter the Blumhouse, Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, Insidious The Further, Quiet Place, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre The Legacy of Leatherface, Universal Monsters Eternal Bloodlines, the Weeknd Nightmare Trilogy, and 2 original creations, Dead Exposure Death Valley, and The Nightmares of Latin America. Both of us were interested in seeing A Quiet Place, albeit for different reasons.
Let's redeem that franchise with how they do it here in person, and I can erase the sequels and replace them with my memories of today.
I'm just interested in that one because so many of the mazes that we've done in previous years at Halloween Horror Nights, like the main scare factor is loud noises. How are they gonna do quiet in a loud theme park? There's already been one villain that we've encountered, even though we haven't gone in yet, and that villain is the sun. It's 108 degrees today. It's starting to cool off a little bit right now as the sun goes down. Well, actually, the first villain was the Pokeball, but the second villain is the sun. Let's go check out the rest of them.
Heat stroke, here we come.
Since we were waiting for it to cool off a bit, we didn't get in there in time for the opening scaremonies, but they always have scare actors in the front of the park to set the tone. Looking to get out of the sun as soon as possible, we did the first haunt we could find.
All right, we're starting with the Nightmares of Latin America.
Which is what I am.
Of their victims. Una vez tenía el juego.
This haunt was broken up into different sections, which each covered different Latin American urban legends. Section 1 was El Charro, a ghostly horseman who tempts his victims by offering gold coins.
You desire riches beyond measure.
Section 2 was El Cadejo, a dog-like creature who appears at night. In the legend, there are said to be 2 variants, the white one, which brings good luck, and the black one, which brings death and misfortune. We got the black one. Next up was El Cucuy, who I have talked about before on my channel. He's basically the Mexican boogeyman.
That looks like me.
And then, I don't really know if this was a section, but we did meet death, so that was pretty cool.
I thought that one was more on the tame side, but it looked like there was already one that got you.
The guy outside?
I was gonna say the hand under the bed.
Oh no, I just wanted a good shot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
What was the thing at the end?
The giant head?
Yeah.
I have no idea, that was Gollum. A large stretch of it is just walking through a Mexican household as if it's terrifying to be there. This is like Coco, but a nightmare version.
Oh, we have a visitor.
Yeah, this happened a lot throughout the month. I kinda love it though. So after that, we wandered towards the next haunt, trying to cool off wherever we could.
Take it in, Zach. It smells awful, but it feels good.
It smells so bad.
The walk to the next area had us walking through Hogsmeade, which surprisingly did not bring back the Death Eaters or any of the creepy Harry Potter stuff that was out the previous year. Maybe it was just too hot that day, or maybe they stuck those actors elsewhere. Since Universal is not Halloween themed for 10 months out of the year, the haunts tend to be built wherever they have space, which means a lot of walking through unthemed areas. We did get a cool sunset shot though. Almost.
This is not a great shot, but we promise it is a gorgeous sunset.
You probably have one right in a second.
Hear it? No, don't hurt it, shuttle.
What a gorgeous shuttle.
All right, so the next one we're gonna do is Ghostbusters. Maybe if we're lucky, it'll be like nice and cold in there.
Oh, it is a Frozen theme, isn't it?
Yeah.
We feared that this one was gonna require familiarity with the newest Ghostbusters movie, which neither of us had seen, and that did seem to be the case. It did use these NYC newspaper headlines to try to brief the story to us, but it's hard to read these things when you're being ushered through a haunt. Sadly, we got into the first Frozen room, and there was no air conditioning in there.
If there are any cold effects, I don't feel them.
There were some cool smells, and this time they were intentional.
I like that sewer smell.
Despite not being familiar with these characters, you can tell the level of detail in the costumes and animatronics was great.
Hello. It's got drool.
And it wasn't just big heads popping out and scaring you. There were some well-choreographed mini-scenes, which with a more family-friendly property like this, having something just visually impressive like that makes up for the lack of scary. Also, if there's one thing Universal loves, it's getting you wet, and this was no exception.
Oh, gross. Spit on me.
All right, so we've just done Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. Definitely wasn't frozen. It was probably hotter in there than it actually is.
It was absolutely hotter inside. The poor actors in that one.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, they have about 3 seconds of action time that they repeat on loop.
This
Pointing at
isn't
nothing.
how I wanted to spend my golden years. This isn't how I wanted to spend my golden years.
No, but most of those lines, they're just lip syncing.
Well, that's true too, yeah.
I didn't know what was going on story-wise. I saw someone that was probably like the Finn Wolfhard character. I would give that one the award for being like the family-friendly one.
And right next to Ghostbusters was the entrance to Insidious.
It seems like the people coming out of the exit right here are getting a lot of reactions, so I'm hoping this one's gonna be good.
The first room that you go into sets the stage by retelling the premise of the first movie using mannequins and audio, which I like a lot better than a sign or a lore dump character. And it's also fitting for a James Wan property, because viewers of my channel know that James Wan loves his mannequins.
213 Stygian Street. It's an old listing, used to be a mannequin factory.
One of the fun things about a haunt based on an IP that I'm familiar with is getting to explore their recreations of the sets, which this did super well, like the long-haired fiend scene from the first movie. As expected, there was a focus on scenes from the most recent movie, Insidious: The Red Door, which came out the previous year.
This was me after the Poke Bowl.
Close the door.
But surprisingly, this haunt had moments from throughout the franchise. The concept is that we're weaving through space and time by going through the further, the haunting limbo dimension between life and the afterlife, which means we got to see all of my favorite villains. Every Horror Nights haunt separates the rooms using these curtains, but having them also be red doors, which serve as portals in the Insidious movies, was a creative way to bridge the gap between areas. It's also on brand because the further is not bound by time, and the low-laying fog effect really made it feel like we were stepping into the further. The ending that we saw people reacting to is a breakneck montage of demons.
All right, Insidious: The Further. I think that one kind of lived up to the hype.
That was awesome.
I really like the way that it was set up in the beginning, where like you're going through and it's just mannequins kind of telling the story of the original Insidious, and you're like, oh, nothing's gonna happen. It shows the same pictures that Dalton draws in the first movie, and then Redface like rips out of one of the pictures.
I don't want to say I was scared, but I was like unsettled a lot.
Yeah.
Because very often you're just in pitch black.
But it felt like I would go through one of those red door things and I genuinely like didn't know which way to go.
All the
and
time.
I was kind of feeling my way
I think
through.
that's why this one's so good. Legitimately jump scares like in the movie theater, but in person.
Oh, would you look at the time? It's time for us to eat, we're hungry. One of my goals with this trip was that I wanted to get themed food offerings whenever possible, and there was one Horror Nights only restaurant that stood out above all the others, and that was Leatherface's Family Barbecue, which means we had to go all the way to the furthest end of the park, back through Hogsmeade, back past this guy, down the escalators, a quick pit stop so I could check in on the construction progress of the new coaster from Intimate Amusement Rides, which is my favorite coaster manufacturer, down more escalators, and finally, it was time to chow down. I got Pam's brisket sandwich combo.
I wish that they would like still call your number, but then when you go to grab your food, it's just like, bah!
That would be amazing, but probably not worth risking a $24 meal falling on the ground.
I mean, I know there's probably not a ton of ways that you can theme a brisket sandwich. They did stick a knife through it, so that's kind of spooky, right?
After this, we were still looking to cool off, and there's only one perfect place to do it.
It's the lighting of the I've never gotten this wet on Jurassic Boys before. Jurassic Boys!
And to dry my underwear off now.
We're gonna get back to the haunts in a second, but since we were in the area, we decided to check out the Weeknd bar. For those not in the know, the Canadian pop/new wave artist The Weeknd first got a Horror Nights maze in 2022 based around imagery from his album After Hours, whose music videos are part of a larger story, and many of them contain an undercurrent of horror and creepy imagery. In Your Eyes sees the artist take on a slasher persona, complete with Texas Chainsaw homage. Too Late explores the themes of celeb vanity taken to the extreme, and Save Your Tears has The Weeknd performing for creepy masked characters at a gala. Many of these characters and scenes were present in the 2022 maze, but definitely taken to a new level, with even creepier costume design and body horror. It was eventually announced that After Hours was part of a trilogy of albums, so this year he's back at Horror Nights for the Weeknd Nightmare Trilogy, and another Weeknd bar. I don't really like drinking, but Philip got a cocktail called Too Late, which came with a grenadine-filled syringe, which was perfect to get us in the gory mood for the Weeknd's Nightmare Trilogy maze.
There he is. There's the real Weeknd.
This maze puts us in the shoes of a pop star, getting blasted by paparazzi in a dark alley and stalked by this needle thing hoodie guy. From there, things ramp up pretty fast. Like the music videos, greed, vanity, and excess are all themes reflected in the creature design of the monsters, whether it be moguls made of money, disturbing death scenes in glitzy hotel rooms, or nightmares of horrifically botched surgeries. The middle section gets kind of psychedelic, with eyes representing the constant watch the public keeps over celebrities, and a finale containing the butchering of the Weeknd himself, where he's turned into a horrifying amalgamation of his former person. Maybe a commentary on how Hollywood chews up stars for their talent and spits them out.
All right, the Weeknd. I think that might have actually been my favorite one so far.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought the character design, the creature design was fantastic.
Yeah, that's definitely my favorite part of it. So creative. I need to get into the Weeknd lore apparently.
The thing that probably worked for me the most was being squirted in the eye. I think I got scared because something touched my eyeball.
What he's referring to is the scene during the butcher shop section. They'll squirt you with some water, but it's so dark in there's no way to see that it is in fact water and not blood.
There was one little moment that kind of got me a little bit, all of the arms are coming out of the wall. It was really dark in there and you just get the sense oh, it's a bunch of arms in a wall, maybe one of the arms is gonna move. But no, there's a whole guy hiding in the dark there.
The tall guy was also pretty cool.
So what happened is I thought he was gonna step aside and we were gonna go that way. And he was like, no.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally his intimidation was I guess we go the other way.
Yeah.
Once again, there was a bit of a walk away from the main park to get to the next maze, but this one took us through the actual movie studio.
I feel like I say this every year, but they need to have a Hollywood horror. You're going through the maze and then Harvey Weinstein pops out from around the corner.
Maybe one day, but for now, we were recharged and ready for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Is this one scary? I'll take that as a no.
The haunt begins in a musty-smelling human slaughterhouse as a live victim begs for our help.
You gotta make them stop! You gotta...
I'm not super familiar with this franchise, but we saw what looked like an old lady who had been skinned by Leatherface and some pretty gnarly torture scenes, like this amazing face removal scene, which just looked movie quality.
Do it! Yeah! Thank you.
And plenty of unhinged hillbillies, which is always a great horror aesthetic. I wish I could speak more on the locations from the later movies, because a lot of them looked cool, but I definitely recognized this iconic scene.
All right, Texas Chainsaw. I really like that one.
That was awesome, honestly.
Yeah.
That was probably the most actually scary one.
That's how they do things in Texas.
There was another one that was genuinely solid, best use of the maze so far.
Yeah.
It looks like that is the way you're supposed to go. So then you start walking toward it and then just Leatherface with a chainsaw.
That's great.
Face. That was great.
Yeah. They also did a really great job with all the gross out stuff in that. The smells were really strong and just all of the imagery of the rotting corpses and stuff like that.
It was a sticky experience.
The reason we were heading back upstairs is because we wanted to make sure that we got on the Terror Tram. During normal operations, this is Universal's famous studio backlot tour. But tonight, it would be a shuttle to an outdoor haunt called Enter the Blumhouse, with scenes from some recent and legacy Blumhouse horror productions.
Hold on, do we have any first timers to the Terror Tram? Okay, front row. Do you love fresh blood?
The tram takes you out to the backlot and just kind of dumps you there, where there are an array of Blumhouse villains just waiting for you. Most of them with chainsaws.
This is the part where you run.
This is the only true outdoor haunt at Horror Nights, which is a nice change of pace. scenes. The extra space allows the actors more space for wilder movements, and the wider path allows more guests to go through at once, which lets some of the actors actually try to scare you rather than just miming along to sounds happening on a timer. But there is still some of that too. I love how each section of this one was broken up by these archways shaped like the Blumhouse logo, and first up was one of my favorites, M3 Gang.
They have a new primary user.
Yes! My favorite line.
I didn't want you to see this.
This section is a museum of recreations of kills from the movie. Then we're funneled into the next section, which was themed to Happy Death Day and Freaky, which represent the last 3 Blumhouse movies from director Christopher Landon. This one is also staged at the Bates Motel set from the legendary horror classic, Psycho.
Is that you after a long night of drinking?
I made a similar joke about the guy puking in the toilet. I was like, Zach, are you okay?
After that was a short section from the Black Phone. It was mostly just some missing posters and the grabber would come at you sometimes. I don't know what else you do with this property. The movie's about a kidnapped kid and mostly takes place in a basement. It might be cool as an escape room, but that wouldn't be for horror nights. Then there was a short break from the action and a couple of photo ops before we finally got our chance to exercise our right to purge. It feels like they do a Purge thing almost every year, but it lends itself perfectly to a haunt because it's just all these demented groups of crazies going around killing people in creepy masks. The movies are about a holiday where all crime is legal for 24 hours and the streets turn to complete chaos. It worked out perfectly that they put this one on the airplane crash set from War of the World, which is usually part of the studio backlot tour, but you dress it up with some lights, city sounds, and NFFA posters, and yeah, I could totally believe this is something that happened during the Purge. There was a good mix of costumes from most of the different Purge movies. Yes, even the Yeehaw Purge.
Howdy. All right, so we just did the Terror Tram. That was really fun.
The opening was probably the best part, where they just like...
Yeah, they had like one character from every franchise.
Well, for some reason, everybody has a chainsaw. Like every character has a chainsaw.
You gotta have the chainsaws on the Terror Tram. Having done Horror Nights for the last however many years I've done it, they kind of took like the best hits of all of the Blumhouse mazes that they've done in the past and just strung them all out into one awesome maze. Like usually when we do the Terror Tram, there's some parts that you're just kind of walking and there's nothing happening, but they kind of filled it all out with stuff.
Despite it being 3 years since the Yeehaw Purge now, there was actually a second Purge attraction at Horror Nights.
All right, so now that we are off the Terror Tram, we are basically running to try to make the next Purge show because it starts in 4 minutes.
The Purge Dangerous Waters is an action-packed 16-minute stunt show set within the world of the Purge, but not based on any existing Purge story. It follows the evening of a politician named Phil, spending his Purge night at an offshore facility where he plans to watch a live stream of people purging each other in LA. But they're ambushed by a group of revolutionaries out for revenge after watching their loved ones get purged in the past. The revolutionaries find them via helicopter and storm the place on jet skis and speedboats. They give the senator's security detail a taste of their own medicine and kidnap his administrative team, where we meet the leader of the uprising.
Ta-da! Sorry to interrupt your little picnic, but I need to have a word. I'm looking for your boss. So who's going to save everyone a lot of pain and tell me where he's hiding?
The two sides battle it out, during which people are lit on fire, thrown from oil barracks, sniped from moving vehicles, and cut down in hand-to-hand combat. When the rest of their team is taken out, Phil and his assistant are the last ones remaining. But just as it looks like she might be his saving grace, she reveals her true allegiance.
I don't think so, boss. My sister and I watched our parents get purged.
What, so this is about revenge?
It's not revenge, Phil. It's justice! This is what we fight for!
Absolutely incredible.
Very, very impressive. Also very true to the Purge movies.
Yeah, the one thing I kept thinking that kept popping into my head whenever I was watching it, I want to see that Purge movie.
Yeah, exactly.
We've had so many Purge movies that are set in an urban environment. Let's see the Maritime Purge.
I mean,
it would be awesome.
Mad Max vibes, like very cool.
After fireworks, gunshots, and a curtain call set to the Prodigy, we were about to swing from the loudest thing that Universal had to offer to potentially the quietest. This one basically adapted the story of the first and second movie into haunt form, which included some cool set pieces, like the outside of the farmhouse, the Abbott family's basement, the nursery, and the train car. You'll remember my biggest question going into this one is how they were going to capture the atmosphere of the movie, which relies on quiet, tense scenes where the dread slowly builds. And the answer is that they don't for the most part. This is very much like a number of Horror Nights mazes where you snake through the dark, and occasionally an animatronic springs out accompanied by loud, startling noises. To their credit, this actually set up a scare that I really liked. You can't reliably remove noises, but you can try to overpower them with other noises. So in this forest scene, they use the sound of crickets to try to mask everything else. And that serves as the perfect cover, as the Emily Blunt character kind of sneaks up on you. And it's kind of like you're so used to the scares being the alien roars that it might catch you off guard. And if it didn't, it's also followed up by an alien roar. That idea of sound camouflage also happens in the movie. I think there's a scene where dripping water masks their movements, so I thought this was a fitting concept for the haunt. The ideal situation would be to hand everyone noise-canceling earbuds and have it function like a guided audio tour, but Horror Nights is just too big of an event for that to be practical. I like what they did in the forest and wish that there was more of it.
All right, we just came out of the quiet place. What'd you think?
My least favorite of the night.
Long story short, Philip wasn't impressed with the alien animatronics, which were sometimes visibly incomplete when viewing them from an angle, and when I brought up the forest moment that I liked, he didn't love the idea that the only real scares come from characters that aren't actually supposed to be threats.
That's just a character in the movie being like, hi, they're not even trying to hurt you.
Right.
Versus the actual threat, which is the aliens, not a single one was scary.
I personally liked the looks of the aliens because standing next to them in person, they feel really big, and what we do see of them was so detailed. But I am very desensitized to jump scares, so I'm not really the best judge of what the average guest might actually find scary. Not much else to talk about here, so we finished off the upper lot with the second and final show of the evening, Late Night with Chucky. It's staged as a typical late night show where we are supposedly the live studio audience. Beforehand, there's a QR code you can scan for a form to ask Chucky a question during his show. I asked Chucky what he likes to watch on YouTube. It seemed that this was only done for the illusion of interactivity, because I was able to find clips online of the questions he answered in our show being answered in other shows as well. But by complete accident, we happened to point a camera at the script while we were leaving, and it looks like most of it is staged, but it is possible for Chucky to answer a couple of genuine questions. It says, if possible, replace with question from the audience, and there's a tablet on the podium as well. I'm not sure what makes a question possible. Maybe it depends on if they can come up with a clever enough response to one of the questions in the time between the QR code appearing and the fan question segment, which is roughly 10 minutes. The rest of the show features some crude humor from Chucky, and when asked what his favorite weapon is, he gives a little demonstration on the sidekick.
So we're headed back down the escalators now. We've got 2 more mazes to do down here. So this Bloodlines one is kind of like away from the rest of the park. We just heard the music from the main part of Horror Nights fade out. I feel like they should have done Quiet Place over here.
The next maze, Universal Monsters Eternal Bloodlines, was in one of the sound stages in the studio backlot, but on the opposite side of the property from where the studio tour is. This maze would focus on the female monster sequels from the classic era of Universal Monsters, and this soundstage is supposedly where Dracula, Frankenstein, and Bride of Frankenstein were filmed. The story for this one was a bit difficult for me to follow. At the beginning, we hear an introduction from Saskia Van Helsing, a new character who's stated to be descended from Abraham Van Helsing, the leader of the group who killed Count Dracula in the original book.
Slayer of Dracula, destroyer.
Even after watching back our footage a couple times, I was still confused about the story until I found this press release on NBC Universal's website, so I think I can explain it now. Like many others, this one is broken into sections, and we start in Amsterdam, where Saskia is going to try to kill Dracula's daughter, but finds that she's made an alliance with the She-Wolf of London. And these are all classic Universal monster movies from the 30s and 40s. Saskia makes her own alliance with the Bride of Frankenstein, who shares the same goal of killing these monsters.
Destroy this unholy alliance.
So we follow them to Transylvania, where we fend off the She-Wolf in the woods en route to the crypt, where we encounter Dracula's daughter. Only she's teamed up with Ankhsu-Namun from The Mummy, and ultimately Saskia is beheaded during the mission. So the bride carries Saskia's body back home, I'm assuming to Frankenstein Castle in Switzerland, but the evil follows them. Near the end, we're attacked by the She-Wolf, but one more monster appears to scare her away. When we discussed that one, it was clear that the story was a little bit lost on us, but we agreed that it looked cool. I liked the feeling of the gothic architecture, and the sound was also a highlight. There was an original guitar-driven score performed by Slash from Guns N' Roses. This one was honestly just great with all the sensory stuff.
I also appreciate that it smelled very fresh. A lot of the mazes so far have been very putrid.
When we were going through the forest, you could smell like the pine needles in the forest, which was a nice touch. Adds to the ambiance instead of just being gross all the time.
After this, we kept the Universal Classic Monster energy going by taking a spin on Revenge of the Mummy, an indoor roller coaster from Premier Rides. I've been on this ride a lot, but something weird happened when we were going in.
What was what the?
And finally, we made it to our last walkthrough of the evening, Dead Exposure Death Valley. Apparently this is a sequel to a maze from Halloween Horror Nights Orlando in 2018 called Dead Exposure Patient Zero. This was a zombie maze taking place inside of a primate research facility in Death Valley. At the beginning, we see a van carrying radioactive materials as crashed through the entrance. As we explore, we're faced with infected scientists in hazmat suits and caged monkeys undergoing some kind of brain experiment, causing them to rage inside their cages. We follow a trail of blood to a control room, where a military figure issues a warning to terminate Project Galahad. And we begin to see human figures wearing the same brain control crowns that we had seen on the monkeys, as we try to escape the chaos through prison cells, a shortcut through a cold storage unit, and a ventilation tunnel, leading us to a restricted access area for this Project Galahad, which is filled with radioactive barrels and, well, not many survivors. The place is on fire, and we're told that the breach cannot be contained, and just as we're about to escape, it sounds like it's about to blow.
The heavenly bodies will be dissolved in the earth, and all its works shall be burned up.
On an unrelated note, I don't know what happened here, but it seemed like the police really had it on lockdown. Gotta defend the Super Mario popcorn at all costs.
Scariness, maybe a 2 out of 10. Air conditioning was about like 8 out of 10.
Yeah, so there's this cold storage unit that we go through, and that one actually felt cold, unlike in Ghostbusters.
There was one jump scare that got me.
Which one?
It was just a guy reached out surprisingly far. My favorite might have been Texas Chainsaw. There's something about Leatherface with a chainsaw being around every freaking corner.
I would still probably go with the Weeknd.
We headed towards the exits, where there was one last surprise waiting for us. Just in case someone somehow managed to get through Horror Nights without getting their fill of chainsaw action, the evening ends with a ritual called Chainsaw Chaseout.
Oh, hey, Philip. Crazy to see you here again.
So funny.
It's so crazy that we've run into each other on like every maze. What did you think of your first Halloween Horror Nights?
I actually really liked it. Horror is what got me into film in the first place, so my entire career is like started with paying attention to Scream. This kind of is like getting to be immersed in that environment, in that world where everyone is just giddy and joyful about horror.
So we said our goodbyes, and Philip walked off into the Universal City Nights, leaving me alone to contemplate the overwhelming scope of the task that lies ahead of me. Halloween Horror Nights was only the first of 22 events that I had on my calendar for this spooky season, but it's also one of the biggest and longest and juiciest. Well, maybe juiciest is not the right word. You get sprayed a lot, is what I'm saying. With one of the biggest fish now fried, my next challenge would be one of the most historic. During the fall, Knott's Berry Farm in Buena Park, California becomes Knott's Scary Farm. Knott's Halloween Haunt was the first theme park Halloween event in the world, starting in 1973 with the ghost town section of the park being decorated and haunted by a few scare actors roaming through the fog in masks. An instant success, it was eventually renamed to Knott's Scary Farm and spread to cover the rest of the park. Knott's has always been a personal favorite of mine, but would the quality hold up after its parent company Cedar Fair's recent merger with the Six Flags Corporation? Now, before I introduce you to my guest, we all got stuck in traffic and got there a little too close to opening time, and decided to just rush inside in hopes that we could catch Knott's opening ceremony.
Oh my god, I'm scared. I'm actually unironically scared.
But when we got inside, we found a huge sea of people in between us and the festivities. You gotta get there pretty early if you want to be within an eye shot of the ceremony. But while we were standing there, I ended up meeting a fan who had a little intel that would change the course of the night.
All right, I'm here with Vincent at Knott's Scary Farm. You always come for opening night, right?
Oh yeah, as often as we can.
Tell me about the lanterns again.
Oh yeah, so these are the lanterns. This is the design for this year. The ghoulies, they target you more, and then they activate extra features in all the mazes. If you don't get it, you're kind of missing out.
We're definitely gonna have to pick that up. Vincent, nice to meet you, man.
When I bought the lantern, I was told that it would interact with animatronics, lights, and that some scare actors would change the light on my lantern. You can also get clues using the QR code on the tag.
Go around, so you can do it secretly and try to find it, but if you're not finding anything, scan that.
Okay.
So Larry and I had our first objective, other than doing the haunts themselves. Try to figure out exactly how you use this lantern. And speaking of Larry...
Larry Zeepsterd. Good to see you.
Welcome
to Knott's Scary Farm.
Yeah, I've been here before. I'm from here.
Hi everybody, this is Larry Zeepsterd.
I do videos are mostly like on pop culture. TV reviews, movie reviews, stuff on like Lost Media. I'm pretty awesome and based.
Pretty Kino.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Dude, I even have it right here. You know, Larry, a friend of mine gifted me this today at TwitchCon. It was sick.
Very Kino, very Kino.
It is very Kino. I'm really scared, Zach. I'm actually terrified.
It looks like there's some scare actors over there. Let's just start walking.
We headed into the ghost town section of the park, which is inspired by Calico, a real California ghost town. This area of the park is usually home to 4 mazes and a host of roaming scare actors, as Larry would soon find out.
The day before I was gonna book the, I'm sorry, I can't focus, I'm talking. I can't focus, I'm talking.
Larry's already on edge.
So to take off some of that edge, we made our first stop at the concession stand.
Okay, I'm gonna get a scary flavored beer.
Larry got the Cougar Candy IPA, which sounds more like a strip club than a spooky beverage.
I like my fruity drinks, I like cocktails.
That's why you're wearing a Hawaiian shirt.
That is true. I always wear Hawaiian shirts all the time.
Larry always is either wearing a Hawaiian shirt or a Bass Pro Shops hat.
I love Bass Pro Shop.
And with that, Larry had the liquid courage to proceed to the first maze, Waxworks.
The paparazzi's camera flashes can be blinding.
Waxworks is themed to a dilapidated wax museum, taken over by a deranged artist who is disfiguring human victims into his own twisted and grotesque art installations.
Here is my most illuminating work. Notice the composition, the balance of form, how your eye dances over its surface.
The US history exhibit is the first one I've ever seen that paints the country's history as more grotesque instead of less, and the medieval exhibit functions as an actual torture chamber. And if that wasn't disturbing enough, we eventually find where all the wax comes from when we get to the beehive room, and the bees have not been removed. From there, we delve into some truly Lovecraftian creations from the artist, eventually discovering the room where his live victims are melted into wax vats.
No!
We also lost Larry.
So we just came out of Waxworks. Larry was a little bit in front of me, and now he's nowhere to be seen. I don't know where he went.
Zach! I'm way too far ahead of them! Where did they go?
I was eventually able to find him due to him being the one guy in a Hawaiian shirt.
Look, we went out this open door that said exit,
yeah.
And it seemed like that was where we were supposed to go.
After looking back at the footage, it looks like we went through a curtain intended for staff members, which led us to the backstage area and then out. There's probably supposed to be someone standing there to prevent this, but this was the first night of their haunt season, so they may not have had their wax molded to perfection quite yet.
You encouraged me to go in front of you, I'm like, okay, I will. Because you wanted me to conquer my fears, because this is our first maze of the night,
yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen. I exit out, I'm like, guys, what do you think of that? Wasn't that sick? I turn around, you guys aren't there.
Which sounds like a funny prank that I would do, but it was not. So we didn't do the end of the maze, so we inadvertently abandoned you in there.
You know how like when you're like riding your bicycle, your dad's showing you?
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, like he's not there anymore, but you don't realize it, you keep riding your bicycle.
With that one little hiccup aside, Waxworks is an awesome maze.
At the beginning, there was this thing, there's like this beam overhead, and it shifts down and it looks like it's gonna fall on you. And then that one monster guy, it was like he was alive inside of the wax or something.
That was sick as well.
Knott's mazes are a little bit longer and a little bit more permanent feeling, because instead of changing them out every year, a new maze will usually last several years, and they run on a continuous cycle so that there's something fresh each year. I thought there was maybe one guy who interacted with me because I was holding the lantern, but it's hard to say for sure. It certainly didn't seem like it did anything in the maze. We continued to tinker with it as we queued up for the next attraction.
So my thing just started blinking. I was just talking to this woman trying to figure out like what our lanterns actually do, and neither of us have figured it out yet. Oh, there we go.
Wait, why is it doing that?
What does it mean?
Before we could untangle that web of mystery, it was time for the next maze, Widows.
I gotta take a piss, but it's not gonna happen until after this maze, which might be in 5 minutes.
I hope it happens after the maze.
Widows sees its guests go into an elderly nursing home to visit grandma, but something's not quite right. The whole place has been overtaken by spiders who seem to be running things, while the staff and residents are suspiciously unaware.
I'm so excited to see you.
I'm excited to see you too.
The source seems to be this witch, who we find mid-incantation chanting about an awakening of the mother arachnid or something. And so we venture into the queen's nest, scavenging deeper and deeper until we're face to face with the queen. And we finally find grandma.
All right, so we just came out of Widows, and honestly, that one was a little bit underwhelming.
I gotta be real, guys, it was kind of mid.
To be fair, I was kind of distracted at the beginning because one of the scare actors, I have to go back and listen to what he said, but it was something about horror history on CZ's World. Have you seen my grandma?
Right here, sugar. Maybe you might meet a nice big old history type like grab that Knott's.
There were a couple cool parts though. This thing just reached out and got me. Are you scared?
Then there's the lantern. There was a moment where we thought we did something in there because the symbol on the wall kind of resembled this image from the instructions tag, but upon looking at other POVs, I'm pretty sure we just got lucky with the timing. I've also just realized that the name Widows has a double meaning. Widow is a type of spider and a marital status. Before our next haunt, Larry got an extra creepy moment for free in the bathroom.
So I unzip, right? I'm like, okay, time to do the typical 1, 2, 3. The guy next to me looks at me and he's just like, you ever moan so hard when you're peeing? I'm like, I guess, sometimes.
Next up was Bloodline 1842, and in the queue, I found something that I was so sure was a lantern interaction point.
So there is a QR code here, so I'm guessing it
doesn't do anything? Instead, I just tried scanning the QR code with my phone, which just brought us to the pre-show video for this maze, which we couldn't even hear in the loud environment we were in. I very much prefer when the maze itself tells the story organically, and pulling out a phone is the last thing I want to do in this environment, especially when the haunt takes place in 1842.
Okay.
Like, that sucked.
On top of that, when this maze first opened, it had a shooting component where we were given laser tag guns and you could actually shoot down the vampires and see your score at the end. But this year, they didn't have that, yet the pre-show video still has guns, so it's kind of a buzzkill. And the queue attendant told us that we had to turn off the lantern inside the maze because it doesn't actually work in the mazes.
There's no interaction points in any of the mazes?
No, not really.
It probably sounds like we're trending towards a negative review of this maze, but honestly, it was amazing. This one wasn't as heavy on the story, but that didn't really matter because the theming and choreography were so good.
Go, this way, now.
The setting is a combination of steampunk, Victorian, and Western, and we're caught in a firefight between humans and vampires. One of the cool things about Knott's is that the mazes aren't overly reliant on pre-recorded sound, giving the actors an opportunity to really interact with you.
I could go for a round right now.
I can go for a cold one.
I could go for a round.
I think you'll love this. All right, all you go for weapon, man. Don't mess around, all right?
Even some of the parts from when it was a shooting maze have been repurposed and still kind of work to add to the immersion.
Shoot the windows now, before he breaks free. That's it.
Did I do it?
Right. Oh, you've done it, brothers and sisters. Blood and blessing.
Compared to the other mazes we've been to tonight, that might be my favorite one tonight.
That's definitely the best one so far.
I just thought it was like super imaginative. It actually like shocked me a bit. Oh my god!
The actors were cool too. Like there was a lot of interaction. I think the biggest difference between Knott's Scary Farm and Halloween Horror Nights is at Halloween Horror Nights, everything's on a timer. There's a soundtrack playing, they come out and there's a noise. At Knott's Scary Farm, like they actually make their own noises. Like there was that lady that screamed at us. There was that bartender who like offered to give us a cold one. And the trade-off with that is sometimes they're kind of hard to hear. They do a pretty good job, but it's so loud in there that it's just sometimes hard to hear what they're saying.
How does it compare to in the past when there'd be like shooter elements to it?
The shooter elements, they are cool, but also it can be a little bit distracting because then you're just like, you're going around and focusing more on the shooting game.
Yeah, the shooting stuff is pretty unique and probably the best version of this haunt, but I'm glad I got to experience it both ways. We had a short walk to the last maze in this section of the park, and we were kind of hoping that once we got to the rest of the park, we would start finding areas where we could use the lantern.
I hope.
8 Fingers 9 The Boogeyman has got to be one of the most poorly titled attractions I've ever seen in my life, but we'll try not to judge a haunt by its moniker. It takes us into a town called Alliston, which is plagued by an evil presence kidnapping people in the shadows. We're taken through various locations, like Town Square and Miss Penelope's Home for Delinquents. The Boogeyman legend is often a story told to misbehaving kids. So as you can imagine, the delinquent's home was basically a Boogeyman buffet. The audio describes the Boogeyman dragging his victims to hell, though it looks a little bit more like a Stranger Things upside down type world than a hell. The marketing for this one fills in the story a little bit more. 8 Fingers 9 is a poem about the entity haunting their town, very much along the lines of the Freddy Krueger 1-2 Freddy's Coming For You poem from A Nightmare on Elm Street.
1 finger, 2 fingers, 3 fingers, 4. Don't even bother with locking the door.
We hear this poem being recited in the background in stages throughout the entire maze, though it can be kind of hard to hear at times while it's competing with the actors and people's screams. I guess I spoke too soon when I said Knott's doesn't usually rely on pre-recorded audio. At least now we know what the title means.
Now, faithful servants, 8 Fingers 9.
And the area that I thought was hell may actually be the nightmare of one of the kids who are getting their fingers eaten by the boogeyman in their sleep. I noticed that the creatures in these sections don't have hands, so I think that may be what they were going for here. The first nightmare leads back out into a barn and later the forest, where we see animals eating human flesh. From here, we go back and forth between the forest and the nightmare world. I did like the way the transitions were done. One had us enter the dreamscape through a massive tree hollow, and the next through a giant orifice that clamps down on you.
I might have lost. Oh, they're there. They're there. I thought I lost you guys again.
That all being said, we didn't have the benefit of seeing any of the commercials or background information before doing that one, so needless to say, we were pretty confused.
What was that one called again? Like 8-inch finger?
I think it was called 8 Fingers 9 The Boogeyman, and I think the theme was just as confusing as the title.
Dude, I had no idea what was going on, but I enjoyed it.
And even if you do take a lore deep dive before coming, you'll ultimately realize that this is just a knockoff Freddy Krueger maze. I did enjoy some of the creature designs though. There was some visual flair here, but then there were the screens.
I like when they use a screen for like a window or something, but when they use the screens to try to tell the story, it's like, what am I supposed to do, just stand here?
It kind of takes me out of it. I know they're trying to like engross you a little more, but it does the opposite.
Another TikTok.
Yep, another screen.
Before continuing, it would be an absolute crime if we left this section of the park without taking a cycle on Ghost Rider, the elite wooden coaster in the southeast corner of the park, and one of the best that the state has to offer.
They're closed.
I think that just about sums up the night.
To get to the next few haunts, we would have to disappear into the fog and cross through what is typically my favorite part of the overworld at Knott, thanks in part to a chicken scare actor who literally jump scares people by clucking at them, which is both effective and kind of hilarious. As I mentioned before, the Ghost Town section of the park is inspired by the real ghost town Calico, which is why it's home to rides like Calico Mine Ride, Calico River Rapids, the Calico Railroad, and a bar called Calico Saloon, where you can get the Calico soda. This area functions like a small town and even has its own lore, explored in a daytime event in the summer called Ghost Town Alive. But during spooky season, you can go back in time to learn why this area became a ghost town by doing the next haunt, Origins, The Curse of Calico. It opens in a courthouse where we're in the midst of a trial against a woman named Sarah Marshall, who is accused of practicing dark magic. The judge decides to give her the death penalty.
Sarah Marshall, that's guilty! He will hang!
After this, we march through the town, experiencing chaos at the jailhouse.
Those bars are not doing a whole lot.
The Federal Reserve Bank.
It's kind of rude.
The schoolhouse, and eventually the funeral parlor. All while being tormented with floating TikToks, picture frames haunted by the witch's curse. Eventually, we discover the haunted shack, where we see unholy things like floating objects, and the shack seems to be burning down around us. Then, somehow we took a wrong turn again and found ourselves going the wrong way. We had to loop back around the middle portion for a second time, so it seems like Waxworks was not an anomaly, and Knott's was having some issues in dictating the flow of traffic in the mazes. Eventually, we made it to where we were supposed to go, the heart of the witch's lair, where she performs black magic while flying above our heads.
How dare you! And jury, I am your executioner. People of Calico, I find you guilty.
What'd you think of that one?
Dude, I've gotten so much lore that has to do with Knott's Scary Farm now. I think I'm like a super fan now.
I feel kind of bad because there was a fan that came up to me before we went in.
You're CZ's World, right?
Yeah.
Can you get a picture?
Yeah, for sure. Then they were ushering us in, so he's like, oh, I'll do it after. And then we just disappeared. It probably looks like we were trying to lose him now.
So if you're that fan and you're watching this, sorry about that. The next closest maze was right across the path, but while we were checking out some of the scenery outside the maze, we were tipped off to a discovery, our first lantern interaction point.
Wait, so do you know what the difference is?
So this is the interaction mode, so that'll trigger this.
Okay.
This is supposed to trigger each other, but I have no idea what it does.
Let's try it.
So basically on mode 2, you can change other people's lantern color by getting near them and clicking the button. They call this lantern tagging, and I'm not sure what value there is in doing that. And in mode 1, your lantern will be a natural candlelight color, and it can be used to trigger animatronics around the park.
Sit down like right there, like walk up to it.
Ow! Spiders! Oh, get them off me! Ow! 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 They're getting me!
So the images on the tag were not clues about interaction points, they were just kind of bad instructions on the two modes. We also tried scanning the QR code at this point, which just ended up confusing us more. The other thing is the interaction points are not marked in any way, so if you've got some time to kill, it might be fun searching for those secrets, though I don't know if the payoff is really worth it. In any event, we didn't have time to kill because we actually still had a lot of haunts to do before closing time. The next one, the Grimoire, was one of my favorites when it first debuted a couple years earlier. In this one, we are summer campers in the 1980s, and the counselors have us gather around the campfire for a scary story, which they read out of this cursed spellbook.
We have to go! Sammy, wake up! Come on!
Whatever incantation Sammy just recited opens up a portal in one of the tents, which we're ushered through, taking us back through time to a variety of horrific moments in history. And in each one, we see someone using the Grimoire, creatures being unleashed, and horrible outcomes for the characters. It starts in American Civil War times, where this woman's mother goes missing in the pandemonium. We turn left into her closet, which is actually another portal. In each section, we see text from the Grimoire describing the time period we're about to go to, the next one being the trenches of World War I, where we see a soldier coming across the book.
We're in the trenches?
Don't close your eyes. You're gonna make it, soldier.
After this, we find ourselves in the home of a 1950s family celebrating Thanksgiving, but quickly realize this won't be a traditional Turkey Day meal because this is a family of cannibals. Also, the entire area is in black and white, emulating that 1950s TV family aesthetic, albeit with much darker storyline. The portal through the fridge takes us back to the campground, but the fire has now been reduced to embers and monsters roam the area. It's a perfect recreation of the campground scene that we started in, which I absolutely love. It really helps sell the idea that we've gone through these portals and made it back to the same location after some time has passed. The only problem is that the horrors from the worlds that we've traveled to have followed us here. I lied to this girl about having seen her friend, and she just rolled with it, and her performance was so good.
Yes, he's right there.
Eventually, we find our original camp counselor in the wilderness, but come to find that he's still got the Grimoire in hand.
Hey! Where'd you guys go?
We got lost.
No! You got that right! One second you were in the tent and the next thing I knew...
What you got there?
Nothing that you want to read. Now please, go! Return the book and get out of here!
The final scene takes place in this treehouse, where we see portals opening up all around us and spewing monsters and various objects from the different stories. We find Sammy, or what's left of her, and discover that we have just become the latest chapter in this dark spellbook's damned pages. Grimoire, Grimoire, rise from the depths. Damn these souls to our pages through dying breath.
That's a cool effect.
Zach, what did you think of the Grimace one?
The Grimace. The Grimoire? Actually, how do they not have a Grimace haunt? I mean, McDonald's probably wouldn't approve of that, but...
Make it happen, McDonald's.
But Grimoire was awesome. One of my favorite ones we've done. That one probably had the best scares out of, what did you think?
I thought it was really good.
And they're not just doing the same thing every time. The girl who came up and said, "Oh, have you seen my brother?" And I tried to tell her that it was you. And Larry, I don't know how to tell you this, she looks so disappointed. Like, I can't even, can we roll back the footage?
I thought the worst thing to happen to her.
If we go through it again, we should say, it's me. It's me, I got transformed by the book.
Another cool thing about Grimoire is it crosses over lore with Origins of the Curse of Calico. We see graffiti about the witch, Sarah Marshall, and I even found this daytime walkthrough video where a Knott's employee reveals Easter eggs referencing other Knott's Scary Farm mazes. As I did some more digging, I learned that the Grimoire book itself can be found in other mazes, almost as if it is the reason behind many of the harrowing scenes that we see in these attractions. If there's one overall theme for the park, it seems to be different time settings, and this would also be true of our next maze, Room 13, located in an area they call the Goring 20s. Every other haunt up to this point had a big, cool, intimidating entrance sign, but Room 13 is located on this skinny path alongside a nondescript building in the back of the park, and you just enter it through this little door.
My man.
Yeah, get our drinks on.
Which is appropriate, because it's themed as if we were entering a speakeasy. Later in this video, we would find some actual speakeasies inside of Haunts, but for now, we have the second fake bar of the night. And interestingly, they both have bottles full of this glowy substance, which is known in the Knott's lore as the Devil's Elixir. There's also a blackjack room, which we would eventually learn was all part of a back area at the Argive Hotel, where it seems many of the inhabitants partied a little too hard. But it's hard to blame them, because the music was also kind of a jam. Throughout the maze, there's this big, slow jazz noir track that made us feel like there's always something looming ahead of us. I was amused to see this floor plan of the hotel, which basically shows us that we're headed towards room 13, but at the bottom it lists the architects of the hotel, Wendell and Hurlbut. A clever nod to Wendell Hurlbut, a Knott's engineer in the early days who helped design and build iconic rides like Calico Mine Train and Timber Mountain Log Ride. He's also rumored to be the first one ever to don a mask at Knott's Halloween Haunt, where he would scare people using a gorilla suit. Each room we progress through is blemished with violence and tragedy, like some kind of massacre that happened in the kitchen. I really like this effect that used sound to make it look like knives were being thrown at us by the cook.
What the hell? That was cool.
Corridors were decorated with bodies, guests were sick in their rooms, and radio broadcast tells of a situation inside the hotel. The coolest part is when we see this "Pardon Our Dust" sign and step out into a construction area.
Oh, that's sick.
Using mirrors and creative lighting, it's set up to look like we're walking on a catwalk on some high-up scaffolding looking down on the city. It's one of the few moments you'll ever see in a haunt that doesn't rely on jump scares or gross outs, instead tapping into the element of acrophobia. We also see a man crushed by an elevator on the way to room 13, which seems to be occupied by a detective who has collected newspaper clippings and photographs, turning his guest bathroom into a personal darkroom. We cross through the piano lounge, which is filled with alcohol, which carries that same neon glow that we saw at the beginning, the devil's elixir, and continue into the boiler room where the mystery is solved. The chill vibes from the music become more sinister, and we see huge ghouls emitting that same aquamarine glow, basically suggesting that the substance in the speakeasy drinks caused the hotel's inhabitants to transform into these monsters. That's where the maze ends, but the show was not exactly over, because it leads right out into the goring 20s, a scare zone where a jazz band of ghouls performs on the rooftop while frightful and freakish flappers frisk the night away with gas. People were loving this, and it provided the perfect cover for an occasional scare.
All right, we got so carried away watching the 1920s jazz performance when we came out of Memory Lane, we forgot to do our review.
Yeah, that was amazing. I was just like mesmerized by it.
The performance of the haunts?
Both of it.
Yeah, both are cool.
The vibes were like terrific. Just like everything that's surrounding this haunt is like fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm curious what the next three have in store, but that is my favorite by far.
A glowing review from the Zeep. Since we were in the area, we checked out this show, Les Magnifiques Carnaval du Grotesque, which is described as a collection of death-defying feats and carnival acts to fill you with terror and delight, which was surprisingly smut for a family park like Knott's. So we left and made our way to Timber Mountain Log Ride. This is one of the oldest log flumes in the US, but during spooky season, it becomes Halloween hootenanny. The ride already has a creepy element to it due to these logger and prospector animatronics, which are both uncanny valley and kind of hilarious. But in the fall, they decorate the entire layout for Halloween, complete with a custom soundtrack from the park's very own Calico Coffin Creeper Band. It's weird, it's a little disturbing, and it's an absolute blast that I look forward to doing every autumn.
Oh my God!
Right nearby was the entrance to our next haunt, Cinema Slasher. Larry and I found ourselves in an old-timey movie theater with something a bit off about it. But as we go into the cinema, we find the screen torn open, now serving as a portal into the world of each movie. So basically like Grimoire, but movie world instead of historical events. First, we are college students, stalked by a masked killer similar to Michael Myers on Halloween.
Nice work.
Next, we find ourselves sneaking around at the Lakeside Camp Gonagat, which is located near Timber Mountain, because Knott's lore always connects. This one has elements of Friday the 13th and other cabin-based horror movies.
What happened to her?
You see what he did?
Pretty good work.
The third section is called Slaughterhouse and stays true to its title via a giant chainsaw.
You know what I can go for right now? A slurm.
It's tied together at the end as the horror seeps out into the movie auditoriums in the real world.
All right, we just got out of Cinema Slasher.
There's a segment at the end that really wowed me. There's like a projector monster and like the film reels all over him.
And then the part with the living camera and the living popcorn at the end reminded me of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared for some reason.
Oh my God, is that a camera? Is that popcorn?
It's like the idea that the camera would become a character that just walks around.
The very back corner of the park is known as the Boardwalk section, and during Scary Farm, that becomes Carnival, which is home to our penultimate attraction for the evening, Mesmer. Mesmer invites its guests into a hypnotist circus. The Knott's website says, a hypnotic session with Professor Mesmer can cure all phobias, including snakes, spiders, darkness, claustrophobia, and much more. A narrator walks us through the steps of the hypnosis, and before long, we're crossing over into the mindscape. But then, things take a turn for the worse, as it becomes apparent that the hypnotist is malevolent. This haunt relies less on jump scares and more on optical illusions and psychological horror, many of which play on the common phobias, like this moment where it looks like we're walking a tightrope over a bottomless pit representing the fear of heights, this space room representing a fear of darkness, or this room of rotating mirrors representing a fear of losing touch with reality.
What is real and what is an illusion? You gaze into its surface, wondering if the reflection will break.
At the end, our minds become warped and we're presented with demented versions of the circus performers and attempt to break out of the mesmerism. But it doesn't work, and we're told that we shall never return to the world of the living. But then we do. As we were complimenting this one on how well it implemented the narrator, we were swarmed by clowns.
Alright,
You doing an outro without me?
No.
We're close to the outro.
Wait, we need you. We were waiting for you to come finish it.
I can't get involved with the copyright issue stuff.
Uh-huh.
You know, but if you have any questions at all, the B stands for
Boston.
Is it Boston?
We also got in trouble with this chick who didn't like the color of my lantern.
Just press the button!
This button?
The button! Button! No! 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 No!
You do it.
The button! No! Press the button! They're really down.
Which I think kind of encapsulates our entire experience with the interactive lanterns. It really feels like every staff member we talked to had a different idea of how they work. With the clock creeping closer to closing time and just one haunt left to knock out, we cut through the Fiesta Village section, which never seems to have any haunts. I feel like there could be a cool Mayan apocalypse thing. But we made our way to the front for our last foray of the evening, which would fittingly be the Chilling Chambers, a gauntlet of defunct mazes from past years, which debuted the previous year for Knott's Scary Farm's 50th anniversary.
My legs and feet are making me. Please stop.
Are you gonna make it?
I will make it. I made it this far.
Chicken diner?
Chicken diner.
That's your motivation.
That's my motivation. I'm pretty hungry.
We start by entering a Gothic cathedral to mourn the horrors of the park's past as we're observed by hooded figures, which I'm sure are the leaders of the Knott's religion or something. It continues into a mausoleum, an insane asylum.
What does that look like?
Is that DJT?
A hospital, a subway car.
These are the kinds of people you meet on the LA Metro.
A nightclub, a maze of stuffed animals, another circus, a vampire castle, whatever this place is, possibly a toy factory, a giant dollhouse.
The ground's shaking.
Yeah, it's shaking.
Oh, the bunny's back.
And finally, the graveyard, which contained headstones of many and maybe all of the past haunts that were closed to make way for new attractions.
I remember going to that one, Paranormal Inc.
Which really tied together one of the main takeaways of our night. Knott's mazes having loosely interconnected lore, which they take pretty seriously. And our final message said, Knott's Scary Farm, where nightmares never end. Although this was a little weaker story-wise compared to some of the others, it's clearly meant to be more of a greatest hits tribute and probably evokes a lot of memories for longtime fans of the park. For us, it was fun to experience a taste of the past and was a high note to end the night on. Even one of our more disappointing storylines of the visit ended on a positive note when we found one more lantern interaction point.
There we go.
Beyond these gates lie the realms of darkness.
And also beyond these gates lies Knott's Chicken Dinner Restaurant. And after a long night of exploring the dark recesses of the park, we were ready to claim our reward.
Thing says, here are the deets for the midnight buffet. Those of you who want to get breakfast comfort food before heading home after the haunt, Mrs. Knott's Chicken Dinner Restaurant will be open for you midnight, 12 a.m. to 3 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays of Scary Farm. So it is currently Friday.
Yeah.
Because it's past midnight now.
Uh-huh.
And it said 12 a.m. to 3 a.m. So you would think that the hours would refer to the current day, Friday. But as we can see, the chicken to-go thing is closed. The chicken restaurant is clearly not serving anyone. Larry, it may be over. No, it's broken.
Oh my god. This is what I was looking forward to.
No.
This is why I came here. For the chicken.
I feel like that is kind of misleading.
I don't think I can stand up, by the way.
I am back from Not Scary Farm, and I'm feeling pretty good right now. I'm really not all that tired. I'm pretty hungry right now, but that's a different story. But it is very late right now. It just hit 3 o'clock, so I better grab myself some food and wrap things up and get to bed. And the next one I've got on my docket is going to be LA Haunted Hayride.
LA Haunted Hayride first debuted in 2009 in Calabasas, which is not technically part of LA, but it moved locations a few times throughout the years. It's currently set up in Griffith Park, which you may recognize because of the famous Griffith Park Observatory. And if not, you've probably seen it in the cinematic masterpiece, Megamind. I actually skipped Haunted Hayride for several years when I first came to LA because I assumed Hayride equals a slow, mild kids thing. Eventually, I found out that it's actually one of the scarier events out there.
What's up? Yo, Rod Kim.
How you doing, man?
Good to see you. Have you ever been to Haunted Hayride before?
Not since I was probably 13 or 14.
Everybody, this is Rod Kim. He is a TikToker that talks about nostalgic music from the 80s and 90s.
Hey, does anybody remember that time Green Day accidentally wrote the graduation anthem of the late 90s?
And he's also a musician.
Yeah, I'm a songwriter here in LA, so I don't normally get to do stuff like this. We're gonna see how my nerves are.
I'm actually glad that you came to this one because this one has probably like the best music performance.
Oh, nice.
At least out of the ones that I've done in previous years. They have a really good stage show.
Oh, awesome. I am excited about a hayride though. I'm an Indiana boy, so.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's part of my DNA.
All right, should we head inside?
Yeah, let's go.
The overall theme is that you're entering a small town called Midnight Falls, which is filled with houses, shops, and even a stage inhabited by the undead townsfolk. I'm pretty sure this is just a picnic area for the rest of the year, but they do a nice job of creating a little park that you can walk around from haunt to haunted, which means that I had 4 more items on the agenda. Immediately upon entering this town, we were told that we had to be decontaminated.
That's how you can get ants into my town from outside. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna wanna go to the general store, buy some new socks, but in the meantime, I'm gonna fumigate you to make sure you're not bringing any friends from the outside. Right there you go. You see these holes that he has in his jeans? That's a clear sign of arachnid infestation.
Okay.
That means they already got into his brain. That's why he's asking all these questions.
I must have picked him up at the spider maze at Not Scary Farm.
Yeah, that's a problem. Don't talk about them. No.
We decided to start off with the actual hayride itself. The queue sends us through this full-service garage, then we're loaded into this trailer with the option to sit on either side.
What did I agree to?
When the hayride goes in motion, we see billboards for a Midnight Falls Halloween festival, and we get to see a sort of downtown area with the sheriff's office, bank, saloon, and jail, which are inhabited by a giant jack-o'-lantern and Wendigo creature.
Jesus Christ.
It becomes clear that this is more than just a normal festival though, when we cross through this foggy tunnel and discover another hayride car that seems to have been massacred and abandoned. And just up ahead, we encounter a potential culprit.
My dinner. All the
We're taken out to Midnight Lake. Although there's no actual lake here for this, it's themed around a kraken attacking a ship. I can't tell if it's supposed to look like the kraken is plucking off one of our riders.
Oh my
God. But I like to believe that it is. The next section is hot dogs?
Are those hot dogs?
Okay, I think it's supposed to be a drive-in movie theater, but the area is taken over by aliens. Then we drove through some kind of ruins. We don't really know what this is.
It's like dispensary?
Yeah. Whatever it is, it serves as an entrance to Clown Town.
Oh, clowns, good.
You better take a ticket!
Appropriately, the ride ends when we swing by the Dead End Diner, before getting to one last scare.
All right, we did the hayride.
It was a lot of fun. I don't think I was prepared for the live actors. As we were like, oh look, the robot, like some dude with a frying pan runs up behind us.
I think we got a fun group too. Like everybody on it was really reacting, and that always just makes it better whenever you're in a haunt. That's cool.
It's the stuff.
I kind of like how it starts off as a slow ride. You forget that it's not something that's on a track, it's a car. Yeah. And the guy can step on the gas whenever he wants. That moment when all of the fog came and sprayed us, he kind of hit the gas and we jerked forward.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that to happen.
That's the true success of this, is that it gets you afraid of stuff that has nothing to do with the actual hayride. Because you were like, are those just trash cans? So I was like, Okay.
I mean, my thing with it is the theme doesn't feel very specific. It does kind of feel like generic horror things. Like you got your clowns, you got your aliens.
It was a little bit like Spirit.
Yeah.
Halloween vibe.
So there are also 3 haunts that we have to do on foot here at Haunted Hayride.
Okay.
You ready to go check those out? Or do you want to scour for food?
No, I'm good. Let's get the scare out of the way before we get something in my system.
Good call. All right, let's do it.
The journey to the traditional haunts took us past the stage, where we got a little preview of the set from zombie rock star Monty Revolta.
Happy Halloween, Midnight Falls!
More on him later. The music theme would continue with our first walkthrough of the evening, Monet Manor. I didn't realize it was a collaboration with the R&B singer Janelle Monáe, but unlike the Weeknd, it doesn't seem to reference any specific work of hers. The day before, Monáe announced it on her Instagram, calling it a twisted soiree, a legendary party where it's Halloween every night and things aren't quite what they seem. Upon entering, we are enthusiastically welcomed to the party, decorated with old portraits of Janelle, though the place was not in the best condition. I was willing to look past that, however, for the sake of food.
Dinner's ready?
What are we having?
Snack.
My favorite.
Are you hungry?
Yes.
Our soiree continued towards the sound of music, but when we arrived at the source, it was hazier than a Hollywood dive bar.
I can barely see, like, a couple inches in front of me.
In another room, with about as much visibility as a Silent Hill game, we were forced to dance by aggressive, axe-wielding ghosts. There were a few of these, and this one created a genuine moment of confusion in regards to how we actually get out.
That way!
So bad that a ghost kicked me out of my club.
Eventually, we found our way out to an outdoor section with a cemetery, and the overall tone changed real quick, which swiftly led to Rod running for his life. And after getting jumped at by a couple animatronics, he knew he was in trouble during this final strobe tunnel.
This is too ominous. Oh my God! Jesus.
Heart rate check?
I mean, there is one.
Now that was the reaction that I was hoping to see from someone that I brought to one of these things.
The hayride was that was a trick.
Yeah, I also love just that effect where it's so foggy that you're just kind of like feeling your way through and you can't really see what's about to happen to you.
Yeah, at one point I got in front of you somehow, and so I was just following the group in front of us, and then they got lost. And so we were literally just all lost in the fog together. I'm just following you guys. You're like, where are we going?
So much smoke.
Yeah.
I thought you were a scare actor because of your light. I love that stuff. Like that's how you can tell that it was well rehearsed. When you're in the fog and you can see a few feet in front of you, you are just kind of feeling your way through. But they've been in this without the fog, and they know the layout, and they know like exactly how far they can run before hitting the wall, and they can just have fun and toy with you.
Yeah, a good balance of like putting you at ease and then just like ripping your soul out of your heart.
We didn't have to go far to make it to our next attraction, Trick or Treat. I've definitely done this one before, but it's a simple yet effective concept. It's Halloween night, and we're basically kids going out for trick-or-treating in a town full of actual monsters. I like how the premise is consistent with everything we've done up to that point. We've seen the downtown area and the manor, so now we're hitting the residential sector and some storefronts. In this one, you actually go from door to door and ring the doorbells, which triggers some kind of sequence.
Oh man.
The whole town is painted in some pretty obscene stuff. At one point, we cut through the schoolhouse where there's a monster carrying off a child and something trying to get out of all the lockers. Again, nothing super story heavy, but Midnight Fall seems to be more about building the atmosphere of the world rather than telling a structured story.
Oh, all right. Did you get any candy?
You got candy?
No.
Oh, I was like,
they should give out candy.
I was like, wait.
There's something fun about being able to interact with everything, and you don't even have to pay an upcharge to interact with stuff like you do at Knott's.
All right, I'll stop throwing shade at the lanterns now. Maybe.
Sorry to interrupt this, folks. Real quick question. Why does he still not have
We went to the gift shop.
We didn't have socks, but
That is incorrect! I can show you where the socks are.
But you
They're
were-
all the way. They're $10. Get them.
But you were right. I got ants on me.
Yes.
We have footage of it.
You think I'm lying? What does that say? I know what I'm talking about. Folks, if you've noticed, they weren't really understanding what I was saying. That's a clear indication that there was some sort of infestation in their minds already. So I'm gonna go ahead and give them a level 5 fumigation one more time.
Don't worry though, we were assured that his spray was only 95% lethal in mammals. The final house of the evening would be Hellbilly Halloween.
Oh man. More chainsaws.
Here we go.
If Monet Manor represented the recluse rich house that every town has and kids dare each other to go up to, then Hellbilly Halloween represents the other end of the spectrum. The redneck residents rumored to ravage any trespassers.
Oh my god! Jesus.
And I think the loose story here is that we're the trespassers trying to make it in and out of this cannibal habitation in one piece. We go through a filthy house full of body parts and heads. Like, come on, at least organize your victims. Some of the actors here had these tasers that try to startle you with a loud buzzing sound and light.
Jack.
And while Hayride would never actually tase their guests, there would be a haunt later on that did, so stay tuned for that. Heading into the backyard, we're shown exactly what happens when one of these backwoods characters gets a hold of you.
You gotta help, please.
But things would get serious in the barn, which is more of a slaughterhouse, and it's not just the pigs being slaughtered. The music builds to a crescendo, but then, with the exit in sight, things go quiet.
Oh my god! Alright. They got me at the end.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple that got me in that one. Hold on.
There he is.
That's one of them.
This feels like the kind of haunt I grew up with, because Central Indiana, like, even if they didn't try to do this like hillbilly theme, it just kind of ended up being like this, you know?
After completing Hayride's lineup of haunts, we finished up the evening by heading over to the stage and catching the end of Monty Revolta's set. The zombified rock band frontman performs throughout each evening, playing covers and accompanying them with theatrics and visuals based around various horror IP, like when he brings out Georgie Denbrough from It for 99 Red Balloons. It's more than just a gimmick though, there's some serious shredding going on here.
Thank you very much. What a great crowd. Do us a favor, give yourselves a big round of applause.
Before hitting the road for the evening, I wanted to see if any of the food trucks on site had any horror-themed offerings, and there was one, an ice cream with several chilling varieties of sundae. I ended up trying the Gravedigger sundae with mango sorbet, and I love how they created the tombstone using a Milano cookie. Rod got corn, like a typical Midwesterner, but the top came off of the paprika shaker.
Oh my god, that's way too much.
Rod, you want some corn with your paprika?
Right.
And so I sent Rod home, if not permanently scarred by the chainsaw guy, with at least some form of paprika-induced PTSD. It's likely that if you live in the United States, the Halloween events at Knott's and Universal reminded you of an event at your own regional amusement park. And for those in big and medium-sized markets, perhaps the name Six Flags Fright Fest comes to mind. Before the merger with Cedar Fair, Six Flags' flagship park was Six Flags Magic Mountain just north of LA in Valencia, California. Their Fright Fest began in 1993 and gradually ramped up their lineup of original mazes throughout the 2000s. But last year, in 2023, they decided to go head-to-head with Universal by licensing horror IP for a couple of new mazes. And this year, they came back with twice as many, alongside a rebrand to Fright Fest Extreme. With one of those being the new Saw Legacy of Terror, I knew there was only one person I could count on to test this new iteration.
Bailey.
Hey!
Great to see you.
Good seeing you.
This is Jiggy Saw Girl. She does a TikTok where she primarily talks about Saw and also covers a lot of other horror stuff. The meaning of that name, is it Jiggy Saw Girl, like you're Jigsaw's girl, like Jigsaw's girlfriend, or you're just a Saw girl getting jiggy with it?
I guess just a Saw girl that's getting jiggy with it.
Okay.
The honest story is when I was like 12, I made like a secret Instagram account that was a Saw account and it was named Jiggy Saw Girl. So when I made the TikTok account, it was like an inside joke with myself.
Jigsaw may not be your boyfriend, but your son is going to be here.
Yes, Billy, it's his 20th birthday this year.
Oh, that's not what I was referring to.
Oh, my son?
But they also sent my son, Sam, to war from Trick or Treat. Like, that's my kid. That's my son.
I love Sam. He is like, that's like my go-to Halloween night horror movie. I'm gonna be so honest with you.
This year it's Fright Fest Extreme as opposed to Fright Fest in previous years. As we were walking in here, they were already blasting metal music, which was a surprise to me. I think for the last 10 years or so, metal music has been banned from Six Flags. There was this festival that they had called Festival, and our boy Ronnie Radke decided to throw a mic stand into the crowd. Anyway, it's like 90 degrees out. It's another scorcher, just like Halloween Horror Nights. We've got a lot of mazes to cover. Let's go check it out.
Good stuff.
You already know where we headed first, but since Saw Legacy of Terror is way in the back of the park, I got to hear about Bailey's other job.
Bailey actually works at a haunt in New Orleans.
Yes, I do. I am a scare actor. This is my 3rd year scare acting at this point.
I was thinking about bringing a scare actor for one of the segments, but now I don't have, or now I already have.
Yeah, you're double
Killed two
dipping.
birds, yeah. Bailey, look where we are.
We are at the Gideon Meatpacking Facility.
I didn't even think about this until now, but what if there's like a version of you in there, in the Saw X section?
You just start walking past all the traps and somebody offers you a blueberry scone just out of nowhere.
Can I get a blueberry scone, please? Oh, they look good. Thank you.
Who do you want to play you in the maze?
That's a good question. I'll have to think about that one.
Most of the Saw sequels are centered around a trial consisting of a character facing a series of traps, and at the beginning of the maze, we find ourselves in a similar situation with the words, "Exiting will be your salvation," written on the wall as the laugh of Billy the Puppet echoes around us.
Happy birthday, Billy!
Moving forward, we are challenged to a game as Jigsaw's pig-masked disciples come at us from all directions. After passing through a room rotting with pigs and human entrails, we find ourselves in a hallway adorned with the blueprints to Jigsaw's most famous traps, much like the hideout seen in Saw 2.
Do you have any of these?
I do, actually.
Which leads us to a workshop containing many of the iconic ones, like Saw 4's knife chair, Saw 3's explosive collar, and one of Bailey's favorites, the water cube trap from Saw 5.
That is so sick.
There's then a long, skinny hallway that I think is supposed to represent the incapacitation and kidnapping of victims in each Saw movie. We're sprayed with fog vapor and charged by a pig mask in tandem with a flashbulb, just like Adam in Saw 1. If that part represents our abduction, the next room is us waking up with Amanda Young, who finds herself in the most iconic Saw contraption, the reverse bear trap. The second half was a sequence of passages that Eleanor Bonneville would have been proud of, with each room showcasing a victim facing their test in an iconic trap, including the eye vacuum from Saw X, the rack from Saw 3, the very faithfully recreated bathroom trap from the original Saw, and the giggly Saw trap from Saw X.
For God's sake, Valentina, save yourself!
And while this one wasn't totally clear, maybe she was a victim of the Venus flytrap from Saw 2. Surviving each of these doesn't save us, however, and the haunt spits us out into the game over room.
All right, Bailey, we came, we saw.
We did.
What did you think?
I loved it. I loved how many of the older traps were featured.
Yeah.
I was hoping for the water cube, and I got my water cubes. Very happy about that.
Every haunted maze has dividers to break up the different areas, but the fact that they actually made it look like the dividers in between the rooms in Gideon Meatpacking Plant was really cool.
No, that was cool. And I really liked Billy. I liked animatronic Billy that actually like rolled out and then retracted, like fully automated. I thought that was a really cool touch.
We're just like going through there like, oh my God, look, it's that. And we're both just like little kids in Disneyland. And meanwhile, the couple behind us, the girl's like scared out of her mind. Just like grabbing onto her boyfriend's arm as tight as possible.
Especially with the eye suction trap. I was like, oh my God, the eye suction trap mentioned you could see the eyes and the thing.
Yeah, that was another cool thing. Did you feel the blast of air that hit us?
Yeah.
I like that kind of stuff.
As much as we loved geeking out over Saw stuff, we acknowledged that it didn't do a whole lot in terms of storytelling.
Yeah, it would have been cool if it was like a story of like you going through the plant. Maybe you're seeing something a little bit more like cohesive or whatever. But no, it was super cool just to see trap, like perfect.
And it would have been nice to see the traps in the first half of the maze in action.
I have to look back at the footage from last year, but I think there was somebody in the water cube trap. Like they had an air pocket in the middle. So I was actually a little bit disappointed when I saw the water cube trap, but just seeing how excited you were about it just made me happy.
It's just infectious.
Bailey and I could have talked about Saw the whole entire night, and we did do that, but while also going around and visiting the other mazes. Next up was Trick or Treat, not to be confused with Trick or Treat from Hayride. This follows the movie pretty much beat for beat. Emma and Henry's Halloween display from the opening scene, Emma's decapitated head,
Gnarly. That lady was annoying anyway.
And Charlie getting sick on Mr. Wilkins' doorstep.
Always check your candy.
The coolest room was the school bus massacre. A lot of haunts use this effect called a laser swamp, which lights the fog in a way that makes it look like we're wading through the water, allowing scare actors to hide beneath the waterline for a scare.
Oh shit. That got me good. I didn't see that.
Other parts were less impressive. These salmon-matronics aren't scaring anyone, and some audio glitches kind of ruined the immersion.
Don't think that was supposed to happen.
And there was only one werewolf, which just made that whole scene seem kind of underwhelming. Like anyone could have put that together. The Trevino and Doherty mailboxes were a nice touch. Doherty is Michael Doherty, the director of Trick or Treats, and Trevino is Amato Trevino, the director of interactive media for the studio Legendary. However, when I tried to take some candy, it was glued down. I'm pretty sure the real Mike Doherty gives away literally fistfuls of candy to his trick-or-treaters. The recreation of the finale in Mr. Krieg's house was kind of cool, and I like how they actually got someone short to play Sam in the end. We definitely weren't blown away by it.
It doesn't feel like it was on the same level as the Saw one to me.
I agree. It felt like there was quite a few spots where there was empty space.
I think that's a Six Flags thing, trying to save money. They don't always have scare actors to fill every nook and cranny. We are here on a weekday. I don't know if that affects things as well. I mean, I would have hoped by now, like 4 years after the pandemic, that they're able to be fully staffed. That's always a challenge. You got scared by the most unlikely thing.
I did, I really
We
did.
finally got her, and it was by the bunny guy.
Yeah, I just did not see him, and all of a sudden he rose from the swamp thing, and
That's why I love those swamp things. You look down and you can barely see below the fog line.
Overall, we agreed this one had heart, but they should have gotten a bigger budget to do Trick or Treat justice. Despite the haunt being pretty empty, there were Sam decorations posted up all over the park, as if this was the marquee attraction, something we took note of as we headed to the newest section of Magic Mountain, the Underground, home to 2 coasters and our next 2 haunts, Aftermath Nocturnal Hunt and Army of the Dead. I'm fairly certain this used to be one big outdoor haunt in previous years, and Six Flags split it into 2 so that they could advertise it as 2 new mazes instead of one old one. Aftermath Nocturnal Hunt is a zombie trail and sequel to last year's Aftermath 2 Chaos Rising. It's not too high tech, so the scare actors really provided the energy here, and they were awesome. There was one scare that we loved where somebody crashed into this fence and it had enough give to make it look like it was going to tip over and crush us. The fog and apocalyptic set design felt a lot more high-end than Trick or Treat and fit right in next to the GCI wooden coaster Apocalypse. Good ambiance, some good jump scares, not really any story outside of just we are walking through a zombie apocalypse, but we didn't exactly come to Fright Fest expecting George A. Romero level plot. It was just kind of generic zombie stuff. It lets us out right next to the entrance to the other one, Army of the Dead. We hear a military radio broadcast about the invasion as we navigate some mostly unnecessary corridors.
I wonder if there's gonna be fire effects.
I wonder.
Before coming up on this massive set piece, the exterior of the Olympus Casino, a scene straight out of a disaster movie with fiery pyrotechnics, smoking vehicles, and undead organ harvesters.
Follow your heart.
Yeah.
Bailey, try not to make everything about Saw Challenge Part
Impossible.
2.
Elvis Presley's Viva Las Vegas gets louder as we sneak into the employee entrance of the casino.
Probably supposed to be someone here, but there's not.
The food in the cafeteria did look appetizing.
Hungry?
Too bad we already ate.
Yeah. They did say no eating in here too. So
Yeah. That must be why.
But we decided to move on to the cocktail lounge, where we were hunted by zombified Vegas showgirls and other undead hotel employees. Usually when you see a room of mannequins like this, one of them ends up being a real person who moves and tries to scare you. And the suspense lies in which one it is, but this room had no such payoff. The next section is the spa, where a Tiger Show guy has been mauled to death by his prize performer, a reference to the real-life tragedy of Las Vegas magicians Siegfried and Roy.
No eating. What part don't you understand?
The chapel and the casino floor did live up to the promise of Vegas being the city that never sleeps, but the ending was pretty anticlimactic, just giving us a sign that says thanks for visiting Las Vegas, which pales in comparison to the towering first impression of this maze. Continuing our counterclockwise sweep of the park, we ended up at the Conjuring Universe maze, and I really hope the quality of this maze is better than this trash bag looking entrance sign. Can we just compare this to the sign for Waxworks for a second? The gap is pretty embarrassing. We start in Ed and Lorraine Warren's Room of Cursed Artifacts, where we see some spooky flashing lights. In the movies, this is a safe house where they lock in all of the evil spirits that they've defeated. They did manage to cram in a good amount of moments from the Conjuring films, like the graveyard from The Nun, which honestly didn't look great, the Crooked Man Zoetrope from The Conjuring 2, Judy Warren's room from Annabelle Comes Home, and the Perron family's basement from The Conjuring. The highlight was probably the Warrens' hallway with Ed's painting of Valak from The Conjuring 2, where this iconic scene played out. Not all of the rooms were very recognizable though. There was this hallway of wood panels that contained this lady. Not sure if that's supposed to be Bathsheba the Witch from the first Conjuring. And the top half of this woman pinned to a wall with crosses is probably supposed to be Esther Mullins, the bedridden wife from Annabelle Creation, but this looks nothing like her and is dressed like she existed 3 decades after the 50s when Annabelle Creation is set. Like the previous Fright Fest mazes, there wasn't much in the way of story. It was just a series of rooms recreating various scenes. I think there was a big missed opportunity to center this one around the artifact room, like in Annabelle Comes Home, which is about a malevolent spirit that sets free all of the evil locked in the various objects who create chaos around the house. It ends with the 2 main demons from the series, Malthus, whose neck is clearly visible, and Valak, who is just a mannequin.
Are you residual praying from The Conjuring?
I'm praying for like whoever had to go through that maze. I mean, what were there, like 4 scare actors the entire time?
Yeah.
And 2 of them were just like a guy in a sweater vest.
I liked that one effect where, it's been a long time since I've seen the movie, but where they had the woman like on the chair and she was like hovering and she was like tied to the chair. That looked really cool. I liked that. And I liked that like the devil demon thing at the end that was on the bungee cord. It was just kind of a lot of empty rooms. Like they were just kind of like, oh, you walk through a bedroom that was like from one of the movies.
Yeah, I mean, we went through so far before we saw the first scare actor. I did appreciate the one thing where the priest threw the holy water on us. Like, we talked about having our obligatory water effects in every single maze. So that was a clever way to do it for this one. But yeah, I'm kind of ranking that one towards the bottom.
I respect it. I'd probably put the nocturnal one below this one for me.
Well, you heard it here first, everyone. Bailey didn't completely hate something from The Conjuring.
Yeah, dare I say, maybe I will rewatch The Conjuring.
Wow, what was it that you told me earlier about the coasters?
Do your worst is what I said.
And we happen to be just a 3-minute walk away from the most fearsome coaster that the state of California has to offer.
I like the tree that just says nightmares.
Yeah, like what is that?
Like nothing else.
I am of course referring to the Aerodynamics 4th Dimension coaster X2. After getting flipped face down to drop 215 feet and spun through speed hills and raven turns.
That was wild. I've never been on a coaster like that.
We braved the fog, finally reaching the front of the park to hit the mazes that we skipped on our way to Saw. But first, it was snack time.
What's up?
What's your favorite maze?
My favorite so far, probably Saw. What's your favorite?
Saw.
Yeah, Saw, 100% Saw.
You?
It's the only right answer.
Saw.
They also challenged us to chug our Jello blood shots.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh my God!
Well done.
Perfect! Now you need another one.
We kept attracting new seafarers as we were sitting there, but as much as we'd have loved to stay and chat, the next haunt, Vault 666 Unlocked, was calling our names. You know that show Storage Wars, where people bid on abandoned storage units in hopes that they'll contain valuable treasure? This haunt is basically the horror version. When the lock was cut, a terrible curse was released, causing bodiless arms to reach through walls, ancient text to apparate onto surfaces, creepy dolls to come to life, evil spirits to run amok through the facility, and in the end, we were somehow transported to the catacombs.
Never return!
We didn't.
I'm in a good mood because we are rocking out to Bullet for My Valentine right now. As far as that maze, what did you think?
I liked that one. I liked how it had a story, and I liked how like they had like narration going on. Like they told you a story when you first walked in. I thought that was a cool touch.
I do appreciate that. It did feel like that was another one where there just should have been more scare actors.
Yeah, I was really expecting the nun room to have a real person instead of a mannequin.
The mannequin thing? That's 3 times we've gone into a room filled with mannequins thinking that there was going to be a real person in there, and there hasn't been.
Maybe we'd have better luck across the way at Condemned Forever Damned. It's kind of a companion piece to Vault 666. This time we are real estate developers touring an abandoned home previously occupied by a hoarder. The ambiance is a 180 from the last maze though, more of an eerie and vile atmosphere.
Ew. Wet. Dinner's ready.
What is it with the women in these haunts trying to feed me?
I think I'll pass.
In the middle of this, there's a cellar where you have to duck down, setting up one of the better scares. And Bailey was particularly inspired by the interior design.
Why is there a pickle? There's a pickle with glasses.
And the setting allowed for some great hiding spots for the scare actors. The arcade machine in the game room did not work. I will be keeping track. And the backyard was not in the best shape.
I feel like I'm in a Halloween movie with all these hanging white curtains.
Yeah.
All right, so we just came out of Condemned.
I like that one. I like the sets. They had a good amount of scare actors. It still felt in some areas they needed a few more, kind of the theme of the night.
With what little scare actors they have, I feel like they set them up pretty well. Like you were saying about the part where we crawl under, like as soon as you get out from that part, there's a scare actor right next to your face. Probably one of the more unique ones that I've done like on this whole trip. It really does kind of have like a quiet feeling.
There was one more near the front of the park here, and for the first time since Late Night with Chucky, I found myself back on primetime television.
Do you think you have what it takes to be a part of the biggest televised event in history? Just head on over to the wardrobe to get dressed, and I'll see you all in a bit.
This was supposed to be a competition-style game show where the challenges that we go through become increasingly more dangerous. We have to travel through a set hanging with live electrical wires to get to wardrobe. Then, the first challenge, Cutout, looks to have been a challenge where you take on different poses or risk getting your flesh unwrapped with razor wire. Hold Your Breath was the next challenge, but we never figured out what it was supposed to be because the screen that explains it was not working. But it's probably related to the smell of the bodies hanging everywhere. Splash Zone was a laser swamp full of bones and toxic waste barrels. The next part was Bug Out, but there were no actors in this room, so it was ultimately just a bunch of spider webs.
Something's supposed to happen here.
Yeah, I feel like there should be something going on.
Be Calm was a claustrophobia tunnel, but with yellow jackets projected on the sides. Gridlocked was a laser cat burglar type challenge, but the lasers weren't working. And Freefall was missing whatever scare actors are supposed to sell the effect.
Something's supposed to happen here.
In the final sequence, the walls are lined with newspapers about the cancellation of the show, and the game show hostess is surprised that we survived everything. Judging from videos online, she's supposed to come after us with a chainsaw at the end, but for us, it was just an empty office.
I will say, even though it was pretty empty for some parts, I am a really big fan of like horror game show, like campy kind of vibe. So the vibes were immaculate, even though a lot of it was empty, in my opinion.
I think this one might have like the coolest theme.
Yeah.
Like the idea that you are the contestants in the game show, and there's so much they could do with that, and just room after room of empty rooms, and even like you get to this square, and there's definitely supposed to be a scare actor here, and there's no one. You get to this bungee area, there's definitely supposed to be someone on a bungee cord, there's no one. So disappointing.
The lack of actors in mazes was a little strange, considering there were a decent amount of scare actors occupying the thoroughfares throughout the overworld of the park. Like these guys terrorizing the pathways of the Carnival section, or the skeletal cowboys in Plaza de la Muerte. We passed by the clown DJ, which I appreciated, but he was certainly no Monty Revolta. At long last, we found our last new for 2024 maze, Stranger Things. We're transported to the Hawkins High School Gymnasium, which is putting on its own Halloween haunt. I will go to an actual high school haunt later in this video, and maybe they'll be better staffed than Six Flags. Our pathway is impeded by a portal to the Upside Down, where we're jumped by a demidog in the hallway, a full-on demogorgon in the forest near Castle Byers, some kind of leaf monster that I don't remember being in Stranger Things, and a scientist from Hawkins' lab. Basically generic things that were threats at one time or another in the first 2 seasons. Then there's some season 4 stuff, which is a little more connected story-wise. We found Eddie Munson hiding in a shack, and he shredded some electric guitar to distract the creatures of the Upside Down, leaving us caught in a swarm of demobats. I didn't find it all that scary, but it looks like someone was scared.
I don't think that puddle is part of the haunt.
Yeah, that's just a real thing. Damn.
This was the coolest part. We ended up in Vecna's childhood home and see the psychokinetic kid torturing his family. Then he notices us, and we're sucked into his hellish mindscape as he torments a helpless Hawkins High student with his agonizing ritual. Unfortunately, that's where this one ends. We're hypnotized to the sound of the grandfather clock as we exit the attraction.
Stranger Boys. Stranger Boys.
How'd you feel about that one?
Kind of like I did about the Trick or Treat one. It was very short. It felt like there was some care put into it, but there wasn't a lot of immersion, and it did feel kind of just like a low budget thing. How you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Have you been in the Stranger Things maze?
No.
How's your night going?
Oh, you know, it's historical for sure.
Historical?
Night, yeah, because it's Thursday, Clown Town, looking pretty good.
Yeah, as always?
As always.
What's your favorite maze?
Oh, Conjuring for sure.
Yeah.
That clown has been making eye contact with me the entire time y'all
This one?
talking. Yes. Oh my goodness, you have so many bracelets.
Does that say HHN? We caught it. I don't think you're supposed to have that. Halloween Horror Nights.
While we were in line for the RMC single rail coaster Wonder Woman, Bailey had a realization.
So I'm like 90% sure we just ran into Jinx the Fool from TikTok, who I've been following for so long. I'm pretty sure that's the clown that was just staring at us for like 5 minutes straight.
So after our airtime-filled flight of courage, we tried to find him again so she could grab a selfie.
I have a question for you. Are you Jinx the clown? We We can take a quick little picture or video together. Is that okay? Awesome.
Our final challenge of the evening, outside of getting Bailey's phone back, required us to climb to Samurai Summit, to the top of the very mountain after which the park is named. At the peak, there were 2 more haunts awaiting us, Sewer of Souls and the park's oldest house, Willoughby's Resurrected. First, we decided to take a splash through the sewer.
Number 3 for discussing bathrooms on the day.
Really should have checked in there first.
It's a pretty simple concept, but it's a creepy one. Guests take a trip down into the sewers, and there are people living in there. The set dressing is pretty good. While some parts feel appropriately dank and dingy, others have a fair bit of color in the form of vibrant graffiti and lurid radioactive waste. There's a really cool effect, similar to the rope walk at Mesmer, where you walk over this tiny bridge, and it looks like one misstep could send you into the polluted waters.
They have like that kind of reflective floor to make it look like you're walking on this little path through the sewers, a really cool effect. I don't know if it came up on camera, but...
Yeah, I think that was honestly my favorite effect that I've seen in any of the houses so far. I thought that looked really, really cool.
Sewer of the Souls.
To be honest, not my favorite.
Yeah, this one was so fun last year. Like, I remember doing it a bunch of times at the end of the night, and again, they just didn't have a lot of actors in it. Except for that one. That one benefited so much from having more people last year. I wish you could have seen it in its full glory.
Okay, people, last one of the night. Willoughby's goes all the way back to 1993. This thing is in its 30s, but it got a major update in 2012, which is probably when the screens went in.
Look, Bailey, TikToks.
Oh my God.
That's your thing.
This is like a classic haunted manor. We traverse the storied halls of the once affluent Willoughby family's estate, but find it bewitched with the many spirits of their past. Or in our case, like 1 or 2 spirits and a lot of empty rooms. I did appreciate finally seeing some classic haunted house decor that didn't exist to promote Janelle Monáe, like the changing picture frames, some thunderstorm effects, and the final act in a huge cellar whose walls were glowing with occult and Illuminati symbols. And the basement setting set Bailey up for one more Saw reference.
Another furnace.
Willoughby's Resurrected. I wonder if it's a problem as we're getting later in the night they have less people available.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility.
I feel bad for the people that were in there because I feel like they were trying their best, trying to carry the entire thing. This one has a very generic haunted house theme, so not having the scare actors probably hurts this more than it hurts the sewer one, which is at least like a cool theme to look at, all the scenery.
I liked some of the props throughout because they looked cool, but it kind of just felt like walking through an antique shop.
Yeah.
A few people jumping out at you.
All right, so we've done all of the mazes. What do you want to do now? I think I know.
So we did Saw one more time, and again, it was really fun, and did not feel understaffed like many of the others. At least they have their priorities straight.
The weird thing about all of this is that it seems like they have plenty of people around the park. They have all of those guys outside the haunt. Would you trade that for having more people inside the mazes?
I would say yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. I would rather than have more people inside, but I will say the scare zones that we have been through have been really, really awesome.
We had a little bit of time before close, so we did a couple more coasters, which were kind of a microcosm of our entire Six Flags day. I wanted to show Bailey the RMC hybrid coaster Twisted Colossus because it's another favorite of mine. It's a great ride no matter what, but it is more fun when it's dueling, but it only duels when it's running 3 trains. Lately, they've only been running 2 trains. It requires less staff and they save money. The common theme here is that they have all of these great things, but they don't always live up to their full potential due to cheapness.
Spiral, symbol of change.
The upside to that is that it's such a good park, there's really only so far it can drop due to operational issues. We still had a super fun night and got to do a ton.
Doing all the coasters was really fun. That was a very unexpected part of the night because I thought we were gonna be like really time crunch, but we got a lot done. We really did.
The actors they did have were so much fun, and there were some creative maze concepts. It feels like everyone was spread thin so that Six Flags could advertise having the most mazes.
Well, I can tell you my voice is starting to go, not just because of screaming on the coasters, I think primarily because we were talking about Saw so much.
We really were.
So we called it a night so I could rest my voice before the next section of the video, my big weekend in San Diego. The San Diego weekend was an ambitious one. There were 3 haunts to hit and I had 2 days to do it. On top of that, I still had videos to make and my hotel didn't have a desk, so I used the bathroom counter.
Welcome to my office.
The biggest name in the horror game of California's southernmost city is Howl-O-Scream, located at SeaWorld San Diego. Howl-O-Scream actually started at Busch Gardens Williamsburg in 1999, but when SeaWorld bought the Busch Parks in 2009, it opened the opportunity for the event to spread from garden to sea. For some reason, it didn't come to San Diego until 2021, and I hadn't managed to get down there in the first 3 years, so this would be my first time. And given that I was staying nearby, I managed to get there early enough for something that I had missed out on at every other haunt event that I'd been to. I got to see the opening ceremony.
Your Howl-O-Scream has officially begun.
Wild!
I don't know about everyone else, but I was going to meet my creator guest for this evening's festivities.
Yo, Oscar.
Hey you.
Good to see you, man.
Appreciate you, man.
How you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad.
Doing a little pre-gaming in the car?
You know it.
This is Sensitive Society, a YouTube drama commentary channel who usually talks about creators and internet culture.
Sensitive Society. You're obviously using this for views, money, and clout. You disgusting little clout chaser. And to that I say, yeah, for sure.
There's kind of this phenomenon of horror channels hanging out with commentary people. And I think I just figured it out. We both cover shit that other people would be offended by.
But I'm ready.
Do you have any fears?
Spiders.
Spiders. Oh man, you should have been at Knott's with us.
Probably for the best that I did it. I would have caused a disaster.
Yeah.
For all of you. It would have been too embarrassing.
Me and Oscar went over one of the objectives for the night. Some of the haunts at Howl-O-Scream contain a speakeasy hidden somewhere within. So I thought it would be fun to try to find them.
I'm the man for this.
Okay.
For this job.
Okay, cool.
Absolutely.
So we set off to find a maze, neither of us knowing our way around the park.
You're so slow. You're taking forever. What are you laughing at?
I'm sorry.
Move it or lose it. I'll take a limb.
I'll take a limb.
The first thing we came across was called Simon's Slaughterhouse.
Oh my god, yeah.
I feel like I'm in the Saw maze all over again.
I want to go home. Is it too late for me to go home?
Yes.
I know I said I would never tire of a good redneck haunt, but after Texas Chainsaw, Hellbilly Halloween, Saw, and now this, I was kind of ready to move on from the whole Slaughterhouse theme. But at least Oscar was fresh meat.
Okay.
All right. We got him.
I didn't really get a story from this one, but there was a loose concept of the whole thing being a game of Simon Says, except Simon would tell us to do things like rip out our eyeballs.
All right, I'm not sure what to really expect here.
Come here, little piggy!
Okay, what the fuck?
What's up? Let's do it. I love fun. Okay.
Yeah, some of these guys were kind of weird in a probably not allowed near schools kind of way.
Thank you very much, very kind. So that's low-key my biggest fear, the chainsaw.
There you go.
Yep. Yeah, I shouldn't have said that. You know, I don't know if I should admit this to hundreds of thousands of people, but I might have to go change right now.
So there's 5 houses. So did you bring 5 pairs of underwear?
You know what, I'll do you one double. I brought 10.
And I took that as the perfect opportunity to add some coaster credits as well, such as Electric Eel. Maybe the one thing at this park that I have prior experience with because it has the same layout as other premier Skyrocket 2s like Tigress.
Speechless.
Yeah.
I feared for my f***ing life, dude.
The flashing lights of this ambulance caught our eye and directed us towards the next haunt, Nightmare Experiment. Sunny Meadows seems like a retirement home or memory care facility. You can tell something's up as soon as you reach the lobby, but turning the corner into the patient wing shows some truly depraved conditions. Lounge rooms decorated to past decades for reminiscence therapy provided an uncanny atmosphere, and the hallway of patients' rooms brought some suspense, as guests couldn't be sure which rooms would contain scares.
Aren't you lucky to stay forever?
Yes. Can we?
Your bed's over there.
Awesome.
It becomes increasingly clear that the patients are not the villains, however, but rather the victims of a medical experiment with messages like "help me" painted onto doors and demented subjects run amok in the cafeteria. Eventually we find ourselves in an operating room, which is hanging with live wires as bound patients are tortured with electricity. The experiments get sicker the further that we go. We see doctors removing vital organs and a jaw-dropping dental procedure. Before a final march through a utility corridor that we use to escape the deranged world of Sunny Meadows.
The Nightmare Experiment. Now we know why there was an ambulance out here.
Yeah, no, like, That was fun.
Yeah.
That was fun. It, like towards the end, it kind of felt like I was escaping Diddy's house. But like
when we were at Halloween Horror Nights, and I think we had this quip about what if there was a horror maze themed around YouTube drama? So you would be the perfect person to ask about that.
All right, EDP's cupcakes.
Like there's just a trail of cupcakes going into EDP's house.
Yeah, you have just to follow it. Yeah. We got the Dr. Disrespect.
They make the sets bigger, they make the tables and chairs bigger, so it feels like you are a kid again. And then they just have a giant, like, someone who's like 7 feet tall play Dr. Disrespect.
Yeah.
I like the story of this one a lot more than the previous one that we did.
Dude, like, the end was kind of crazy. Like, I wasn't expecting that many people to jump, and then especially when people were starting, like, there were holes people were putting their hands in. It's like, we're nearly dead, okay.
I thought that was cool, because we've gone through ones where there's just like a bunch of hands coming out of holes, but they're all mechanical. And like having the human element there was cool.
Since we hadn't found a speakeasy in either of the mazes we'd done so far, we decided to hydrate before the next maze. I got the zombie juice because it came in a blood bag and didn't have alcohol. And Oscar got the Electric Circus lemonade.
11 out of 10. This is so good.
And yeah, by some weird chance, the Weeknd was playing as we got our drinks. Can I just go to a Halloween themed bar without being followed by this guy just once, please?
It's pretty good.
Yeah?
You can barely tell it's a virgin cocktail.
I guess the Electric Circus lemonade was the perfect mood setter because the next maze in our path was Circus of the Damned. Much like the Slaughterhouse, the circus theme is pretty much a staple of all of these events, but this one attempts to set itself apart by handing us 3D glasses, which makes the paint plastered all over the walls and floor pop out.
So everything looks so trippy.
Yeah.
Feels like I just did something so illegal.
Also in our phones, it's 3D.
Oh, okay. Yeah, everything looks
such
so
a weird effect.
So if anyone happens to have a pair of Chroma Split 3D glasses, try watching this section with them. Because without the 3D, it's really just a bunch of neon paint in an empty room. The vibe is decidedly more party than Haunted House, underscored with a high energy big beat soundtrack and a cast of clowns who are more cute than scary.
It's a video.
It's a what?
A video.
For what?
For YouTube.
For YouTube?
We're going to every haunt in Southern California.
So which one's the best? What's up, right?
What?
We're the best!
Yes.
I lied to her and she put me in jail.
I've never been on a drug trip, but I imagine that's basically what it feels like.
The last two mazes were kind of hidden in a back area in the corner of the park, so we ended up coming across a lot of these mini stages along the way, which I thought were an interesting approach rather than just having scare zones, but sometimes they forgot to be scary.
Uh-oh. We got some new dancers out there, folks. Let's see it.
And I don't know how they got Brendan Urie to agree to this. We continued to follow the signs to find our remaining mazes, but we ended up discovering the B&M Dive Coaster Emperor, so we did that instead. And we were talking about YouTube as we walked through the queue, so the holding break at the top of the first drop was a complete surprise for Oscar.
I was fearing for my life.
You had no idea?
No, dude.
We also did this one show called Monster Stomp, which was a rock musical about Jack the Ripper, but he falls in love with this female killer, and they have to grapple with whether or not they want to kill each other. And in the end, in a ballroom blitz coda, they're both killed simultaneously. Neither of us are big musical theater people, but we agreed it was well put together. The lights, the fog, the choreography, and the music were all crisp.
Did the main guy remind you of anyone?
No, why?
What's the name of Austin from the Ace Family?
McBroom or something like that.
Austin McBroom, yeah.
Oh my God, yeah, I know.
And then that lady that wouldn't stop laughing at her own jokes.
That's
oh my
literally
God.
me. That's me when I record.
I'm ashamed to admit we did have to refer to the map in order to locate the area with the last two mazes, the first of which was Deathwater Bayou, a New Orleans voodoo-themed maze which challenges guests to get out before falling victim to the horrors of the Swamp Witch. At the beginning, we see what appears to be someone or something trying to get out of the well, before jazz music welcomes us to what I imagine is a scene of Bourbon Street's past, where one woman seems to be keeping the party going late into the night.
It's a big grand old party, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, don't linger. Right along. Actually, I need you to find my friend in the cemetery, okay? His name's Frankie. He disappeared in there a little while ago.
Okay.
He's short, long, black, curly hair. You'll find him. Let me know.
So we went around asking everyone if they had seen Frankie, which in hindsight was probably not really the point. I think this line is just meant to tell us that people are disappearing, but I got too excited about the possibility of there being interactive gameplay and took it literally. This was probably Howl-O-Scream's best offering in terms of set design, highlighted by the biggest laser swamp I've ever seen. Unlike most others, the water line was set very low, below the docks that we were standing on, allowing them to combine it with another cool effect, the squishy bridge, which compresses when you stand on it, making it feel like you're going to fall through.
I don't know why, but it's just, whoa. Whoa, I thought I was gonna fall through.
Overall, I don't think we necessarily got the best performances during this one. It feels like sometimes the actors will try to be more humorous than scary.
Welcome in, my friend. Do you like my room?
It's very nice.
I decorated it myself.
Lovely.
I know it is. You don't have to tell me. Now get out.
Now compare that to the fortune teller scene in this video I found online.
Do you see the swamp witch? No? Okay. No! You shouldn't be here!
I can understand the vocal fatigue that probably causes that. Apparently that wasn't a problem for this chick in this hall of whispered incantations though.
I don't know how she screams that loud. Like she's got to do that every time.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but did I grab you?
I don't think so. You must have grabbed our cam up.
I grabbed someone.
The last part of the maze takes us through a corridor of shrunken heads to the lair of the Swamp Witch, where we decided to offer a prayer to a voodoo priest, asking that our next videos would get 1 million views. Though we didn't find Frankie, we would find him later in the night. Area 64 Alien Outbreak would surprisingly be my first alien-themed maze since A Quiet Place. But this time, we find ourselves in a military base, where an emo soldier who looks like he's pulled straight out of the Ghost of You video warns us about the invasion.
They're everywhere. You'll see them. They'll see you.
We hear helicopters overhead and see an abandoned school bus.
That would be cool if you could go through the bus.
Yeah, that'd be pretty sick.
Potential foreshadowing. But then we entered the facility where the alien specimens are being kept.
We have passes.
How did you get past?
We have credentials.
That doesn't work.
You can scan it.
Leave, I have work to do.
Inside, we see people decimated with a lurid neon substance, a supply room infested with pendulous glowing eggs, and a lab thrown into chaos with broken containment units and an arthropodic one-eyed brain creature, most likely the youngest form of the alien species. Sirens blare as an emergency announcement initiates lockdown protocols, and we learn the source of the neon substance, these barrels of toxic fuel. Though it's not really clear how this ties into the story. Did the aliens come here to extract this fuel? Did we steal it from their ships and now they're out for revenge? All we do know is that it's causing military scientists to act kind of crazy, and tall, bipedal extraterrestrials dominate the last room. Unfortunately, they're all just statues, and the only scare comes from our own military shooting down into the barrack from overhead. So at this point, we had done everything but found none of the secret speakeasies. So we started redoing mazes, this time with a focus on finding them.
Okay.
Second time and it still got you.
I forgot about it.
We started with Deathwater Bayou, hoping to report back to that girl and tell her that we couldn't find Frankie, but found that she had been replaced.
What happened to our friend who was here? She told us to look for Frankie, but we couldn't find him.
Frankie!
You're Frankie?
I'm Frankie.
Who was that?
Oh, that's Jessica.
So we chatted with Frankie for a bit, and once I was confident that he wasn't a narc, I slipped this into the conversation.
We heard that there were speakeasies in the mazes. Is that true?
Yeah, there is.
How do we find them?
You gotta have like a code word, you know? It's like a password.
Like Nightmare?
Nightmare! Yeah, but it's not here. It's in 3 of them, all right?
Okay.
Uno, dos, tres, it's not in this one, though.
Any clues?
Little green men, hillbillies, and...
Clowns?
Yes!
With a better idea of what to look for, we headed back to Area 64 and basically just spammed the passcode on everyone until this one soldier stepped aside and let us through into this little beach club themed bar.
Cool. We made it.
We finally found one.
Finally, you guys got in. It took us 3 times to get in.
Really?
3 times, really. And the password was speakeasy.
I thought it was Nightmare.
Yeah, this is our last speakeasy we hit.
Oh, don't worry, man. We can tell. They told us that the Slaughterhouse Speakeasy actually served pork belly with their drinks, so we decided to hold off getting anything until then. For the Slaughterhouse, we had a clue to look for someone in a red cape, which made this one a lot easier.
Nightmare.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
This is the one.
And once again, we were immediately approached by drunk people.
Are we ruining your video?
No, your attitude. We're part of the video.
They did have some cool looking drinks on display, but unfortunately they were out of pork belly, so we did Jello syringes instead.
I kind of want to keep going, but I don't want to look too sus.
Right.
So, can't really cut it.
And as the coastal fog set in at the end of the night, we swung back to Clown Town, but we were told that the speakeasy was closed. The employee was nice enough to just take us there anyway so we could check it out, and it was behind this door hidden in the wall. It was mostly just some circus posters. Doesn't seem like we missed out on a whole lot. And with that, Howl-O-Scream was complete.
I loved it, actually. It's one of the funnest ones I've been to.
For me, having just done all the heavy hitters, it wasn't quite on the level of the big companies trying to outdo each other in LA.
But it's the best one I've done in San Diego.
Hey, I'll take it.
But with 2 more San Diego haunts the next night, Oscar went on his way so I could prepare for my next pair of haunts along the border.
All right, I've made it back to the hotel. Howl-O-Scream is complete. I feel like I am maybe even starting to get more desensitized than I was going into it. Something about going through it with Oscar, who hasn't done it in a couple years. I guess we're just starting to see a lot of the same effects over and over.
After a day of video editing at my hotel, the sun began to set and it was time for my next foray.
I'm here at the Haunted Amusement Park in San Diego, California.
That's actually not true. Idiot! It's in the neighboring El Cajon, California. What I originally assumed was a haunt themed to an abandoned amusement park actually turned out to be a haunt staged in an abandoned amusement park. Marshall Scotty's Playland Park was a small children's park opened in 1967, which was forced to close down in the late 90s due to flooding.
Take a train trip back in time to the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Marshall Scotty's Playland Park was the center of East County family fun, but now...
This place is a wreck. It's a constant battle against Mother Nature.
Starting in 2015, a man named Ryan Powers, who grew up going to the park, rented it out to turn it into Scotty's Scare Trail, which was eventually rebranded to the Haunted Amusement Park.
Thrill seekers have screamed their way through the Haunted Amusement Park.
You walk in right past the ruins of the old Ferris wheel and get physical tickets from a retro ticket booth. Before open, everyone lines up in front of these circus tents and a siren sounds to signal the opening. You cross through Marshall Scotty's camp into the station of the defunct bumper cars. You're given 3D glasses and it contains all your standard haunt effects. Laser swamp, claustrophobia tunnel, mannequin room, dot room, which is where a scare actor blends into the wall, and some more neon clowns in case we didn't get enough of that last night. You give back the glasses before another haunt staple, the vortex tunnel, which is a lot more disorienting in person than it is on video. And once you're good and dizzy, you go through the very dark twisting path through the amusement park, as scare actors will try to sneak up on you with starlight as your only illumination.
It's so dark.
Eventually, you'll enter the fence labyrinth, which the actors could not only peer through to see just when you're coming, but also bang on.
Hi there!
Hi.
This leads to the haunted house, which eerily seems to block out all the noise from the carnival barker outside, replacing it with the faint notes of a music box and the whispers of children. It contains dolls, fortune tellers, and a ghostly bride. And there are basically 20 seconds of silence before this insane demonic woman animatronic.
That was one of the better animatronics I've seen.
The stuff in here was kind of random, but if you think about it, this is a haunt within a haunt. It would be kind of like when the characters in a TV show watch TV, but the program that they're watching doesn't really make sense. After that, you've got some standard Halloween characters, your zombie stuff, your witch stuff, your giant spider area. In terms of setting, the coolest part is when you get to the remains of the Little Dipper roller coaster. Sadly, you can't actually ride it and get the credit, but what a cool set piece for a haunt. You walk right under the supports and right up to the station, and the whole thing is crawling with scare performers.
Oh, I love this.
After this, there are a series of small rooms you go through along the trail. A jack-o'-lantern room with a contorting clown girl, some sliders, and a nice view of people getting scared in the open area of the haunted house, and of course, yet another woman telling me that it's time for dinner. That's 3 now on the trip. And another disgusting bathroom set.
Another bathroom.
I think that's number 10 on the trip. One of the final buildings was this graffitied area that makes it feel like you're on an actual urban exploration. And I thought this light up chainsaw guy at the end looked really cool. The whole thing is about a 1-mile loop, which was perfect for me because I had to get all the way back to the other side of the city for one more haunt.
So I just got out of the Haunted Amusement Park. I jumped on the highway and I am now headed to the Haunted Trail of Balboa, which is the next haunt. The Haunted Amusement Park was pretty interesting. This is definitely the first one that I've done on this trip where they just don't give a fuck. They had every horror IP you could think of. They even had Megan, which I asked her to do a dance, but she just turned her head at me. Getting more IPs than Horror Nights. I know. A lot of the actors were like pretty aggressive. They'll get up right next to your ear. I love the sounds of slobbering in my ear. You know, you're not gonna get that with one of the haunts that are backed by Universal or Six Flags or something like that. So it was a fun time.
Opened in 2000, the Haunted Trail of Balboa Park offers a different kind of haunt experience. In a region more known for palm trees than anything typically associated with the foreboding forest setting, Balboa Park stands in contrast. Think of it like San Diego Central Park, a giant green square offering a retreat from the urban blocks on every side. You could already feel the hype in the ticketing area, themed like the exterior of a gothic castle as a stilted scarecrow stomps around the entrance grounds, and others target guests who let their guard down in the queue.
Grab the picture! Hashtag Cornelius!
The huge animatronics at the end of the line set high expectations, but would the experience match the hype? A ticket includes 2 mazes, the Haunted Trail and something they call the Experiment Maze. So after a short introductory scene,
you will be scared shitless and try to run away, but in the end, our creatures will chase you down like the chickens that you are.
Our group was set free into the maze. The first trial we faced was a short dot room, which ended up being just a warm-up for the chaos that was the strobe maze. Remember at the beginning of this video when I said they would never do an actual maze that you can get lost in due to guest capacity? Turns out I was wrong.
Oh, wrong way?
I don't know, one of us is going the wrong way.
Hold on.
And just as people started looping around this Windows 95 screensaver of horror, our senses were blasted with loud music and monsters flooded the area.
Is this the wrong way again?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
There's no way out. I think they're messing with us. You guys again.
At some point, I got separated from my cam op Evan and started to feel like the strobing was slowing down, making it even harder to navigate.
Jack! Yeah, this way. This is where we came from.
It was not. Evan had found the exit, but that wasn't the end of the experiment. The Witch's Den was a welcome sight after all that chaos, and a woman once again told me that I was just in time for dinner.
Is this for us?
Yes, dearies, you're just in time!
I was starting to see why this was called the Experiment Maze. It had a knack for putting a new twist on classic effects. A vortex tunnel with the balls to have scare actors skulking through it, a clown room with a torture scene, and a room of laser swamp effects that created a vertical barrier instead of a horizontal one, allowing them to surprise guests by stepping through what appears to be a partition.
Just one bite!
A bed that was not a bed, and a claustrophobia tunnel exit that you have to find in a fog room to get out, which also had a scare actor in it.
That was the most chaos that I've experienced in any haunt that I've done to this point. You're running into people, people are getting scared, people are falling on the ground. Absolute chaos. People are still losing their minds, as you can see.
After this, there's a short line where you can regain your bearings and try to find the rest of your party before the second part, which is the 1-mile trail through Balboa Park. I was under the impression that the trail was going to come first, which made the experiment even more surprising. The trail is basically a series of mini haunts with different themes. A portal took me to a fog room that alternates between light and dark in the first building. Next, we came up on Elm Street Asylum. Interesting name considering the Elm Street movies already have a psychiatric hospital called Weston Hills, but unlike Howl-O-Scream,
oh, we got to board the bus. Come on, Thurman, it's your first day of school.
Every seat of the bus is filled with Freddy Kruegers. Only question is, which one's going to move? The asylum itself has been cleaned out by Freddy, as his nursery rhyme echoes through its empty halls. Next was a graveyard and mausoleum with amazing thunderstorm effects, a truly statuesque scare actor.
That was good.
A beautiful, spacious graveyard set, and a chick who nearly threw herself out the window trying to scare me.
That was amazing.
Further down the trail was Beetlejuice's domain, a trip into the afterlife where Lydia Dietz begged us not to go on, and the Juice Man himself acknowledged the fact that I was filming.
Hey, Tim Burton did that same thing to me, he still owes me money.
Getting pretty deep into the park now, I came across the fish market, a dockside bazaar crawling with the undead. Only the zombies weren't the only ones afraid of the water.
Oh, just got wet. What the hell's in there?
Past that, we find a cabin, where it's not the fish being eaten, but the people. And they must have known I was coming, because the next area is a huge cathedral, which included my friend Valak, who seems to be following me everywhere. But also this pretty cool possessed lady at the altar. The abandoned mineshaft that follows says do not enter, but the path leads us straight through, as strange gases spray down from above, and a miner makes sparks fly by striking the gate as we walk by. This was followed by a trailer called HT Inc. I assume that's Haunted Trail, not Hot Topic. It's a short corridor with some possibly mutants. For some reason, there's another church after this. This one had evil symbols, vaulted ceilings, and a hell of an air blast effect. No haunt would be complete without going to Clown Town, which was followed immediately by a post-apocalyptic wasteland called Nuke Town, where this junkyard car tries to flatten you and this bungee guy gets way too close.
I've seen the bungees before. but I've never seen them get that close.
Nearing the end, there's a very foggy slaughterhouse because you gotta have a slaughterhouse, and like pretty much every haunt, we end with a good old-fashioned chainsaw maze. Except there were chainsaws swinging above you on both sides, and to my surprise, down in the maze with you.
I think this is the new haunt to beat in Southern California. Honestly, this one was such a breath of fresh air. Pun slightly intended, because this one is mostly outside. It was just chaos right off the bat. Everything about it was top notch. Even the effects that we've seen in other mazes were so creatively used. We'll see if anything can beat that, but it's gonna be a tough contender. Haunted Trail of Balboa Park. I think we're gonna go do it again right now.
And we did do it again. The only real downside to this one is there's really no story, which is part of the trade-off if you want to cram 14 themed areas in there, I guess. But I can't use that as an excuse, because even ones like Grimoire had unrelated areas that were connected via the wraparound story. There was also a concession stand where I found something that I hadn't seen before. This is cotton candy caramel apple. I don't know if this is necessarily exclusive to the haunt, but it definitely fits the spooky season vibe. I'll be enjoying this on the way back to LA. For a second, I just thought it was gonna taste like cotton candy. It does have like a caramel apple taste. And with that, the San Diego Haunt weekend came to a close, ending on a very high note. But I guess the Halloween ambiance wasn't quite done with me, because on the way back to LA, it just got foggier and foggier. A perfect way to end a weekend of haunts underscored with a mysterious, hazy atmosphere. It's the kind of weather that makes you wonder, is it real, or is it all just a dream?
Yo, Allie.
Hello!
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Glad we could pry you away from torturing your Sims for a few minutes to come check out a few haunts.
Let's take a break from murdering Sims.
It's not the only thing I do.
So we're here at Dark Harbor in Long Beach, California, where the Queen Mary is docked. Now the Queen Mary is said to be actually haunted. So unlike all of the other haunts where it's just a production put on with scare actors, there's a chance we could actually see something here tonight.
And I am very prone to seeing ghosts, so
I am not.
So I'm very excited.
For those of you who don't know, this is Allie Tricaso.
Hello.
She does commentary.
We were all kind of messed up as kids, and it's time we talk about that.
Yeah, her stuff is either like the most cutesy shit you've seen or just like the darkest shit and nothing in between. So Dark Harbor, your first time here.
First time at the Queen Mary, and I am extremely excited. I've been seeing Queen Mary on YouTube for as long as I can remember, and now I'm here.
So you thought that we were just doing the boat?
I'm not gonna lie to y'all, I thought we were just gonna be visiting a boat. It turns out this is a lot more than that.
She didn't know that there were mazes and haunts.
I had no idea, now I'm really scared. There's gonna be a lot of screaming. I'm probably gonna break your mic.
I know for each of these I've been doing a little history lesson on the haunt, but given that this one literally takes place on one of the most storied ocean liners of all time, I'll just show you this clip I took, and you can pause if you want to, and we'll kind of fill in some of the Queen Mary lore as we go along. The entrance is themed to an abandoned sailor town, but as we go through the front gates, it becomes clear that what was once a portside village has been taken over by a carnival of horrors. We were hungry and the dining area had really cool theming, so we started the night with food.
Good so far. I got the asada fries, Allie.
It's as big as my head.
This kind of reminds me of the Texas Chainsaw restaurant at Halloween Horror Nights. The theming of the restaurant is kind of cool, but at the end of the day, like, you know, how spooky can you make a corn dog?
Can't make a corn dog too spooky. I mean, it is hot. That's kind of spooky.
I hope they scare you while you're eating.
I know.
That would be funny.
I don't want that to happen.
So the way it works at Dark Harbor is they do have speakeasies, but you have to buy these tokens first. So instead of a password, you give them one of your tokens to get in. And if you have the tokens, you can meet with the psychic, Lady Maybell, and she'll read your future, which contains clues about how to find each bar.
So I think we're gonna go check out the psychic first.
Yeah.
However, finding the psychic turned out to be its own ordeal. But in walking around, I was really impressed with just how much stuff was going on all around us.
And then it happened! And then you're like, oh my god! Oh god!
While we didn't find the psychic quite yet, we did find the stage where Dark Harbor's opening ceremony is held.
We are back!
One by one, various characters are brought on stage, each one representing one of the mazes. First, there was Samuel the Savage from the prison-themed maze Breakout.
We interrupt your regular programming to bring you breaking news. Samuel the Savage, the notorious murderer, has escaped custody.
Then there was a little ghost girl named Scary Mary from the Spectral Maze Lullaby, who is based on the real-life Jacqueline Torrance, said to have drowned in the Queen Mary's pool. Then there was this Cleaver guy, meant to represent the ship's head chef from the Walkthrough Feast, a doctor and a 1930s dancer from the med-themed Haunt Infirmary, and a ringleader from Big Top Terror, who introduces the captain himself, who is kind of like the frontman of this band of misfits. Except instead of telling us to open the pit, he's telling us to open the gate. Finally, we just tried asking about the psychic.
So I guess we don't need to talk to the psychic in order to use the tokens to get into the speakeasy. She just offers clues. But the psychic is also way back at the front, and we've already wasted a lot of time on this.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna see if we find any speakeasies.
And then she says she gave us the clues anyways.
Yeah, we basically know what to look out for.
We wander the infirmary because it's right here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay,
I'm itching to get inside a maze.
Me too.
Infirmary is one of several mazes that had us cross a bridge into the ship's interior. And as the name suggests, the theme is medical, but the scenes we find ourselves in are not exactly sterile.
Oh my god, I just spilled my water on me. Bye, ma'am.
And I very quickly found out that Allie was not lying about being a screamer.
Someone's gonna pop out right there, I know it. What is that, a speakeasy? Ah!
In fact, she was ready to numb out her nerves in less than 2 minutes.
Hey, you know where the speakeasy is?
Personally, I was pretty disturbed to see that this crazy surgeon had cut up an emo dude for body parts. I made sure to hold on to my arms and legs, but thankfully it became clear that this was not a hate crime against the scene.
It's not a good day for this guy. Not a good day.
The setting is pretty much impossible for any other haunt to match and serves the story of the doctor hiding his gruesome operations in unused back areas of the ship. But this section doesn't even hold a candle to what we found next.
We didn't pass the speakeasy, did we?
No,
This is the speakeasy? Guys, we made it.
Yeah, right here. Allie.
So we trade our tokens for access to the secret corridor.
Allie.
Yeah.
It's called a speakeasy.
I thought, well, what did I call it?
No, you called it a speakeasy, but you get over there like, oh my god, it's a speakeasy. You're not supposed to yell it. It's supposed to be a secret.
So that led us into this dinky little room, which seemed like a lot of buildup for what was essentially a service corridor, until we found out how it actually works.
We found the speakeasy pretty quickly.
We did.
And then we thought that was it. We thought it was just that little room, and I was kind of disappointed because it was like not very much decoration, but then they tell us to come around here to get our drinks. And now we're on this huge elevator. What's this part of the ship called?
Is this
the steam room? What's the most haunted part of the ship?
I'll say the pool. Everyone says
Okay.
Yeah, everyone says the pool.
Hell yeah.
You guys are at 36,000 feet under the water.
Don't tell me that.
Allie, can you swim?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
So you order upstairs, you pick up the drinks downstairs. I got the broken elevator mocktail, and Allie got a drink called Witch's Heart.
Honestly, fire job, I barely taste the alcohol.
And I can barely tell that it's not alcohol because of the sour stuff.
And I was not prepared for just how huge and cavernous the steam room is.
Dude,
this is so sick.
Cool.
And not only is it a really big, creepy location and great for photo ops, but it's actually under one of the mazes.
I think that's a section of the maze, so we could just sit right here, enjoy our drinks, and watch people get scared on the bridge.
Hey, do a flip!
Do a flip!
We honestly just explored this area for a while.
We spent at least like 20 minutes here.
Yeah.
At least.
And when we got back up, we still had the second half of the haunt, Infirmary. So as a quick refresher, the crazy surgeon, Dr. Edwin Master, was maiming his patients in the underbelly of the ship. But the next section had us heading upstairs to first class, where we're teased with another character, Graceful Gale.
Another bar? You ready for your next drink yet?
No!
And we'd soon meet Gale, a ghostly jazz singer in tear-streaked makeup basked in red light.
We're so back to the 1920s.
We're so back to the 1920s.
I think it's supposed to be the 30s, but close enough. Right after this, the horror seemed to spread to this first class section of the ship, with patients roaming free and a violin shoved through a woman's face. It ends with a masked passenger looming before the exit at the end of a long corridor.
All right, so we just made it through our first maze, Infirmary.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on that one?
I mean, I was screaming like a baby. We're not done. I mean, I I definitely think that was probably like the best it'll get. Like that was pretty good.
I was kind of worried at this point that there would be like no more new experiences, but this kind of is.
Okay.
Like I have seen the Doctor theme before a little bit, but the fact that it's on the ship and it's the infirmary of the ship kind of adds something to it.
It did definitely add to it. I actually really liked a lot of the animatronics. Like I remember
the animatronics were good.
And I was like, wait, that actually looks really good because I'm kind of used to things looking like crap.
So I didn't mention this in the open, but this is the first year that Queen Mary has been back after a few years of them doing Shacktoberfest.
It's me, Shaq. This year, I am taking over Southern California for my own twist on Halloween at Shacktoberfest! Shacktoberfest.
I never actually went to that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
But this was really cool. It was a good start to the night.
I am definitely excited to do more.
And the view up here was pretty great, so we used the vantage point to scope out what we wanted to do next, and that ended up being a maze called Feast. This one was also on the ship, but closer to the bow.
You still hungry?
Yeah, I'm still hungry. Yummy!
Feast, as you can imagine, gives us a glimpse into the ship's kitchen, where we see that night's entrees may be expired. Then we checked into our room, but it seems like the concierge staff may have expired as well. Some Duke Ellington jazz stylings led us towards a dining room with ghostly bellhops around every corner.
Oh, it looks like a nice dinner you're all having. Where do we go? Do we go that way?
We gotten food here.
Then we cut through yet another disgusting bathroom. I've completely lost count, so maybe we'll just count them in the end.
Are these cleaner than the porta potties?
Probably.
Don't even worry about it, you'll be shitting yourself anyway.
That's a great response.
It gets hotter as we get closer to the kitchen, but you can get a breath of fresh air and a nice ocean view by looking out these windows. Just make sure no one sneaks up behind you, especially if you're a jumpy Italian girl.
He said cock to me.
Being the classy diners that we are, we went to go send our compliments to the chef, who seemed to like cutting human bodies apart just as much as his counterpart in the infirmary.
Hey, what are you doing here?
I don't like that.
We have reservations.
Go to your table, what are you doing here? It's the kitchen, what's wrong with you?
But maybe he just didn't want us finding out what his secret ingredient was for the soup. If we had been health inspectors, the walk-in freezer wouldn't have done much to change our rating. But forcing us to crawl through the meat grinder may have taken care of that problem.
We go through here.
Wait, we go through that? Wait, actually? Oh. Wait, okay, this is pretty cool.
They were blasting me with air.
And if you somehow manage to get through that in one piece, don't worry. They've got plenty more butchers on the other side. Apparently this was a prequel to the original Feast maze, telling the story of the butcher rising to the ranks of head chef. I didn't really get that from going through it, but there definitely is still some story here. And although it says the end, it was kind of a misdirect.
I don't like it, I don't like it, I don't like it.
I love how we got a sign that said the end, and then we went down those stairs and there was one more scare down there. That's been something that I've been asking for, like with every haunt that I do.
But don't get comfortable after that, because there's another hidden scare actor after the exit.
All right, so that was Feast. I know I said as we were walking into that one that I was kind of tired of the whole like slaughterhouse theme. Honestly, doing this one, it did feel original to me just because of the fact, and this is the same thing with the other one, because of the fact that it's based like in the kitchen on the ship.
Yeah.
And I'm really liking how each of these mazes, you know, it's not just a random assortment of themes, they're all related to where we are on the ship.
Yeah, and that's honestly a really immersive and important part for it too, which I like a lot.
Yeah.
And the fact that we got to crawl through
That
a
was so
space,
cool.
I don't think you had to, but you could have.
Did you look down and see that there's the spinning saw blade?
Yeah.
I felt like I was back in the saw maze.
There you go.
Feast lets you off in the visitor center, which is kind of like a little Queen Mary museum, which is adjacent to a bar called Spirits of Dark Harbor. Very clever, and it was honestly the perfect time for some cold bevos because it was pretty hot in that last maze.
Right here, ladies and gentlemen, we got a gold school, right? Is that what he said? It's very sour. Woo! Tastes like just turned 21.
I also had one speakeasy token left, and I somehow figured out these stairs to the engine room down below were another speakeasy, so I went to scope it out. And yeah, there's some big, huge engines down here in the engine room. It's cool that you can see different parts of the ship if you want to, though.
I will say the bathroom is the most scariest attraction of all.
After this, we headed to our third maze of the night, Breakout. Although this one was not located on the Queen Mary, it kept up the gimmick of each maze being themed around the ship, following the story of the criminal, Samuel the Savage, who was arrested on board and imprisoned in this seaside fishing town. A tunnel transitions us out into the town where lunatic prisoners roam and, for some reason, Valak?
How many times have I seen Valak on this trip?
No way, it's the nun!
I guess they just wanted a demented nun, because Samuel the Savage has escaped the prison and criminals have taken over the church. We go into the church and it's covered with graffiti reading B340.
Whoa!
B340. This is the room.
We had heard whispers about this room, touted as the most haunted cruise cabin you can find due to a series of supposed murders that took place there.
We got permission to stay in the haunted room 340, aka the most haunted hotel room in America.
There are many different versions of the legend, but one of the more prevalent ones takes us back to 1948, where a passenger was said to have died in his room of unknown causes. Then, in 1967, there were myths of a man who butchered 2 women in their room nearby. So he was locked in his own room until the ship could dock so that he could be arrested. But in the night, the murderer screamed that someone was in the room with him and begged to be let out. When they arrived in California, he was found ripped to shreds. The boat was then retired from transatlantic service, making it a permanent floating hotel in Long Beach, and the 3 rooms were combined into one big stateroom called B340. Tall tales began to float around that the murderer was possessed by the spirit of a man named Samuel the Savage, and the suite gained a reputation as a hotspot for clickbait paranormal YouTubers, as a haunted room with real ghosts.
Can you make the cat ball go up? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, guys, that was so real. So my interpretation of this maze is that the spirit of Samuel the Savage has escaped the Queen Mary by possessing a prisoner, and that prisoner has escaped from confinement and gone to the church and graveyard where it's now awakening a bunch of other spirits in the town. As seen when we escape the church through a crawl space and find the Grim Reaper hovering above, and cut through the coffin maker's workshop.
I think it'll be great for me too, it looks very
big for you.
That'll be just the right size.
Into the crypt, which contains even more spirits. At this point, we reach the coast. There's a laser swamp where we're attacked by a giant sea monster thing, on the other side we're rushed by an angry gator, and in the shipyard we cross through a vacant submarine. No, the periscope didn't work, and find several other aquatic vessels overrun by outlaws. After being jumped by another convicted felon, we wind through this warehouse with grotesque victims at every turn. The last themed section is the fishing market, but by the time we get there, it's been annihilated by the evils set loose at the prison and church. At the far end, Allie and I heard screams reverberating from this fog-filled tunnel, which was an awesome effect to end this maze on.
Ready?
Yeah!
You know what to do now. Run, kill, drink.
All right, so we just did Breakout.
Yes.
That guy's running for his life.
A little bit less scare actors on that one, but the props were beautiful.
Yeah. What's up? Welcome to the channel.
Welcome to the YouTube channel. And subscribe. Yeah, like
He's right.
What? How you feel about Dark Harbor?
We're loving it so far.
Yeah, we're hyping it up right now. Get ready! I like the infirmary because there are more scare actors, but I like the story and I like the church aspect.
And the ending.
Yeah, and the ending. Amazing.
So 3 down, 2 to go.
2 to go.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's go. Woo!
We definitely kept that energy going straight into the next attraction of the evening. Despite the title, we were not ready for sleep when we arrived at Lullaby. This one has its own lore document. Basically, a young girl named Mary was killed in a supernatural vortex in the pool, said to be responsible for much of the paranormal happenings on the ship. She wants to protect other children from falling into the vortex, but her soul is manipulated by the encroaching darkness. As I mentioned earlier, this one is based off of a real death, or at least rumored to be a real death, where a 5 or 6-year-old Jacqueline Torrin drowned in the pool. The story goes that she can be heard singing, laughing, giggling, and calling for her parents, giving the pool the reputation that we heard about earlier as the most haunted room on the whole ship. Some also believe that there's a second drowned girl named Sarah who died in 1949.
Imagine it's like your daughter or something that drowned, and then they make a maze out of it, and this is the image they use for her.
That is kind of actually. I feel like for some reason, I feel the most connection to this one already, which is already very strange.
Okay, interesting.
And with that, we crossed the bridge for what would be our final walkthrough on the notoriously haunted vessel.
I missed it!
Take 2.
She's drowning in the pool and now she's gone.
This one really did a great job of telling the story organically. The little girl he mentioned was a ghostly presence who crossed our path early on. At first, the ambiance is decidedly more playful. We hear a music box and the summer sounds of Percy Faith en route to this empty children's playroom. A sign tells us that the pool is open but with no lifeguard, and before we knew it, it was time to split up at the changing rooms. Or so we thought.
This is where we go our separate ways.
All right.
Get some good footage.
Okay. Oh, okay. You guys told me to
It's kind of misleading.
Apparently the women's locker room route was just for the actors. But as we made our way through the men's changing room, the tone got a lot more intense leading up to our encounter with Scary Mary, who was honestly pretty accommodating.
Hi. Is this the pool?
Yeah.
How's the water?
I don't see it anymore, so I'm good.
Pretty cool that we got a glimpse of the real pool room. Despite Mary seeming kind of chill, the next part of our path, through a utility corridor snapping with live wires, revealed a darker side of her. Victims disfigured into dolls, agonized spa customers, and at the end of a long light tunnel, we saw a similar playroom to the one we saw at the beginning, but this time dilapidated and cursed by a much more sinister version of the young girl's spirit. We followed her ghost through a pathway of demented children's toys, and she somehow disappeared just before we reached the bridge, which we quickly recognized as the bridge we had seen from the first speakeasy. So we knew there was a scare here, but we had no idea what it was, and it did not disappoint.
That is amazing.
Down some stairs, we were somehow alone in this light tunnel through a decaying hallway.
This reminds me of scary stories to tell in the dark.
Oh yeah, Pale Lady.
Yes.
At the end of which, we had to feel through the dark, eventually finding our way to a large room. When we looked up, we realized where we were.
Look up. We're in the pool. That's such a cool effect.
This was another laser swamp, but unlike every other one I'd experienced, the water line was above us, creating the illusion that we were walking at the bottom of the pool. The exit took us through the vortex pool drain, which was shaking from side to side as our souls were sucked back to the land of the living.
We just did Lullaby. I was not expecting that.
From somebody that feels a lot of paranormal experiences, typically the first sign is a very heavy chest. I mean it, the entire time I had an extremely heavy chest. Because sometimes you can feel what they're feeling, and that entire time I just felt anger.
Somebody told us at one point that the pool is the most haunted part.
Yes.
And we're standing in line for this one. We didn't even know that this was the one that had the pool.
No.
Story-wise, it was like we had died and become the ghost, and now we're walking around the bottom of the pool and seeing it from that perspective.
Yeah.
I thought that was such a cool effect. But probably the best part of that one was the bridge.
Yes,
So
oh yeah.
We knew that there was some scare that happened there, but we didn't know what it was. And I don't know if it's apparent in the footage, but there's like a hydraulic platform. We're on it and it just drops. That's the last thing I expected it to be.
There you go. Next one.
The fifth and final attraction was harbored in an area that we hadn't really been to yet. And on the way, we finally found the fortune teller.
We were looking for you.
I'm sneaky. I just go where I wish.
And we really couldn't do anything without drawing attention to ourselves.
There you go.
That sounds beautiful.
While most of the event is themed around the aquatic, the clowns we had been seeing came from the Ringmaster's Halloween Carnival. But we were here for just one thing, and that was Big Top Terror. At this point, I've already done a million clown mazes, so is there anything that makes this different? It started with the usual: corrupted clowns, contortionists, and TikToks. What sets this one apart is the Halloween setting. There's a big open area set up like a real Halloween carnival, and the freak show just so happens to be in town. Is now a good time to mention that Allie doesn't like clowns?
She likes clowns.
And I like you, don't worry.
Look what you did, Zach.
Oh no, that wasn't my intention at all. A mid-haunt photo op is always fun, and it's a brief respite before the Funhouse mirror maze.
And these mirrors? Dead end.
And like the experiment maze, there are actually some dead ends to get lost in.
This is really well done.
No, very well done.
We went the wrong way.
You went the wrong way.
It's genuinely disorienting.
I don't even know how we made it through that.
I don't either.
I feel like we're back where we started, but we're not.
The final section was a neon-colored jester sprawl, a lot like Circus of the Damned, but it went pretty hard. This TNT clown actually blasted us with compressed air. Allie did not do well in the vortex tunnel.
That was horrible. I hated that.
And unlike the last maze, we actually got to take separate paths.
Guys, I'm by myself.
And we never saw her again.
My path had sliding floor panels, which I think is a first for me on this trip. And Miss Tricaso had to wade through the ball pit, which was a problem for some people. Lol. The ending had a series of animatronics and one real guy who threw water on us.
This one probably ties in the least with the theme. I
agree.
Theming wise, I guess it's just that the boat is docked here next to a carnival. Again, it was a pretty high quality maze.
I got a photo with a lady cutting my neck.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
The Hall of Mirrors thing
that was
kind of blew my mind a little bit.
That was really cool.
Usually you can see the fingerprints and stuff.
Yeah.
They must be cleaning that thing like every hour because
they really must be.
You couldn't really tell. I think it's mid-tier.
I think I would say it's mid-tier as well. Not that this one was bad, but in comparison to the other ones were just so,
honestly,
so sick.
They just gave us 5 really good ones.
Yeah.
So I feel really good about this place.
Oh yeah.
And right on cue, we got some rare footage of me being startled.
This is probably like near the top of my haunts. That was amazing.
How did you do that? What was that?
This guy just came up to us and threw like a feather duster on a chain. So I just see this thing coming at me.
We had a little bit of time left, so we decided to get Allie a treat as a consolation for surviving the vortex tunnel.
Hopefully the corn does not disappoint.
The corn will never disappoint.
And I just gotta say, I find it really fucking funny that I only brought 2 other Midwesterners onto this video and both of them got corn. Allie and Rod really not helping us beat the raised on corn allegations.
This isn't like Ohio corn. This probably would send a lot of Ohioans into a coma.
Despite this just being a parking lot for the rest of the year, they really bring in a lot to do. We got merch, did tarot readings, and of course, met some more interesting characters.
Nice one.
I just wanted my corn! Look at this, that's all I wanted!
I love how you haven't picked up on it by now. Like, if I go quiet, it means there's a scare actor who's about to get you.
I think I pulled something.
It's over.
It's so Jover, bro.
You really pulled a muscle?
I think I actually pulled a muscle.
That might be like the best thing that's happened in terms of reactions.
We even got to redo some of our favorites like Lullaby and Breakout.
So we've made it to the end of our night at Queen Mary.
I'm sad.
I grabbed a souvenir from the...
I thought about stealing one of those too, but I didn't. I should have.
Well, hopefully they don't come after me.
Yeah.
Like I'll wake up tonight and the clowns will just be standing over my bed. That's ours. All of the mazes were really pretty good here.
Yeah,
there were no lowlights. I mean, the lowlights are just the fact that like the show is an upcharge attraction. The speakeasies, like gaining access to it is an upcharge. And it was fun going with you too because I think you freaked out more than anyone. And it was fun to see the scare actors kind of feast on you.
Oh, definitely, definitely. I mean, hey, I don't mind. I like that stuff. My throat kind of hurts, if I'm being honest with you, from screaming so much, but at least that means you had a good time.
I feel like that's a good review.
That's a really good
That's like
review.
the best review you can give to a haunt, right?
That's what I'm thinking too.
I, however, did not have the luxury of resting my voice because I had another haunt the next day, and this one would be interactive. Ever since the debut of Delusion in 2011, it's always been focused on one core tenet, making its guests participants in the action. The inaugural performance was held in a 106-year-old mansion in LA, making its visitors feel less like observers and more like characters in a real horror film. The story followed the brilliant and now banished psychiatrist Dr. Frederick Lowell. The audience played the part of the Mad Doctor's former colleagues who outcast him, as he tried to resurrect his wife from the dead. From 2011 to 2023, Delusion refreshed itself with new interactive stories and new locations, culminating in a finale that brought an end to the original Delusion universe. Now, in 2024, they were doing kind of a reboot, bringing back Dr. Lowell, but this time we're his patients, and he's been honing our psychokinetic abilities.
Dr. Lowell believed he could tear into the dead world and bring his beloved back to life. But Dr. Lowell hasn't been seen for some time, and the inhabitants of the castle are dwindling.
The fresh start also came with a new location, the 133-year-old Stimson House, which served as the titular Red Castle for this year's experience. And speaking of things that are Gothic revival, let me introduce you to my company for this evening.
Hey, Raven.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
This is Ravengriim. I would describe her content as like mainstream TikTok, but with a spooky aesthetic because you're in it. So I saw that you've already done a couple haunts. I know that you already did Six Flags, and I saw you post about Knott's.
Yes.
So we're both on the same path here, it seems like.
Yes, we are for sure. I think I'm gonna have to say I like Knott's better than Six Flags. I think Six Flags
I would agree with
that. Right? More scare factor, I think.
So Delusion is a little bit different from the haunts that I've done. It's more of an immersive theater experience. I did it last year for the first time. It was more story-based, and they were really able to like focus on the stunts because you're only going through it once, and there's less groups going through, so it affords them more opportunities.
I'm excited.
So you want to go explore the grounds before we get going?
Let's go
Let's do it.
Before your showtime, you're given time to explore the outside of the castle. There are props on display from previous years, merch, a magician, and being the VIPs that we are, we went to go check out the VIP Lounge, which was basically just a bar with some animatronics in the ceiling.
I mean, I'm a pretty jumpy person. I feel like it's not that hard to scare me if you just like catch me off guard.
This turned out to be a complete lie, as we would find out shortly. As our group was wrangled by the staff to begin our experience, we started talking about the haunts still to come.
Wait, have you guys done the 17th door thing?
No.
Okay, are you gonna?
It's on the list.
17th Door is infamous for being the most physical and intense haunt in California. I was actually having a hard time finding anyone willing to try it with me, but more on that later. We were moved to the garden and asked by an omnipresent voice to close our eyes as the audio sets the scene with a backstory. It's been 1 year since the death of Dr. Lowell's wife, Matilda, and we, as his patients with special abilities, are the key to reaching the world of the dead and bringing her back.
Leaving those who remain to fend for themselves.
All right, wakey! Come on now. You know, if I have to chain you all to your goddamn beds, so help me, I absolutely will.
The orderly punishes us for our sleepwalking by putting us to work, forcing us to rake leaves in the garden. That's when we're approached by Pamela, another mental case, who shows us where Matilda is buried and discovers that we have the ability to interact with the dead. When the orderly notices and comes to punish us, we're prompted to reach out and send him flying with our psychokinetic powers. That's when we run for it, but not before Pamela uses us to help steal Matilda's necklace. We encounter Dr. Lowell's former colleague, we're threatened at gunpoint by a deranged patient, and forced to watch a play put on by another eccentric patient at the facility.
It's called Lowell's Lament. You may now clap.
The play tells the story of how Dr. Lowell, in a final bit of desperation, ordered Matilda to be cremated and her ashes stored in the necklace. We're whisked from room to room by crazy people as the patients slowly take over the facility. At one point, Raven even got taken hostage.
I was taken hostage. He kind of grabbed me and I was like, huh? But he kind of spit in my eye, so then I was like...
Which guy? The guy that grabbed you?
Yeah, I don't know what he said to me. I was just like, shit, my face is wet.
But as we go, we pick up little bits of information, and most notably that the dead are not the same when they come back. Eventually, we meet Dr. Lowell's daughter, who we learn is part of the key to reviving Matilda, but we're stopped in our tracks by the Lady of Babylon, a woman who seems to be under the delusion that she's become a goddess. They devise a game of hide and seek, where those who are found will be saved by the Lady of Babylon, aka have their blood drained to rid them of their sins.
Scary little mice! Run behind, you have 30 seconds!
This was one of my favorite parts because of the element of suspense in not knowing if they're going to find you. Raven, on the other hand, got caught.
I was asked to confess my sins before my demise. I said no. She did grab my hair, so we did not get decapitated.
Because everyone was saved by the doctor's daughter and rushed down to the basement, which is the home of Lowell's rejected experiments and the mysterious doctor himself. He claims his failed subjects have developed some vampiric abilities and will have to be euthanized. But with our collective powers, we can open death's door and find Matilda. And sure enough, she arises from a seal we create on the ground.
The dead are coming.
Something evil seems to overtake her, and we flee the castle as it falls into chaos, becoming the only survivors.
That was us an hour ago.
That was us. All right, so we just came out of Delusion, and that was a lot.
I thought it was really cool. I thought it was like being inside of a video game, kind of like a little bit like Resident Evil Village, like if you know, like the doll house.
Yeah, more of a Telltale game than a Resident Evil game.
Oh yeah, okay, fine.
Something about being in there and feeling like we're not supposed to be here. There were a lot of moments where we were supposed to be like sneaking around.
Yeah, like you're in a horror movie, kind of. I thought it was cool.
And not only did we get to be the protagonists of our own movie, but the VIP experience also lets you go back and participate in a scene, this time as scare actors. So there's a room called Christmas Town where we initially had to sneak through a room of sleeping patients and use telekinesis to move one of the beds out of the way so that we could open a door. But then the patients all wake up and start screaming at us. So this time we got dressed up in hospital gowns and pretended to be asleep. We couldn't film it, but we recreated what we did to scare the next group.
Santa said that they wanted to hire you.
Yeah, so that might be good news.
I do think it would be so fun to be a scare actor, but I could never do the time commitment.
No.
Maybe if I did it for a video one year, but this was like a perfect way to get a dose of it, yeah.
I did feel like the story was a little bit too involved. There were a ton of characters, and I didn't find the ending to be all that cathartic.
So, Raven, there was this great moment in the cellar where there's like this ledge. You were like right in front, and the vampire came out like over the ledge and scared everyone. 3 other people right next to you all got freaked out, and I just saw you standing there like not reacting.
I'm sorry,
so
I don't mean to. I'm not trying to be rude. I want to get scared.
It was very funny. I have been searching for someone who is willing to do 17th door, and I feel like you might be the one.
You know, I was debating this for a little bit, for a couple of days now.
Yeah.
I was on the edge, and I think I've been pushed over the edge. I'm down.
You think you're down?
I think I'm down.
It felt very good to finally have that question mark filled in, and it'll be interesting to see if the most notorious haunt has what it takes to scare Raven. We'll see her again later in this video, but first, we've got another returning character to check back in on.
We are back. We are back.
So what has it been, like a couple weeks since we did Knott's Scary Farm?
Yeah, it's been a little bit since the incident of what happened at Knott's Scary Farm.
I wanted to check back in with you so that my audience would know I didn't leave you lying on the sidewalk outside of Mrs. Knott's Chicken Restaurant.
I got so sad I just walked back to my car and I just cried for the next 3 hours. I didn't get home till 5 in the morning.
Right.
I was very sad. I wanted chicken. I wanted the buffet that night.
It's good to see that you're alive though.
I am alive, but I'm like very depressed now, actually.
Today we're seeing Weezer, so I think that's about to be remedied.
Yeah, the only reason why I'm smiling is because we're seeing the goats, we're seeing the Weezers.
And Weezer did not disappoint. In addition to playing the whole Blue album, they played Return to Ithaca and 5 Pinkerton-era songs. And a couple days later, I would find myself, not in Beverly Hills, but in Thousand Oaks, about 15 miles northwest of LA, for event number 10, Reign of Terror.
So in order to get to this haunt, you have to go through this abandoned mall. Well, it's not actually an abandoned mall, but it is a mall and it's night and there's nobody here other than the people going to the haunt. So as you can see, there's nobody around, but I feel like somebody should do a haunt in an abandoned mall. Maybe rent one out, maybe buy one.
We're going to the mall.
Reign of Terror was started by this guy, Bruce Stanton. It's not named after the Reign of Terror that took place in the French Revolution, but rather after Slayer's third studio album, Reign in Blood. When Bruce bought his first home in 2000, it was a no-brainer to do his own home haunt, inspired by one of his neighbors who had created a walkthrough attraction when he was a kid. It got bigger and bigger, to the point that it took over his entire house and more. So in 2008, the local park district, who had never had much success with their own Halloween events, gave him a proper space. Reign of Terror outgrew that in a year, so they moved to Jan's Marketplace and kept expanding to bigger and bigger areas within that mall, moving once again in 2024 to the biggest spot yet with a brand new layout. Reign of Terror is also known for doing a lights out haunt in November and a Christmas haunt in December. Despite the empty mall, the front entrance of Rot was kinda popping with roaming scare actors, horror trivia, and some of that 80s thrash metal that Bruce grew up on. But I'm more interested in what's on the inside.
You are now entering the Reign of Terror.
Reign of Terror doesn't really have a story, but as we know, that's not necessarily a deal breaker. I definitely prefer a story, but I mean, my favorite one so far did not have a story. And this really was kind of like the indoor version of Haunted Trail of Balboa Park. It's a long walkthrough consisting of what they claim is 11 mini-themed areas. Though some of them are kind of tenuous. Quarantine, Inbred, and Infected are all considered different sections. The Asylum and Containment are considered different sections. Haunted House and Casa Blood. The most unique area by far is Miner's Revenge.
Oh, that's cool.
That moment was a bridge drop, similar to the one on Lullaby, but it happens after seeing an animatronic pump his TNT box. There's also a moment where it looks like the ceiling is gonna cave in.
Oh, the ceiling just almost caved in on us.
Being a permanent business that exists here year-round, Reign of Terror is absolutely filled with big, heavy-duty effects and jump scares.
That's such a cool effect.
But it does suffer from a lot of the haunt cliches, like TikToks, the same vortex tunnel I've seen 100 times, repeat animatronics, repeat lines, Valak, again. I think this may be because of how this first started as a home haunt, so the first pieces they gathered were retail items. In fact, at the end, there's this hearse, and I noticed a bumper sticker for scarefactory.com, went to that site, and found that it was an animatronics manufacturer that provides many of the items that I saw inside. This is something you would only notice if you're doing more than 10 haunts in a season like I have, not necessarily a knock on Reign of Terror, but it does make me appreciate the custom builds at Halloween Horror Nights a little more. There were still some effects that I'd never seen before though.
Alright, dirty birds, get in the shower, let's go. Don't drop the soap.
That's so cool. Oh. It sprays actual water.
Walking, honey, it's a walk.
Despite not having a story and it feeling kind of random at times, maybe there is something that ties it all together. It feels like you're walking from location to location in a cursed town on Halloween, which might tie this one to its roots in Bruce Stanton's living room. If there's any area where this one was king, it's the smells.
It really smells swampy in here too. I feel like Reign of Terror has the strongest smells.
Which may be why they have candles, air fresheners, and cologne in the gift shop. And a picture of Valak. It's clear that I'm getting a little burned out on haunts at this point, but I had reached mid-October, and there were a couple days off now, and a Vegas vacation to look forward to at the end of the next week. But before my next haunt, I had to do some homework. Creep LA debuted in 2015 at an empty warehouse downtown, which is when I last experienced it. The main gimmick was that you sign a waiver so that the creeps can do whatever they want to you. I remember it being less scary, more uncomfortable. Jump scares were replaced with weird people in masks getting up in your space. I didn't go back for a while, but I was surprised to find that it was now a brand collaboration experience. Creep X Ghost would be a 1-hour haunted house experience themed to the CBS sitcom series Ghost. So I decided to watch it in order to be somewhat familiar with the IP.
She can still see us.
I made it through 3 episodes. So here's the deal with Creep. It's put on by this theater company called Just Fix It Productions. Their initial goal was to combine escape rooms, nightlife, and haunted houses. In 2018, they started offering their services for hire. Here in LA, there's big money in activations. They're basically temporary pop-up experiences created by marketing agencies to promote a product, usually a TV show or movie. It seems like JFI started doing these activations, realized there was big money in it, and said, screw it, we'll get a sponsor for our flagship event, Creep LA, as well. The thing is, usually activations are free or inexpensive because they're typically held in LA or New York, with the idea being that influencers will post about them and spread the word about the product. Not the case for Creep, but speaking of influencers, let's meet my guest.
Yo, Nick.
Hello, hello, how we doing?
Good to see you, man. How you doing?
Good, good. You know, happy to be here.
Yep. This is NC Hammer. He does anime videos.
Talk about Naruto, shonen anime, and manga. Just started a new channel called Anime IRL, which is anime in real life, and got an anime podcast called Otaku's Anonymous.
He's a busy guy. And what did you film today?
So today we did our 12-person Death Note murder mystery video at my house. Influencers are dropping like flies. I'm just tickled pink to get to spend this time with you guys. So good luck, everybody, you know?
Oh my God!
That sounds like so much fun. So today we're at Creep LA here in K-Town. I guess it would have been more appropriate if I found a haunt in Little Tokyo when I brought you on the show, but...
Not a lot of space there.
Yeah, I don't think that exists.
No.
So have you ever done Creep LA?
No, this is entirely new to me. The only haunts I've done in LA is Halloween Horror Nights.
Okay.
Did the Weeknd one, the Frozen one.
The Ghostbusters.
Ghostbuster one, yeah, we did.
They should have a Frozen one.
That would be fantastic.
So this one is based off of the CBS show Ghost. Have you seen Beetlejuice?
Yes.
So Ghost is basically Beetlejuice, except like without Beetlejuice and without any of the supernatural world.
Gotcha.
Instead of 2 ghosts, there's like a bunch of them, a whole ensemble cast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't we just try haunting? Scare them away, we're ghosts.
Feels very millennial humor,
but
not really for me.
We're open to being impressed.
Yeah.
We're absolutely open to being impressed.
Well, I'm hoping that they're doing like something different with the haunt because it's Creep LA.
I say we get in there.
Let's go check it out.
Cool.
The setting this year was literally just in a residential neighborhood, and the house is absolutely covered in ads. You check in, they give you a set of keys, then you basically get to chill in this waiting room, which has some Halloween decorations, some lighting gimmicks, a step and repeat photo op designed for people shorter than us, which is facing the wrong way, and commercials for ghosts playing on the TV the entire time. One thing I did notice was the house across the street was an old manor illuminated in uplights, so I suspected that part of the experience might take place over there. Now, does anyone recognize this house? Let's see a show of hands. What are you doing? You know I can't actually see you, right? Idiots. This is the Beckett Mansion, the now 119-year-old manor where the first year of Delusion was held. And sure enough, when our group was called, we were immediately taken across where the performance began. There's a short fence maze filled with fog, but no scare actors, which we learned was a filter for the non-living.
See, spirits often get lost in there, so the fact that you're here means your actions.
We continue on to a garden shrine, where we're told that spirits from many eras wait for us inside the house. Basically, rather than one big story like Delusion, this would be a series of vignettes, brief, unrelated chapters from the house's history. We're given the opportunity to write the names of our own recently departed loved ones, then we have to prove our worth by offering a piece of ourselves to the other side. This guy was a little too excited to be getting a hair from my goatee, but I guess that's why they call it Creep LA.
What about you? What do you have?
Clearly you know what you want.
Yes, I do! Give it to me, give it to me.
We enter the house through the back. Inside, a light bulb bursts, and we're addressed by a narrator who tells us to respect the dead because we'd soon be joining them. The first story is about a man tormented by the death of his newlywed wife. In the middle of this one, there was a literal 5-minute section where we're staring at this model of the house the whole time, just hearing this guy go on and on about how the spirit lies inside the person's bones. It was really boring. Eventually, we watch through the walls as the widower desperately begs a medium to help him contact his late wife. But things go wrong, and we're urged to leave him behind in the fire of the vengeful spirits. The next story would take us back to our school days, where a bipolar prom queen mistakes us for her date.
I can't wait to see the look on her face when they crown me prom queen.
And apparently we're in trouble for taking too long to pick her up.
You can make a girl feel like a real heel, you know?
The implication is that she was actually killed in a collision with her date while trying to weather the storm going on outside to get to the dance.
Grab an umbrella and hitchhike if I have to. Excuse me.
RIP. It basically goes on like this. We go from room to room, and each one contains some kind of ghost story. The coolest room had us sitting around this table where we performed a seance, and the whole place started shaking as picture frames fell off the walls and steam rose out of the table. It was a great effect. At some point, we cross over into the land of the dead, attend a spectral swingers party, and witness the final moments of a dying old woman. At the end, we have to leave in a hurry when we're told that the spirits want to keep us here forever. The music ramps up, and this is the one moment that feels like a traditional haunt, where we continuously move forward through corridors full of jump scares, compressed air blasts, claustrophobia tunnels, fog, and flashing lights, ensuring that the grand finale was the most thrilling part. It was interesting to see the narrative concept of a delayed gratification incorporated into a haunt.
We did it. We did it. Yeah. We did it.
You made it.
We did it. We did it. Yeah.
And as a reward for escaping, they give you hats advertising their show.
All right, we made it out of Creep LA, or I guess we don't know if we survived or not.
I feel alive in that my knees hurt.
I was a little worried for the first half. I think it started off very slow.
Yeah, the outside segment was... The first room where we walk in and it's just pitch black.
Yeah.
I like just like a sensory deprivation, let your brain do the tricks on you moment.
Right.
It's cheap, it's easy, it's effective.
What I would consider the first scare was in the prom queen room. If that same scare would happen in a Halloween Horror Nights maze and there had been 100 other scares before that, it wouldn't have the same impact. But the fact that it's like the first scare is happening 20 minutes in,
yeah,
I think is kind of cool.
If you're looking for big scares, 2, 3, I would say, and most of those I would say probably came from the seance.
By the way, I mean the whole theme is ghosts, and I'm looking across the table and I'm seeing the ghost of Wes Craven sitting there.
Yeah.
You see that guy?
You were directly across from him, you're right, yeah.
So there's a guy in our group that looked a lot like Wes Craven. I actually wish we got like a picture with him when he was coming out. Any other thoughts on Creep?
Not gonna be the scariest one you ever go to,
Yeah.
but if you're looking for a well-acted creep show, then it's a good spot.
Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed that because I've done so many of these at this point that they are starting to blend together a little bit.
Jaded.
Yeah, at this point, my worry was that I had front-loaded the trip and there weren't really going to be any new experiences. I was preparing myself for potential burnout. But I was having fun filming outside in the real world and interacting with other creators, which is not usually the case when I'm making my analysis videos. Maybe I would get some inspiration from my next guest, who is kind of the expert when it comes to filming out and about at exciting locations.
Hey, Stephanie.
Hello.
Good to see you. Welcome to Mask.
Thanks for having me.
This is Stephanie Strange. She's a short form creator. Her main platforms are TikTok and Instagram.
I do topics on the paranormal, occult, and horror movies. So I kind of blend the two and educate people on the topics through movies and pop culture.
The Ghost Town section of Knott's is one of the most paranormal active areas. The Ghost Town area was built using real historic buildings that were relocated from other places. Each one has its own history and, of course, its own lingering energy.
We talked about doing this video. Why did you choose this one as the one you wanted to do?
Well, so I genuinely love like paranormal stuff, visiting cemeteries and graveyards. So when I found out that they were doing something in a mausoleum, I'm like, I have to check this out.
Yeah.
What about you?
I mean, I'm doing all of them, so
yeah.
I don't have a choice.
Fair.
I've got to do everything. Do you think there's a possibility that you'll be able to pick up on something while we're here?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, I feel like paranormal phenomenon happens outside of graveyards, but I still like to visit them for like the history and stories and stuff like that.
I personally am not a believer in the paranormal,
Yeah.
even though I would love to. If I discovered that the paranormal did exist, then it would be the best day ever.
Yeah.
But I'm still interested to hear like what you have to say about it, because while I don't personally believe in it, I do believe if you believe in it, then you can have an experience, if that makes sense. sense?
Yes.
Like psychologically?
So I used to be an atheist and a skeptic, but I had gone to a friend's house and they basically picked up on my mom's deceased brother. I didn't even know that. So I don't know how they would have ever known that because I didn't even know my mom had a deceased brother. And I thought she was playing a prank on me, and I called my dad, and my dad's like, your mom received the news in the family and like they never found his body.
Your dad is Doctor Strange, right?
Might as well be.
My name is Dr. Stephen Strange, and I have some questions for you.
So today we're here at Mask. This is kind of the end of the immersive theater trilogy for me.
Regarding Mask, we didn't really know what to expect going into it. It was honestly just an Eventbrite find. It's put on by the Downtown Repertory Theater Company, whose website only includes a single picture, and their Instagram had one vague teaser. Downtown Repertory Theater has put on a couple similar shows in past years, like Witch in 2022 and Fangs in 2023 and 2024. Before our showtime, guests gathered in the courtyard, where you could get drinks, which were complimentary.
Food review. These are actually beverages, not food. I got the poison because it was the only spooky themed thing that they had. So, I mean, I don't really drink, but I'll just taste a little bit of it. And you got?
Just got water.
Very exotic.
You need to stay hydrated, you know? When you're
that's what I would normally get.
Yeah.
Tip pouch in the mouth, taste sweet nectar of life. Okay, very fruity.
I felt
but I like it.
It's spring water. I know people don't like spring water, but I do.
The spookiest type of water.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what is the spookiest type of water? Probably well water, right? Because of the whole Samara thing?
Yeah.
Sadako.
Just before the show begins, the gate is closed and locked.
Do you see that? He's closing the gate.
No going back now.
We're sealed forever, we're gonna die.
And after explaining the rules, the actors established the setting of the performance, a palace in Venice, Italy during the 1700s, just after the Black Plague.
If Rome is the eternal city, then Venice is the eternal dream, ruled by its people and not by a king.
We're invited to a Mardi Gras celebration, which can be heard echoing through the mausoleum's marble corridors as we follow the procession into the dark, guided only by the flicker of lanterns. Queen Mary was a pretty cool setting, but this one might take the cake. The main hall is a spectacular sanctuary of light, where we learn that the host of the masquerade ball, Niccolo Mancini, had a sister who died recently. There's a portrait in the center of the room in her honor, but something unnatural is afoot. The painting's head turns before our very eyes. After bearing witness to a seemingly cursed canvas, we were split off into smaller groups. Stephanie and I were brought to the chapel, but before going in, I was pulled aside by an old man and told there was someone who wanted to meet me. He gave me a piece of paper and sent me into an almost completely dark hallway where I found a table with a mask and feather quill pen. And that's when a pale woman stepped out of the shadows. This was the ghost of Amaretta Mancini, the woman who had supposedly fallen ill and died, and she's asked me for my assistance to send a message.
What can I do?
My words. Write them.
What should I write?
I am murdered.
She told me to put on a mask and delivered the letter to Tommaso Bernardi, also warning me to trust no one. The masks are used to mark who has had one-on-one interactions with the cast, ensuring that everyone gets their own moment like this. But since I was first, I did not know this at the time, which was awesome. It felt like I was getting my very own side quest. When I went back to the old man, I tried to casually get some information out of him.
Do you know someone named Tomas Bernardi?
Yes, he is one of the lords of the night.
Can I meet him?
Why would you want to meet him? He's a very violent man.
I'm not afraid of him.
Maybe you should be.
A doctor named Auditore, who seems to be the one who discovered Amaretta's body, says he has a great secret about Tommaso, accusing him of a crime, though we don't hear exactly what before we're led away back to the Great Hall. Basically, we're taken from room to room, and in each one, a scene plays out where we learn a little bit more. There's gossip about Amaretta's death, a man lobbying for a cemetery to be built, and Miccolo's wife, Angelica, has some kind of shameful past as an escort. Overall, everyone seems to be acting a little suspect.
My friend Niccolo is throwing this party tonight to celebrate his entrance into politics, and suddenly everyone is acting very strangely. Bumping their hands into doorknobs, whispering in secret, hiding behind their masks. It's more fishy in here than the Mercado de Pesce.
Between each room, the groups are split into smaller and smaller groups, and sometimes combined with other groups.
You,
And you are coming with me.
So after 30 minutes, Stephanie and I were separated. I think it's somehow organized so that everyone sees every scene at one point or another, but the fact that we're constantly moving, breaking apart, and recombining makes it feel a little less like a rehearsed play and more like an organic world that we're experiencing. At one point, my group was collected by Tommaso.
I have everyone, yes?
Yes.
Very good. Please, come with me.
So I passed the letter on as covertly as possible.
Do you mean Tommaso?
Yes.
Tommaso is I.
It's a message for you.
Grazie mille.
Completing my task didn't actually do anything, but I didn't know that at the time, so it still felt like I was helping. Mask is more of an atmospheric horror than the others. You won't find any jump scares or lurkers startling the guests. The closest thing you'll get to a traditional haunt is one character sneaking up on another in a dark room.
The handkerchief. I did not see you.
The story continues to unfold. Halfway through, everyone reconvenes in the Great Hall where the masquerade dancing begins. But when the lights come back up, the portrait of Amaretta has been defaced with the same message I wrote down for the ghost. The still grieving brother Michelo takes the liberty of investigating people, leading to a confrontation with Tommaso.
Let her go! What's the meaning of this murder?
Tommaso accuses Michelo of murdering his own sister, but the tiff is broken up by the appearance of the ghost.
You don't fool me, villain!
Everyone is broken out again in search of an exit, but instead, we witness reactions to the ghastly incident. Michelo feels that it was his sister, but believes it to be impossible. One of the palace's longtime servants is certain that it was Amaretta's ghost, and Amaretta's widowed fiancé and his new girlfriend fear that the ghost is coming for them. Another cool aspect that set this apart from a traditional play was that the guides will talk to you as they lead you from place to place.
What's your step?
Any other spooky spots to hit up in Italy before I head out?
Spooky?
Yeah.
Every place in Italy has a lot of history, and usually with that comes spooky and creepy.
As we get near the end, things get more intense. We learn the Archbishop has been helping cover up Tommaso's violent actions, we learn the Archbishop has a secret life by night, and we personally witnessed Tommaso attack the doctor, Auditore, as revenge for his accusation. We all convened one last time in the Great Hall. At this point, all of the guests have masks, and the women of the palace bicker about who could be responsible for Amaretta's death. One of them drinks something that causes her to start choking, leading to a surprising revelation.
You killed Amaretta. She'd come back looking for her brother and found me instead.
Michelo's wife, Angelica, committed the crime so that her husband would receive the family inheritance, with plans to use that money to ensure that the next generation doesn't have to become whores in order to stay afloat like she did.
400 years of hoarding gold. A fortune passed from one generation to the next, each born undeserving. And more than that, they are patricians. They make laws to serve themselves.
As you can imagine, Michelo is not happy when he finds out, and he initiates a Roman-style vote to decide her fate. Thumbs down, she dies, thumbs up, she lives. From what I can tell, the vote was pretty evenly mixed, but apparently she got enough votes to live. However, the outcome of the vote ends up being irrelevant. A dying Auditore stumbles into the room with a final warning: save yourselves, before Amaretta's ghost appears one last time to take revenge on her murderer. I'm curious if the final vote actually could have impacted what we see in the last scene, or if this was just another example of the illusion of interactivity. But it looks like Stephanie's one-on-one moment did have a small effect, even if only a cosmetic one.
So I had to walk down here into the dark and sit there for a little bit and wait for somebody to come with a lantern. So then he took me down all the way over there at the end. You can barely see that little lantern. And I just stood there, and then the lady comes with the lantern and she's like, okay, come over here. And I was like, with the lantern? She's like, no, just come over here. So then I came over here, and then we went over here and we started picking out these masks. So she was like, first let's pick a mask for me. So we would rate all the masks for her dress. And then she handed like these white ones and she's like, okay, now pick which one you want. Because I was noticing everyone had a mask but me. I'm like, wait, is that a bad thing?
All right, we just finished masks, so I think we can unmask. So that was different than just about everything that I've done.
Same.
Including kind of the immersive theater ones.
Really?
Yeah.
In what way?
The way that everything was organized. You know, we get taken around and split up, but I don't feel like I missed anything.
Yes.
And I'm still not entirely sure how they did it. I'm assuming that we ended up seeing like all the same stuff, right? But just at different times.
I think so too.
You know, it's just added to the immersion of the entire thing.
That's very true.
Like you really kind of get to know a lot of the characters throughout that.
When I was picking out my masks, I had a one-on-one with one of the characters and she was telling me about her last name and her dress and why she's wearing the mask. And I was like, oh, I actually felt like I was sitting down with a friend.
Normally, if I went to a haunt and there was no jump scare, I would be disappointed, but this was so cool. It was very much all about the ambiance, slowly unraveling the story.
Yeah, because like you kind of get into the story and so you don't really have time to think about like whether someone's gonna come out and
it's a ghost.
What I thought was eerie is when you would be in your group and you would be walking through the hallways and you would see people like in the dark just sitting there waiting. I had fun. Overall, I had fun.
It was really cool.
I'm glad this one spiced things up because I was worried that things were starting to feel kind of samey. Although exhaust was starting to set in, it left me feeling optimistic going into my break. The reason for the break dates back to almost a year ago, before I had even started planning this video, when I had bought tickets to When We Were Young Festival. So on October 19th, I found myself heading back to Vegas. But this time, instead of being infested with zombies like at Six Flags, it was crawling with a different type of vile creature. Emos.
Turkey Tom, are you gonna get the turkey leg? No. No.
The next day was a marathon of full album performances from the likes of Mayday Parade, We the Kings, The Wonder Years, Silverstein, The Used, Pierce the Veil, and I saw Jimmy Eat World on the side while waiting for A Day to Remember.
Sing it if you know it.
Sleeping with Sirens, and finally, Escape the Fates. I did catch the last part of My Chemical Romance after this, but Gerard Way was drunk, and I don't really want to talk about it. So it's the next morning, and I don't know where I got this idea that I was going to be so refreshed after doing When We Were Young, and it was going to totally clear my palate, and I was going to be so ready to get out there and do some more haunts. But no, my voice is completely shot. I'm going to be so sore. And right now, I'm about to leave Vegas, and I've got haunts to do in LA tonight, so this is probably gonna test me a little bit. I was starting to feel the burnout. It wasn't really the haunts that were burning me out. Honestly, they've all been awesome.
But I think I'm just tired of doing stuff. I kind of want a day to just like chill at home and relax and recharge my battery. But I gotta do a couple haunts today. Because of the schedule, all of the rest of the days in October where these haunts are gonna be open or taken, so I have to do them today.
This was my first home haunts day. After learning the Bruce Stanton story, how he turned his DIY project into a successful business, I felt like visiting the home haunts was like minor league baseball, a chance to check out upcoming talent before they make it to the bigs. This one, dubbed the Valley Vista House, ended up not being a haunt, but it was a cool display. So, in the words of Craig Mabbitt, it's on to the next one. This is the Buena Vista Haunt in Burbank, California, a single-story American bungalow-style home turned horror paradise complete with animatronics, lighting and fog effects, and most importantly, a scare actor. All right, so I'm here with Michael Myers. Oh, that's right, Michael Myers doesn't talk. I'm here with Diego.
What's up, man?
When I came up here, it reminded me of like this fantasy that I've always wanted to do ever since I was a little kid, doing a Halloween display that you can walk through.
That's what I wanted. I want to build something that I would have liked as a kid. So this is incredible. Every year, make it bigger and better.
Diego had a great knack for reading the room, ramping up the performance for teens and adults, but knowing when to scale back for the little kids. Might be good as a starter haunt if you don't want to throw your kids directly into 17th Door. Unfortunately for me, I was mocked by the shadow of the Disneyland bash that never was. So while I was standing there, this woman started asking me about my video and stuff, and she asked if I had done the clown house. And apparently there's this clown house which is like 7 minutes from here. She said it didn't have a scare actor, but it did look pretty legit. Figure it's nearby, I might as well go check that one out as well. And this clown house was absolutely legit. These guys were not clowning around. I mean, bad choice of words. The sheer volume of animatronics rivaled anything I had seen at Universal, SeaWorld, or the Six Flags parks. As I was filming, one of the owners of the house noticed me and invited me back for a behind-the-scenes look.
Nuts, it's crazy. There's so many clowns here.
TikTok has blown us up. This is our 5th year in Burbank, and it is the craziest shit we've ever put on so far.
I also found out that although it doesn't currently meet my requirement for a haunt, on weekends they have scare actors who frighten people walking through the alley on the side of the house, thus meeting both of my requirements.
I want you to come on Friday and Saturday because literally this is full of clowns. This is like our like lounge area. Some will go on the roof, some will go over these, see all these ladders, so we can pop up into the displays here and go over with the crowds. There's just a lot of clowns and a lot of scaring going on.
It may have flown under the radar until now, but it is a haunt. Despite my schedule being full, I had to find a way to make this work, so I'm actually not going to show the rest of the clown house quite yet, but we will be back. And speaking of people coming back, it was time for round 2 with Raven.
Hey, Raven.
Good to see you.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So the World Series is starting here tonight in LA, and I feel like that's kind of fitting because we're here at 17th Door in Buena Park, California, and I feel like this is kind of the World Series of haunts.
I'm excited.
I'm excited too. I've been starting to post my haunt photos on Instagram, and I've been getting a lot of comments asking me if I'm doing 17th Door. This one has kind of an infamous reputation. I don't know if it's quite on the level of like McCamey Manor. Are you familiar with that one?
Yeah, I don't want it to be on that level.
And we're also in the same parking lot as Portillo's. This is one of my favorite Chicago hot dog places, and this is the only one in California, or like one of the only ones in California, enjoying the Portillo's.
I think you'll need it to settle your stomach before the haunt.
This is your second appearance in this video.
Thank you for having me.
And hopefully this is the only appearance for this hot dog.
That would be so bad.
Are you nervous?
A little bit, but I'm hearing the noises and I like what I'm hearing. So I hope that I will be scared this time.
What do you say we go check it out?
Let's go.
At the front, I was greeted with clowns in prison suits who were more than happy to help in the effort to try to scare Raven.
This better be on YouTube.
Hurry up! Cut it short! I gotta poop!
You enter through a long, dingy corridor, which proved to be the only subtle part of the experience. The lobby, decorated like the outside of a prison yard, is covered in warnings, giant content labels, and an area to sign the waiver, which may be a liability thing, but I think it's just as much about building dread, the same way that the scariest part of a coaster can often be the chain lift.
So it looks like some of them are already partially filled out, as if somebody like came up here, got halfway through it, and then chickened out and left. There's a bunch of them that are like just half filled out.
The concept of 17th Door is that you are a prisoner sentenced to the most horrendous penitentiary to pay for your crimes, where ethics are thrown out the window, and they use dark technology and torture devices to try to rehabilitate criminals, and essentially scare you straight. There are 17 rooms, each with a different form of fear and torture. This maze originally opened in 2015 in the nearby Tustin, California by a couple named Robert and Heather Luther. Back then, it followed the story of a bullied college freshman named Paula, and these 17 rooms were different parts of the university, like the locker room, dorm room, and classroom. It was praised for its mature and psychological themes, and for pushing the envelope with extreme elements like shock pads in a cockroach room. The theme changed to prison when they moved to Fullerton Mall in 2018, but kept the 17 Doors concept, eventually settling in Buena Park Mall in 2023, right down the street from Knott's. If it sounds familiar, it's become kind of a national phenomenon, with people traveling from around the world to test their limits for discomfort. They even produced a reality TV show that debuted in 2022, documenting the behind-the-scenes chaos of making and running an extreme haunt.
We'll work our asses off for 5 months to try and get it all done in time for opening night. And all of this work will lead up to 26 nights of operation.
I was surprised that the onslaught began in line before we'd even turned in our waivers. Raven got to meet a 6-legged friend named Betsy.
Hi, Betsy!
And as they were giving us our VIP lanyards, this happened.
But this is not a mercy pendant, right?
No.
I don't want them to show any mercy on me.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, that hurt?
A little bit.
Raven, does it hurt?
We got tased before even getting in there. We lined up at the front gates of the Perpetuum Penitentiary, where a man in prison garb laid down the rules and insulted my hair.
I do suggest you sit with our barber and let him take care of you, give you a little haircut though, okay?
I need one.
This is kind of,
yeah.
It's very 90s. It's kind of old now, okay?
Hey, at least I still got hair, buddy. With that, the gates opened, and after our waivers were collected, I was nominated as the leader of the group.
Is Zach your leader, by the way?
He is now, yeah.
I guess so.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Zach, you got to take care of these folks, okay? Don't lose anyone, except for maybe this one right here. You
can't lose him.
And moments later, we were piled into the prison bus and jostled around as we were transported to the aforementioned barber. Raven was very adamant about not getting her hair cut, but I, in my conquest to do everything, grabbed a seat on the chair.
Head down. Yeah. Now everywhere you go, people know that you came to the 17 Door and
Perfect.
17, give a round of applause!
Next, we were put into these booths that inflated so that we couldn't move our arms as the guards let tarantulas crawl on our faces. In room 4, we meet a fellow prisoner named Tiny.
I'm gonna make it sweet and short for y'all. I dug a tunnel. The guards are gonna find out about it any second now, so we gotta go tonight, okay? I put a bunch of booby traps in there, so if there's a guard or anything, it'll slow him down. Hey!
So we all make a run for it through this narrow, twisting machine room, but guards literally pop out of the walls and tase us en route to a dead end, where a giant machine fires up and shuts down, and we slip out a hidden hatch. Still feeling the burn of the tasers, we have to crawl through an air duct to reach this guy. Now, throughout the experience, there was some super loud machine that overpowered everything, which we could hear every 90 seconds. It could even be heard outside. And we were about to find out where it came from. The next portion of our escape would be through a wind tunnel.
I'm gonna go through the vents. The problem is the fan's really strong, so you're gonna wanna hold on to all your loose articles. The glasses, hats, sleeves, implants, hold on tight.
Implants, let's go!
Then it was our turn, and it was pretty awesome to trudge through hurricane force winds. Everyone's progress was stopped by the airflow, but I somehow was able to march ahead and the group would follow.
Could you guys like physically not do it at the beginning?
No, I could not. No, I couldn't.
The only traditional haunt element came when this super tall clown at the end of a long hallway noticed and came for us. Number 7 came with an extra warning. You can't tell from here, but the entire locker room rotated so that we were on our backs, and the clown prisoners jumped from wall to wall as if they were going to stomp on our heads. Raven's friend Sav almost didn't make it when we had to switch sides.
Get up! Come here!
And we end up leaving with the room upside down, which was pretty disorienting. But the next section would be the most intense challenge we had faced yet. After a room that toyed with our sense of reality using degrees of rotation, the next area would manipulate degrees of temperature. As we stumbled ahead into the walk-in freezer, where we had frozen birds and other animals like raccoons and possums rubbed in our faces. I noticed that there were people in the freezers that lined the walls, and sure enough, that was our next destination. We were locked away and could only watch as the next group came in, but nothing could have prepared me for what we would experience in our individual chambers. We were suddenly blasted in the face by a high-powered freezing mist, as if we were being frozen to death, and it was genuinely hard to breathe with the air pressure, not to mention the freezing cold. After being released out the back, we were ushered ahead into death row. I guess our prison break was unsuccessful, and now we were being punished with a series of man-sized cubbies, each dotted with bullet holes.
Are we gonna get pelted? I don't know if I can do this. With what? With what?
I don't know.
Oh.
They proceeded to put bags over our heads, which we could barely see through into the bright lights of the firing squad. This relentless execution scene went on for a good while, but we somehow miraculously survived to see room number 10 of 17, the earthquake room. In this one, Yoda randomly appeared, only this was more of an evil Yoda.
Interrupt my alone time. You
I thought we were supposed to dance.
lesson you must learn. Wait for it.
I was really coming to appreciate how the scares here use the entire spectrum of multisensory experiences, where most haunts just use sight and sound with the occasional smell. You sign that waiver, and they make the most of it in pretty much every room, which is exactly what I wanted. Staying on the Star Wars theme, our next rendezvous was in the vein of the trash compactor room, where a prisoner ordered me to clamp jumper cables to this machine, causing the walls and ceiling to close in on us, stopping only just before we're crushed. Room 13 didn't really compare to Knott's room 13. This one just had someone briefly putting a cockroach on each of us. It was a lot more controlled than what I imagined. But they made up for it with room 14.
We do.
Remember the whole firing squad execution thing? We had circled back to that room, but this time on the other end of the turret, which was so satisfying. And it was pretty easy to control where you wanted to shoot.
I think the whole experience is worth it just for that. That was so fun.
That was cool.
And not dissimilar from the previous execution room, the torture chamber that would follow was outfitted with a series of stalls designed to arrange us against the wall where this happened.
Engage restraints. Engage restraints.
Oh.
Engage restraints. Initiating breathless execution. Initiating breathless execution.
Basically, we're suffocated for 12 seconds with a vacuum-sealed silicone sheet, which isn't long enough to actually hurt you, but it feels like it could be if it went on too long.
Or a tough group to kill.
by surviving firing squad and electro-suffocation, you have now earned a chance at parole.
But first, we had to take an oath, swearing to be fearless.
It shocked me.
I guess that's an expected outcome when a goth girl touches a Bible. But with that vow, the titular 17th door was unlocked and we were led into a tight room where we were assaulted with none other than a British DJ?
Yo, what's up all you river rats and snotty cats out here at the 17th door? If you're having a good time, let me hear you scream. Okay, if you bitches want your freedom, let me hear you chant parole. Yeah, here we go. Roll, 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 Yo, we did it! You get out of here!
17th door, the most intense haunt in California where we got drowned in balls. After this, we did the VIP experience, which gives you a behind the scenes tour. Everything from the costuming of the scare actors to the mechanical engineering to photo ops and lending a hand ourselves. I'm not gonna go through it all because they do sell this experience and I don't want to disincentivize anyone from paying for it, but if you made it this far into the video, it's probably something you would enjoy.
Raven, we did it. We survived 17th door. Not too bad.
Not too bad, honestly.
I mean, we could be saying that, but then like the average viewer might go through it and be traumatized. One of the girls in the other group did start crying.
Really?
Did you not see that?
No.
When we did the suffocation room.
I feel like the countdown did help.
I agree. So when we were doing the VIP tour, she said that the countdown makes it seem like it's going slower. What they should have done is like start the countdown at a normal pace. You know the Mr. Beast ad progress bar where like it starts out going really fast, but then it slows down towards the end of the ad?
Yeah.
They should have done that. So the coil thing was my favorite room. We're just like going through this tight corridor. There's a lot of chaos. People are screaming. They like open up this hatch and come out and tase you.
They did do that.
I like how they do that at the beginning too, because it sets the expectation that that could happen like throughout the rest of it.
The shaking room was fun.
The shaking room was in my top 3 for sure.
I feel like, I don't know if Yoda had anything to do with it.
I think he was using the force to shake the room, which is like the most random thing, because the whole thing, other than that, is prison themed. Yeah. Like we take the prison bus. We got my
oh yeah,
my
show
haircut.
show them your head.
Can you still see it?
If he was gonna cut my hair, I was gonna punch him.
The other one that I really liked, which was maybe my second favorite room, was like the second part of the freezer room.
It was a nice little blast of air conditioning. I heard cryotherapy is like really good for you.
Have you ever been skydiving?
No.
When you go skydiving and you first jump, there's so much air rushing at you that you almost can't breathe for the first second. And then like you get used to it and you just close your mouth really small and take deep breaths of air and stuff. But it reminded me exactly like that. I feel like the best moments are like the suspenseful moments where they put you in a room and you can't figure out what's going to happen.
That's the scariest part about anything, I feel like. And then getting to pelt people.
Yeah.
I felt so bad. I was like, ah. But I was trying to miss
usually
him.
like if you go on a water ride or something, they have those water guns that you can like shoot the people going through on the ride, but you have to pay extra for it. So it felt like we were getting to do something that you usually have to pay extra for.
Cool.
Yeah. And it was so funny just watching all their reactions. It was a bunch of big dudes.
Yeah.
And the one guy was just like doing the funniest poses.
What was your strategy? Mine was this.
At first I was like, okay, I'm gonna hit him in the nuts like early on before he figures out like what's going on, just in case he doesn't know. What's up? You haven't? What's your name?
I don't have a name. They took me off the street. It's really loud and I'm scared.
We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Any other final thoughts on 17th Door?
I think it was a really fun, different experience from other haunts, like in the area or just that I've done in general. Like it's just a different type of scare. I would recommend it.
I think this one's near the top for me.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good. I think me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's been fun.
Maybe
I'll do another video one year and we can try to find your limit.
I'm down. Yeah, let's burn our limits. You're gonna find your limit too.
Yeah.
I'll see you next time. Thanks
Later.
for having me.
This was a good experience for me. I felt like I was back in the groove, and with this one out of the way, I was pretty close to the end of my journey. And it was fun hanging out with Raven, but looking back on it, I wish I would have asked her how many tattoos she has. Her head would have fucking exploded. The hat did not quite work to cover up the 17, but an effort was made.
Have a good time.
Thank you.
Yes.
I got that last year.
Oh yeah.
But hey, the front shots look kind of cool in here anyways. Welcome to Haunted Harvest.
Oh, there he is. Good to see you.
Good to see you too,
Glad you could find me here.
Yeah, I know.
Of the corn
Middle of
maze.
nowhere, right?
Yeah. This is Griffin from FilmSpeak. He does video essays. What would you call it, video essays?
Yeah, they're video essays, like review-esque type content, editorials. People who like to just sit there and watch you talk about something entirely too much in a lot of detail.
Yeah, those are my guys.
Hey!
So we're here at the Haunted Harvest in Chino Hills, California. This is the only corn maze style haunt that I found in Southern California, which I guess it makes sense.
Yeah,
we're here
right.
in the desert.
Yeah.
I'm used to seeing these things pop up because I'm from the Midwest. Where are you from?
I'm from Maryland, so we got a lot of corn mazes. This is normal to me, but I guess it's not normal to this area. So
Right.
it's like that, yeah.
Do you scare easily?
No, when I was younger, yes.
Yeah.
Now, not really. I just kind of like, nice.
Yeah. After doing, I don't even know how many of these at this point, I'm like completely desensitized.
Yeah, I would imagine so, yeah.
But I think I'll still enjoy it because this one's unique and it has like that fall ambiance.
Yeah.
There's like the whole carnival here, there's the corn maze.
Yeah, it'd be
It
great.
should be pretty cool.
Yeah. No, I'm stoked. This is gonna be fun.
You are kind of just out in the middle of a corn maze. It's probably kind of low budget.
Yeah.
And sometimes when the haunt is like a little bit more backwoods, it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
Because you never know what you're gonna get. You don't know how far they're gonna go.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they can mess with you pretty hard, I guess, really, because it's like, oh, you're in the middle of a corn maze. Like, no one's gonna see you or know. And
Well, I'd love to keep talking, but I think we're gonna have a lot of time to catch up when we're lost in the middle of the maze.
I mean,
I don't
yeah,
know how long it's gonna take to find our way out of here.
entirely too long is what it is, yeah.
Why don't we go check it out?
Let's go do it, yeah.
This one doesn't have a ton of history, except it kind of does. It started with this haunt called Perdition Home in Orange County, which goes back to at least 2011 from what I can tell. But in 2019, they were not able to open, and well, we know what happened after that. But the creators, Brandon Spletter and Trevor Nielsen, were itching to get back to haunting. So Haunted Harvest was a spiritual successor, opening in 2022 and integrating built assets from Perdition Home into little scenes that you go through as you make your way through the corn. And it starts with one of these scenes, a horror-themed video store called Hauntbuster.
This is actually perfect for us, two film-centric YouTubers going through a video store.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
I feel like we're actually picking out a movie.
Yeah, I know, right? This is like, oh, cool. I just want to stay here, like the maze. Like.
Despite having a great selection of horror, the video store was not really dealing any scares, until you get to the back room and find the place massacred by what seems to be a disgruntled customer, leaving behind clear messages expressing his or her frustrations with late fees. It took us about 80 seconds walking to get through the corn to the next structure, Brujeria, a Spanish word meaning witchcraft or sorcery. Inside, we found a scene Logan Paul would have been proud of. Disemboweled and dismembered figures hanging from trees and walls, and the sounds of a girl in the distance begging for her life.
Guess I won't be able to show that.
Get demonetized.
Yeah. Or that.
No, none of that.
I guess that section didn't really have a story outside of just environmental storytelling. But one thing I really liked is just how dark and quiet the corn sections that separate each building are. Unlike most haunts that have you walking down a hallway, the scare actors could literally be anywhere, and they are. So the transitions don't feel like filler content. There's tension all the way through. We came upon the pumpkin one. I didn't see a name. As expected, some of the decorations were a little, I would say bare bones, but that might be too on the nose.
That guy's definitely real.
But I honestly didn't mind too much. The shoddiness kind of added to the creep factor, as if we were trespassing on some crazy rural guy's Halloween display. It got better as we went along too.
These are some cool jack-o'-lanterns.
Yeah, there's some really cool stuff.
The walk to the next structure was about 2.5 minutes, but I can only imagine how long it would have taken if I had brought Allie or Rod to this haunt. The fourth mini-scene, titled Maniacs, has us setting foot into a slasher's domain. It was a pretty short section, but the most interesting part was a John Wayne Gacy scare actor. I didn't get great footage of it, but remember what I said about these countryside haunts being a little more bold with what they try to get away with? I've seen plenty of urban legends adapted into haunts, but this might be the first time I've seen aspects of true crime. And we got another unexpected concept as the path took us back in the direction of the carnival.
Oh, is this a snowman room?
Yeah.
This is cool.
No pun intended. It contained life-size nutcrackers, victims frozen and turned into Christmas ornaments, and our favorite German Christmas deity.
Krampus.
Props to Griffin for knowing the correct pronunciation, and props to this next actor for being just a little further out than we expected.
I kind of wish there was more going on inside the corn maze.
Whoa, you say that.
Keeping with the obsolete business theme established back at Hauntbusters, the following building was a haunt set in an 80s style arcade called Gority's.
Jesus.
Now I love pressing buttons in haunts whenever I am presented with the opportunity.
That doesn't do anything.
No play.
Pac-Man.
No, you gotta.
Oh, this one works. We can play a whole game of Pac-Man.
I didn't even have to put a quarter in. That's added value right there. We swung by the prize counter, which led to a claustrophobia tunnel, which made me realize it had been over a week since I'd last seen one of these things. The back half of this video did a good job of avoiding the cliches. The back rooms of the arcade featured bodies mangled up in prize tickets, creepy Halloween decor turned to life, and a clown girl with an incredibly loud scream, ending the themed area structures on a high note. But there was one last surprise wavering in the harvest.
One more time. One more time.
One more time. One more time.
Who goes through suffering one more time?
All right, Haunted Harvest. What are your first impressions?
It was fun. I honestly, I just liked the fact that there wasn't a whole lot of like flashing lights and like loud noise and stuff.
It was kind of refreshing to just go out in the corn.
Yeah.
And you don't know when something's gonna happen.
I think the best thing with these mazes is like when you let your mind kind of like fill in the blanks.
Yeah. One of my favorite scare actors was that werewolf guy who was just standing in a spot where he was totally in the dark, and we walked past him, and he didn't have to do like a super loud scream or big movement. It was just the subtlety of it.
Yeah, he snarled at some lady, and she was just like, "Oh, I don't like that." And I was like, "Yeah."
What was your favorite section?
Honestly, just like not like a specific one, but just like walking through the whole thing.
Yeah,
like
the corn was your favorite?
It's just the corn, like the maze, because you don't get that a lot with these mazes. Yeah,
I did feel like the corn was a little bit sparse in terms of scare actors. Like there were definitely some spots carved out where there's supposed to be someone and they didn't have someone.
That would have been that's my only thing is like I wish there was more of that, but it's like again it's.
But also did that kind of add to it because then you didn't know which ones had an actor?
It did. No, you're right.
I think maybe it did a little bit.
Specifically for that werewolf guy, it was like I didn't even see him like the 2 times we went in. It was like, whoa.
I think that I liked the arcade one the best.
The arcade one was cool. That shrieking.
That lady shrieked so loud. I mean, I've been through so many haunts at this point. There was a lot of loud stuff last night, but that was just like ear piercing.
Yeah, I think because there wasn't a whole lot of flashing lights and other stuff going on, that like they were super reliant on like screaming and stuff like that. And I was like, holy, when you add that with the maze and like the corn and just like not being able to see super well, it makes
That's a good point.
Yeah, it makes it like so much more of a sensory experience.
Right. All right, Griffin, I think we got to get out of here before they harvest our organs.
Yeah, I don't want to look like this guy. Yeah, for sure. Iron Man.
Prepping their stuff over there. It was good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too,
It's been fun.
Yeah.
Until next time, man.
Take care, dude.
There was something that was refreshing about going from the most intense haunt in 17th Door to what I would probably call the most chill one I've done in Haunted Harvest, with its moments of serenity out there under the stars, with the wind blowing through the golden husks of vegetation. We were the last group to go through, so the walk back to the parking lot offered one more creepy yet calm moment, which served as kind of a palate cleanser before this last 3 days of haunts. At this point, the good news is the end is in sight. I only have 3 more days of haunts. The bad news is I have 6 haunts to squeeze into those 3 days, and they're spread all over the state. All right, people, another day, another couple of haunts. I know I said last night was like really refreshing and kind of recharged me, but today I'm not feeling that at all. I really don't want to do these 2 haunts that I'm doing today. Today I'm traveling over 2 hours to reach San Bernardino County, where I have a couple of haunts that I'm doing. Reportedly, these haunts are really only like 15-minute walkthroughs, so it doesn't feel worth it to me, and I'm really just doing it at this point so that I can put every haunt in Southern California in the title of the video. It's not the haunts that are really wearing me down, it's really the travel that is getting to me. And sadly, I had no idea how bad that travel was about to get. LA is already known for having bad transportation infrastructure for such a big city. But with the World Series, 3 other big ticket sporting events, 2 concerts, and Friday night congestion this weekend before Halloween, this was being dubbed as a biblical traffic event. Shoulder work, I sure hope it does. I gotta do that every time. I'm also pretty close to Dodger Stadium right now, and I am about to hit that World Series traffic, which is obviously not something that I accounted for when I first planned this trip, because I accounted for the Cubs being the National League representative in the World Series. I guess I've got some time to kill, so let me tell you about where I'm headed. As we learned from that tour guide in Mask, locations with a lot of history tend to be abundant in all things spooky and creepy, and I think this one is my oldest location yet. Originally opened as the Chaffey College of Agriculture in 1885, this 65-acre campus was converted to a high school in 1901. Over the next century, it gained a reputation for being haunted. Some say the ghost of a man whose life was lost in a collision with a streetcar can be seen pacing the perimeter. A young man rumored to have died in the clock tower is blamed for the malfunctioning chime system, and a girl who died in the auditorium supposedly messes with the lights and can occasionally be seen as a green light. I wish I was seeing green lights, but unfortunately I was only seeing red. Red travel times, red lines, and red taillights. haunts.
Didn't I become a YouTuber so that I don't have to sit in traffic?
Given the supposedly haunted auditorium, the school theater company started giving ghost tours, but had to stop when the theater underwent renovation. Then they found something better, the school basement. When they started the haunt in 2018, they claimed they weren't the only ones doing the haunting.
About 6 years ago when we started it down in the basement, we heard audible voices, enough for us to stop the workday and go, we're done. And it's been pretty clear, like all the way through. Nothing really for 6 years. And yesterday, something was not happy down there. It was like, dude, I'm filming this and I gotta post this.
I caught something on camera that was very bizarre.
All right, so I'm all the way out here in Ontario, California. The name of this haunt is Dark Folklore. It is a Friday night, so there's a high school football game going on, so maybe it won't be too crowded at the haunt itself.
Yeah, you're good to go. Thanks.
Welcome to our festival of the sun. This way. No need to be frightened. Go along now.
Dark Folklore had this European folk horror kind of thing going on. Surprisingly, for something put on by a theater company, it's not very story heavy. The story is just that we've stumbled upon a tribal cult that's torturing and maybe eating other people who pass through.
I see you've made it to our feast. Welcome! What do you ask for you?
At least she didn't offer to give me food like the women at every other haunt. I say that for variety's sake. I love food. The other pleasant surprise? There were a lot of pretty decent effects, such as a claustrophobia tunnel, fog machines, and the sound and light timing stuff like you'd see at the big haunts. My favorite unique aspect of this haunt was the fact that they follow you as you're going through, for a pretty long time. I don't know if they would normally do this if it was more crowded, but it's a cool idea. The environments seem to be handmade, which fit the theme perfectly. After crossing through a dark forest, near the end you encounter a winged creature with a goat head, possibly a depiction of Baphomet.
All right, Dark Folklore by the Chaffee High School Theater Company. There are definitely a few things to like about this one. For one, no shortage of scare actors. The haunt walkthrough itself, I mean, I'll have to look back at the footage, but it was probably like 5 to 10 minutes when it was advertised as 15, which is fine. So would I recommend this haunt? Well, if you're a student at this high school, then yeah, I would absolutely recommend it. Even if you're just someone that lives in Ontario, California, sure. I mean, it's $10, why not check it out? It's a good deal. Now, would I recommend driving 2.5 hours from LA the way that I did? Probably not. I mean, definitely not. But yeah, if you're in the area, it's a fun little haunt to check out. All right, I've got one more haunt to do tonight and it is getting late, so let's go check out the next one.
One of the most consistent home haunts ever made can be found in West Covina, California on MacDevitt Street. The owner, Kirk Higgins, has been scaring his neighbors and visitors nearly every year since 1998 with his annual attraction, MacDevitt Manor. I parked down the street, but as I walked up, I saw something that brought back a painful memory.
This is just one of the neighbors, but once again, Oogie Boogie continues to haunt me everywhere I go.
Unlike the other home haunts I'd visited, this one was a new structure completely dedicated to the haunt. The theme this year was MacDevitt Asylum, which felt appropriate considering it would take a crazy person to attempt to do 22 haunts and 2 concerts in one season.
Hi, what's your name?
I'm Zach.
Oh, you're number 1 on my list. I can tell how crazy you are.
As I continued onto the patient wing, I found it worn down, with head cases roaming free, a deranged doctor decimating patients, and a girl in solitary who was very excited to have a visitor.
Come on, stay. Just stay a little longer, please. Please, I promise I won't do anything.
I'll stay for another minute.
The ending represented the outside of the hospital, layered with a thick fog as murderous crazy women stagger about, trying to convince me of their innocence.
I'm here with Kirk, the owner of MacDevitt Asylum. There's a girl in there who really wants to be let out. She said to let you know.
There's a few girls in there that want to be let out.
I get the impression that you've worked at another haunt before, you've done this professionally in the past, because the production design is really amazing.
Did one in Covina, big haunted house years ago, then it's just in my blood. It was the March of Dimes in '84, so it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And that was a big production, you know, and I was in junior high at that time, and I just it just fell in love.
What does this normally look like when it's not Halloween season?
Just grass.
Oh yeah? So you put up all these walls and everything?
Yes, took us 21 days.
Do you change it every year?
Every year.
So you're not really able to reuse a lot of assets?
No, half the times like I'll sell this facade, I'll just get rid of it, and then I just build new.
Getting like a whole fresh theme really gives you incentive to come back.
Yeah.
Anything else that you want my audience to know?
Just stop by. 2436 West MacDevitt Street, West Covina.
All right, thanks so much, man.
All right, man, thanks a lot.
You know back in school how Friday was easier than Monday because you knew you were almost there? That's kind of how I felt going into my last big drive of the video. I was headed back to Inland Empire, the massive region inland from LA where my last few nights were spent, and the location of Fear Farm where I was going tonight. The best way to do this would have been for me to stay out there in a hotel, but I had to get back to work on my Jason Voorhees horror history during the day. But I could manage it knowing that it was the last big excursion. But as I got close, there was something that wasn't right. This is what it has come to. The GPS has taken me to basically the middle of the desert somewhere. It says I'm 3 minutes away from Fear Farm, and this is one of the bumpiest roads ever. And there's like no other cars here, so I hope I am going to the right place. But this is an adventure. This is a real Halloween adventure.
Take the next right onto Acanthus Street.
This could be the end. Maybe there is no Fear Farm, and they just set up that website to trap me. Like it's one of my enemies. Okay, I've now arrived at where this theoretically is, and I'm literally in the middle of nowhere. I'm gonna have to figure out where the hell Fear Farm is. Eventually, I figured out that Fear Farm had moved locations and I was over an hour away still. Keep in mind, in order to complete this challenge, I have to make it tonight and do everything before they close because there's no other night available to do this. I think what happened is that we were planning this trip as early as the beginning of September, and they had moved locations, but they hadn't announced that they had moved yet on the website. So when we made our spreadsheet of all the haunts, we probably got the old address in there, and then they announced that the address was changed sometime after that. They also never updated the location on Google Maps, which can't be good for business, but it's probably less of a big deal for the 99% of their guests who actually live in Inland Empire. Of course, something a little bit crazy has to happen towards the end here, but I'm gonna roll with it and hopefully everything goes according to plan from here on out. When I finally found the real Fear Farm, the location was pretty unique. They had taken over a paintball airsoft battlefield. This is the reason for the location change. The original Fear Farm was started in 1999 by a metal musician named Rick Spoker, and it became the premier Halloween event in its original location. Meanwhile, Matthew Gagnier started making home haunts in the 90s from the age of 12 and worked his way up by working at other haunts like Knott. In 2022, he created Nightmare at Dos Lagos in Corona, California. And as I found out in the worst way possible, in 2024, they combined, taking the Fear Farm name and the Dos Lagos location to create the only Scream park in the Inland Empire. Oh no, what is that skeleton doing? I heard the now familiar sounds of the Weeknd as I rushed in and found a large central display that seemed more Western themed than farming themed, but whatever. Each of the 5 haunts was circulated around this main circle. I brought my editor Andrew along for this one so I can be a cool boss. In addition to editing for me, he's been known to make some GTA videos from time to time.
High quality music.
And high quality music.
In fact, I'm gonna
do you have your mixtape? We went to Halloween Horror Nights years ago and he tried to give his mixtape to all the scare actors.
It's a mixtape. It's very high quality music. I'm giving them out, but only a couple people will get the limited edition Quad Gnome edition.
We only had an hour and a half to get through all 5 attractions, so we just hurried into the first thing we saw, Sundown Manor. This was a pretty standard classic haunted house. We go through several lounge areas full of demons and ghouls, we get to Grandma's kitchen, she offers me food.
Friend or food?
Food, we're hungry.
Food, yes! We love food, yes! You may be live, but soon be dead. I'll grind your bones.
Oh no, we're not live, we're just recording. I've seen these tropes a million times at this point. In fact, I'm pretty sure I saw this exact animatronic at Knott's. There was one gimmick I really liked though.
Oh, jeez.
There's someone else.
Oh, that was pretty cool.
Is he gonna come down?
Yeah, careful, careful.
Oh, he is. It's not the first ceiling laser swamp, but having a scare actor climb out of there was pretty ballsy. Overall, it was a nice long walkthrough with decent theming, but no story. Right next door was the entrance to Barnaby Rust's Psycho Circus, which was hyped up for us by this guy who looks like the before photo on those moisturizing skin cream ads.
I can't spoil anything, but I'm going to tell you, you're gonna come out of this house with no arms or no fingers.
Oh, nice.
You get to choose whichever one you choose, so...
We choose arms or fingers?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna choose arms because I'm hardcore.
Though, apparently this was optional.
I want to lose my arms.
You don't want to lose your arms?
That's what he said we could
Okay, well, you know what? Don't worry. We'll make sure we keep the arms intact.
No, I do.
Oh, you do want to lose your arms? Well, why didn't you say so? Come right here.
The theme was sort of circusy, but also kind of industrial, with metal fences, toxic barrels, and a hardstyle soundtrack. It seems like a common theme with these circus haunts, taking on more of a party atmosphere. My favorite set piece was the giant claw machine, with a lever that triggers a clown crashing up against the glass. The ice cream shop was fun too.
Oh, it's our friend from earlier.
Oh, the music's
That's loud.
Yeah.
It finishes out with a vortex tunnel. Whoever manufactures these things must be rolling in cash. Get it? Because rolling. Wasting no time, we moved along to the hayride. The only thing this really had in common with LA Haunted Hayride was the ride vehicle. Instead of scenes with lights, props, and animatronics, it takes you out onto a barren paintball course, which already has kind of a post-apocalyptic theme, making it ideal for a zombie-infested village fallen to ruin. As a result, there's not much to see here, but one cool aspect was that the zombies would sometimes actually jump into our trailer, which is something that I always wanted to happen on the other hayride. It might just be the tamest thing I had done overall.
Everyone's just watching us vlog. As we were standing in line for the hayride, this girl came up and started asking me about the video and stuff. And she said that the two zombie ones, the two ones that we haven't done, involve shooting actual paintball gun pellets and running away from zombies and ducking under stuff. So by the sound of it, we have done all the worst stuff so far and we have all the best stuff still to go.
We started with the shooting maze, zombie survival fight experience. We're briefed in a makeshift zombie response team headquarters staged in an old boxcar where we gear up for our mission.
How do I look? It's pretty serious if you have to have eye protection.
Are ready to commit violence?
Yes.
You have been enlisted into the civilian zombie response team. You have to shoot them in the head. If you shoot them in the body, you'll piss them off. My zombies are all fast, but they're gonna run at you from every direction. And this is all it takes to become infected. A single touch.
Aww.
You get touched. You hand that back here, we hit you with our special light, you glow, we put your against the wall and kill you ourselves. Everything out there wants to kill you. Humans, raiders, zombies. If it's out there and it's not you or your squad leader, you can kill it.
Okay, so this is an awesome concept, but how does it hold up in execution? In terms of theming, it's pretty cool. We're once again on an airsoft or paintball course, which works really nicely as a zombie wasteland. We start off traveling in a group behind a squad leader, but what began as a stealth approach quickly devolves into chaos.
Whoa, it's 12 o'clock!
So we just came out of Zombie Survival Fight, which is one of the two zombie survival ones that they have here. You can't really tell who the zombies are and who the humans in your party are.
Oh, it's a person. Are you a person? Wait.
And because there were only limited flashes of light, it was hard to see where my pellets went after they were shot. I understand that's how things actually are on the battlefield, but it didn't make for very satisfying gameplay.
Wait, that's it? That was it?
Well, all of the other gun-related haunts that I've done in the past are more of a laser tag thing, and the zombies are wearing the laser tag vests, so it's very easy to see who's the zombie and who's not.
We did get infected, and I did like how they ended it by having the survivors kill off their contaminated teammates.
Oh, wow. Okay, that don't hurt.
Is it weird that I kinda wish it hurt a bit more? Anyway, I was very intrigued by the concept and felt like it could be a hit in future years with some gameplay tweaks and scope lights.
The next one we have is Zombie Flight, and from talking to other people, it seems like it's kind of like a flag football thing, which is not something I've ever seen before, so maybe the execution's a little bit better on that one. We're gonna go check it out now.
After suiting up, we're taken inside where the stage is set with a pre-show video.
You ever wondered if you'd survive the zombie apocalypse? You're about to find out.
This is not a standard haunted attraction. This is a survival experience. You found yourself outside of the safe zone. You need to make your way through this infested retail store without getting infected yourself. You can outmaneuver the zombies. Zombies are easily distracted, and they love squeaky toys. If you're lucky enough to find one of these, just squeak it and throw, and you're on your way. Now that you know all the rules, we wish you the best of luck in your zombie survival experience.
Time to gear up and head inside.
Do you want me to record this too?
Yeah.
yourself and have fun.
Oh, it's the Forever Purge.
Yeah, the Yeehaw Purge.
Unlike 98% of these attractions, Flight Experience is an actual maze with dead ends, but there were also areas that were just too risky to cross because they were crawling with zombies. The play arena was also filled with tight corridors that you could hide in, pipes that you could crawl through if you needed a quick escape, and foggy areas that were just as much hiding spots for the players as they were for the zombies. Sometimes you were just stuck with a zombie you had to get around though. All my years of football and Ultimate finally paid off.
All right, we just came out of Zombie Survival Flight Experience, not to be confused with Zombie Survival Fight Experience. This one is amazing. This blows everything else they have at Fear Farm out of the water. This is everything I've ever wanted in a haunt. The zombies are coming after you. You can like run and dodge out of the way. Like me and Andrew got separated pretty early on, but then you end up just like going with other people and trying to figure out the maze yourselves. As far as like getting your adrenaline up and actually feeling like a game,
this is completely unparalleled. There's nothing like this.
That's not to say there's no room for improvement. There were some balance issues. For example, I never found any of the squeaky toys. And the ending was confusing. You win by reaching the Center for Disease Control with flags remaining. However, the woman was doing this voice that made me think that she was a zombie.
CDC, were you not just out here?
No, that was him.
CDC, you're at the end!
Oops.
All right, so that's a wrap on Fear Farm. We did have to kind of rush through stuff a little bit, but the front of line passes helped. Honestly, like a lot of the home haunts kind of had better production design than some of the standard haunts. But then on the other side, definitely Zombie Survival Flight. In fact, I would come to Fear Farm just for Zombie Survival Flight because it's such a unique experience. I've always wanted to do something like that. I had no idea that this was here. If I were to come again, I would honestly just do that over and over the whole time.
Somehow, even a night that seemed disastrous from the outset ended up leaving me with something positive.
Andrew, it's been fun. Now back to work.
Thanks again for giving me that raise.
I finally made it home exhausted and covered in dust, knowing that I would need to rest to make it through one more evening of festivities.
Hey.
Hey, Blake.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, man.
What's up, guys?
This is the end. You are the last guest to come onto this video.
Save the worst for last. I understand. Yeah.
This is Blake Rosier. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Definitely not. But you pronounced it probably correctly from my French ancestors.
Okay.
It's Rosier.
I'll take it. So Blake is a comedian.
I love live streaming on YouTube and also making videos. So I kind of do all sorts of stuff. I also act.
I love those videos where you're looking at a viral video and you're kind of giving the instructions.
Take off the label from your crappy soap and then dump it out and waste all the products? Yeah, pour all that toothpaste in there. You do not have time to do toothpaste and then mouthwash, but you have time to make this piece of crap science experiment that's not gonna work. I love to talk through crappy DIY videos.
Which is perfect for what we were doing today because we have 3 DIY haunts on the menu today.
Oh yeah.
We got 3 home haunts. So right now we're standing in front of the Elizondo haunt in Canoga Park, California. It's gonna be busy. We've got 3 hours to hit all of these.
We got this. I can't wait to get frightened and terrified tonight. I go ghost hunting consistently. I love scary stuff. I love horror films. I love getting scared. It's just I am easily scared. Oh man, I really want to get in there. I really do.
So as the last guest on this video, you know what that means.
I gotta really bring it. I gotta get terrified and we gotta end it with a bang.
It means you get to talk shit on all of the other guests.
Okay, cool. That's what that means? Okay, cool. Well, I don't even know who they are, but they all suck. And I'm gonna get way more scared than those idiots.
I like it. Let's go do it.
Whoa.
How immersive.
Yeah, it looks so real.
It's easy for a lot of home haunts to be a bit generic with the theming, but that's not the case here at Elizondo. It transports us to Halloween in the Old West, complete with a mine shaft, 1800s cemetery, and a saloon on the inside. But before we go in, I had to take one last chance to do a food review.
Brownies, chocolate-covered marshmallows, and packs of cookies.
I'll do a marshmallow. It's good. It tastes like there's graham cracker bits in there maybe, or maybe it's just the sprinkles. Yeah.
I have a diaper on just in case. I'm quick to, you know, release.
All right, you guys can head on in.
Thank you.
Inside, they basically have this whole little town. Wanted posters, a skeletal assayer, a long gone bartender.
You gonna get a drink?
Yeah, I'm actually thirsty. I'll take it. Okay, wait. Oh my gosh, that guy's making his rounds.
And an escaped outlaw.
I used to be in there with him. Wait, slow down. Now I'm out here with you.
How'd you get out?
I picked the lock. But wait, there's dynamite right around that corner.
Oh!
All right, so that's the Elizondo house, 1 out of 3 down.
Yeah.
You were right, you did look pretty jumpy in there.
Yeah, I noticed I was walking a lot like this, almost like I was walking down the aisle of a funeral. I was like shocked at the amount of twists and turns there was in that little space.
It seemed like there was kind of like a center console that we went around, and each time we rotated around it, there's a different kind of Wild West themed building over there.
My favorite scare actor was the man who was chained to the bar and just breathing heavily.
The little kid with the mouth for a face was great too.
Yeah, that was just the vibes here are great. Everyone's like loving it and having fun.
All of these home haunts, they're not doing it to make money. They're doing it just because they love doing it. The other interesting thing about this one compared to the other home haunts that I've done, you see the haunt, I don't see the home. standing here on the sidewalk. It looks like it's just a haunt, which is so cool.
If you look between here, that's their house. Because I actually wondered, are they gonna take us into their house and then trap us forever and put us in the basement with chains? Because
that would be the ultimate ending to this video. Yeah.
Just kidding. As we traveled to Burbank for the next haunt, it was beginning to look a lot like Halloween.
All right, so we just pulled up to Burbank to go check out Rotten Apple, and it's crazy here. It's not Halloween yet, but it already feels like Halloween. There's so many people walking around in costumes. There's like a decorations contest. That Barbie house was insane.
That was crazy, dude. Yeah, that was pretty genius.
It's hyping me up for Rotten Apple.
I'm excited. If it's that much detail for just someone doing a house contest, it's gonna be insane.
And people were coming in droves for Rotten Apple 907. According to their website, it started in 1990 as part of a birthday celebration for the owner's daughter and grew into an annual tradition with new themes every autumn and donation proceeds given directly to charity. My last visit was in 2021 when they did a Jack the Ripper themed production called Into the London Fog. This year's title was The Last Stop, and the big train out front was certainly a statement piece.
In just a few moments, you'll be boarding a train to Bakersfield.
Scariest place
terrifying.
in the world.
But in the Twilight Zone, the train never seems to arrive in Bakersfield. It arrives somewhere else. Somewhere just a little bit scarier than Bakersfield.
Fresno?
Next departure, 3 minutes. Please watch your steps stepping on and off the train. Enjoy your journey.
Upon boarding, we're greeted by a conductor who reiterates that we're headed to an evil place.
Okay. We got real movement here.
Yeah, the whole room moves around to simulate the train being in motion. Can I just remind you that this is a home haunt? We arrive in the Twilight Zone-esque village of Cavity Cove.
Cavity Cove.
Don't go in there. She's crazy. That's the dentist. He's not gonna help. Do you have an appointment?
Nice go, team.
Making a killing out here.
I don't have insurance.
We're YouTubers.
Ahead, we find the source of that sweet smell that led us off the locomotive.
Oh.
That would be the smell of children, darling. Or perhaps some finger-licking good candy. It'll just cost you an arm and a leg, friends.
Deal.
It seems the candy may also be made from body parts.
Okay, I knew he was gonna pop out of there.
I'm glad I got a snack at that last one because there are a lot of snacks making me hungry over here.
Anybody can spare an arm or a leg for my pot? No? Are you sure?
Yes.
If not, then just crawl! Get out of my kitchen!
Okay.
He offered you the arm. He wanted to give you the arm, ma'am.
You like Peeps?
Oh, no. Not like that.
No. Oh, Freddy Fazbear. Or something of that nature.
Oh, wow! Very good.
Things continue to get weirder like this, and at the end, we stumble into a cave with the bones of this bizarre community's victims.
Wow. Oh my god, I almost swung, I almost punched.
Rotten Apple 907. That was insane.
Yeah, I loved that. That was really fun.
I can't believe that was a home haunt.
Yeah, that felt like almost like theme park level to me. My one note about the first room with the train, the man was very hard to hear.
Yeah,
which
I was gonna say the same thing.
It's kind of scary in the fact that you don't know what he's saying, but from an actor's standpoint, I was like,
it seems like if
to hear you.
You know, they had the hydraulic floor, it seems like it would have been easy to get a mic on him.
One extra thing that I think was really special about this one too is the use of smell.
Oh yeah.
I think that's something that is easily missed or forgotten when you're doing like something like this, but there's
all
a lot
of those
smells.
gimmicks that like the big haunts have, they had here.
Yeah.
How far did it feel like we traveled in there?
I'd say maybe like 8 times bigger than the one we just did.
Yeah, it felt like it was so big. I don't know if you felt this way, but to me, like the tone was more of a horror comedy than just a straight horror.
Yes.
A lot of it felt kind of tongue-in-cheek, you know?
Yeah, and I don't know if maybe there's more children coming to this one, so they wanted to like
it seems like that might be the case. I like how it transports you to a different world too, because some of the other haunts I've done, they kind of have this moment of like, okay, you're going to another world, you're gonna close your eyes and open them, and you're gonna be here, or you're gonna go through this corridor, and you're gonna come out in the other world. But with this, they don't really have time to do that, but doing it in that room and having the train be what transports us.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah. If I were to say that there's one downside to this one that the other ones did a lot better, is you look at the facade of this and it's just like kind of this gray box, which the other ones you walk up and it's like a really good Halloween decoration.
Yeah, like
in the front of the house. So this one feels a little bit more bland on the outside, but it more than makes up for it on the inside.
Yeah. Towards the end, I said I swung, almost. I didn't, no contact was made, but someone poked their freaking head out of a drape. It terrified me. My instinct was to swing. I balled up my fist, went like that, and I stopped.
Well, you would not be the first guest that I had that came close to socking someone. This is probably one of the best neighborhoods that I've seen in LA in terms of Halloween decorations. I want to stay here and just take it all in and act like it's Halloween, but we've got one last haunt to do.
Yeah.
And we didn't even have to look up the location this time. We just followed the noise and hysteria to this alley, which had fully turned into a circus.
Oh, what is that?
Part of it.
Whoa, there's a clown mobile. A killer clowns.
All right.
So I guess it would have made some sense if I had switched these and done this first and done the last stop, Rotten Apple, as the last stop. But I think it's also kind of fitting that this is the last stop because what we're seeing here is insanity.
This is a spectacle. Look at this.
These crowds. There's literally street vendors here selling stuff you would see at a theme park. This is absolutely mind-blowing.
I think ending with the Burbank Clown House is fitting because as the final guest, I am a clown for a living.
This is true.
And a lot of these clowns resemble me. Red hair, insanely white, kind of frightening, freakishly strange looking. I think it's even more fitting because check this out.
Yo.
We got the clown tattoo.
This kind of does come full circle, and I'm sure we will find a clown that looks like that because there are so many. This was kind of set up to be a walkthrough haunt where you would go along the sidewalk and then go down the alley. But there's so many people here that they're just crowding around it. I mean, we are walking around and looking at stuff, and there are scare actors, so it does qualify.
It's way less of a line, more of a horde, but it's kind of how it feels at the circus sometimes.
We linked back up with the owner, Gary Lane, an actor, director, and film producer with a recent documentary credit on Apple TV. We also met his twin brother, Larry Lane. I didn't know if I was at the Clown House or in an episode of Daria.
So what's gonna happen? You guys just gonna all go out kind of at the same time and start scaring people?
Yeah, and we go around the footprint and do that whole thing. Then we go on the roof and then we pop up on this and go over the thing. So we never get in the crowd, but we scare the hell out of them.
Which is probably a good idea considering the bedlam that we saw out there. And there was one more surprise emerging from the changing room.
Yeah.
So we'll just kind of move around and you can go up there. The roof's really easy and y'all figure out. You ready?
The view is always better from the rooftops. Every 15 minutes, the clowns would march in, ominously scoping out guests from the roof, frightening those brave enough to gather around the front gates, posing for pictures, and popping up over the wall along the alley like a jack-in-the-box. There are 7 clown scare actors in total, ranging from generic horror clowns to specific IP. And there's so much sensory overload going on with the decorations and animatronics that the clown actors kind of blend right in. The signature piece here is the light-up Ferris wheel, which they built themselves using PVC pipes, and it can be seen marking the house's location from all over the neighborhood. Every now and then, there would be some kind of commotion in the crowd, and it almost became impossible to tell what was going on.
Something just happened.
Was it one of the guys from the clown house? Was it a little kid overreacting to one of the many animatronics? Or was it one of the many imposters who showed up in clown and horror related costumes? They could be seen everywhere, taking photos, begging for donations, or just having fun scaring people. The Lane twins were both participants in the action too. Even though they basically had this huge thing to manage now, they didn't let that get in the way of the part of this that they loved. There's no narrative story here, but I found it interesting how each of the non-speaking clown actors had different personalities, from playful to erratic to slow and menacing. The clowns aren't performing a scene per se, but it draws a similar type of attention because it's such a spectacle and there's so much going on to look at. You can really spend a long time just taking it all in. Tons of people took pictures and videos to share on social media. At one point, one of those Hollywood tour buses came through, like the type you would see in Hollywood and Beverly Hills, pointing out celebrities' houses. And Gary said that there were several of them throughout the weekend.
Well, I've actually been talking to the owners and I think I'm just gonna live here because it seems like this is truly family to me. I feel like the most at home I've probably ever felt my entire life. And
well, it's been nice knowing you. I'll try to come back and visit every Halloween.
Yeah.
We'll stay here until the finale.
I felt like we could stay here and watch the clowns do their thing and watch the crowd cycle through forever, but all good things must eventually come to an end. And when 10 p.m. hit, the plug was pulled. And for me, it was not only pulling the plug on the Burbank Clown House, but on my entire journey over the 2024 Halloween season. At the conclusion of Burbank Clown House, I had managed to do 21 of the 22 attractions that I had qualified as haunts in the Southern California region. But like I mentioned at the beginning, I was dedicated to doing every haunt. I secretly kept tabs on resale tickets for every available date of Disney's Oogie Boogie Bash and determined that the prices were coming down as the month went on, and I could theoretically jump in and get something in the last couple days of October. It would only make sense to do so if I had completed all of the other haunts, but I also wanted to make sure not to wait too long and miss my chance. But it became increasingly clear that the resale tickets weren't going to sell out. I bought mine on the day of, on October 29th, and it was actually only half the price of the ticket I got the first time around. So it was set. Instead of the appetizer or pregame stretch before my journey, Oogie Boogie would be the dessert, the victory lap. Now, did I make one more stop at Portillo's on the way because it's right there? Of course I did. Seeing the decor at the front of the park, the enormity of the task that I just completed set in. I wonder if anyone has ever done every haunt in one season. The park was dressed to the nines with lights, decorations, characters, and music.
All right, I've arrived here at Oogie Boogie Bash at California's Adventure. I don't really know what to do first. There's only one thing that I have to do for this video, which is the walk through Villains Grove. After that, I imagine I'll probably hit up the rides and coasters for the rest of the time and just walk around and enjoy the decorations.
As I expected, even though this is supposed to be the more mature of the two parks, it's obviously still an event geared towards kids.
There's quite a long line for these character meet and greets, which I imagine is going to save me a lot of time by not doing those because I'm here as like a fully grown adult at Disneyland by myself. I'm not gonna do that. So it should give me a lot of time to check out everything else.
Now, there was this Oogie Boogie dessert party thing, but I think you had to make reservations for that, so I won't be including that in terms of completionism for food. Apart from Villains Grove, there were also these areas called treat trails, which are little pathways where kids could walk up through and get candy to put in their bags, and each one was themed to a different Disney villain, including Sid from Toy Story, Judge Doom from Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Madame Mim from The Sword and the Stone, Agatha Harkness from Marvel, Hades from Hercules, and Yokai from Big Hero 6.
You get a good picture of me, buddy?
Video.
Can I get a picture of you?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hang it up all over Toontown.
I like how the decor around the park stayed in character for that area. For example, Cars Land used cones and auto parts to make spooky faces. It wasn't just generic Halloween store stuff. The Disney fans were something else though.
It really is difficult for me to fathom standing in line for 30 minutes to take your picture with like the slightly Halloween altered Lightning McQueen. I mean, I couldn't even wait around for those people to get out of the way so I could get a clean shot of it.
Also, there was this.
I feel like labeling the bathroom signs like this is a pretty risky proposition because it's not that clear what this actually means, and there's a lot of kids who probably don't know how to read. Seems kind of dangerous.
After walking around for a bit, I decided it was time to explore Villains Grove. It's staged in an area called Redwood Creek Challenge Trail, which is normally a small trail containing a playground themed to California's redwood forest. And this was basically a light show with colored projections decorating the trees, rocks, and fog, used in tandem with ethereal sound design to create a mystical ambiance, and some occasional mini-scenes that represented various Disney properties like Alice in Wonderland, Cinderella, and Princess and the Frog. These geysers were pretty cool, and I hope some little kid got startled by them, but I did not. The path was filled with spectacular views, but you may have noticed something about it.
There were no villains, there was a lot of grove, so technically by my criteria, it actually doesn't fit the criteria as one of my haunts.
To rectify this, I checked out the parade, which did have villains like the Headless Horseman, Jack Skellington, Grim Grinning Ghost, these guys, a bunch of others, and for anyone who's seen my Mickey Mouse horror history, the rodent himself. I was surprised to see a lot of people walking around in costumes. None of the other theme park Halloween events let you do this. In fact, Disney on a normal day doesn't let guests wear costumes. Plenty of people were even wearing non-Disney costumes. The highlight of this trip for me was probably Guardians of the Galaxy Monsters After Dark, a Halloween-themed overlay to the Drop Tower Dark Ride Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout. In truth, I had kind of been boycotting this park ever since they converted Twilight Zone Tower of Terror into Guardians, so Disney taking the time to restore some horror to this attraction for Halloween was appreciated. Basically, the plot is that we are bait for the monsters loose in the facility while Rocket Raccoon searches for Groot.
I found this tiny little heat signature, see? All those other heat signatures are, well, don't worry about them. A gantry lift full of warm parents makes a really great distraction. I just need you to wave your arms, scream, whatever it takes, and then all these things will, never mind.
After this, I took a spin on Radiator Springs Racers, which had nothing special done to it, but it is still fun. Which basically left me with one thing to do. Remember my favorite coaster manufacturer, Intamin? They actually have a ride here, and that ride is Incredicoaster. I just marathoned Incredicoaster for the rest of the night. There was no line. If you want to go ride the rides, Oogie Boogie is actually a great time to do it, because the GP is busy doing treat trails and character photo ops. With that, I made my way to the exit.
For real though, I think they should have just one scare actor in Villains Grove so that they can prep the kids for Halloween Horror Nights when they're older. Just saying.
I don't know how I pulled it off, but I made it home and just collapsed in my bed.
To quote that one security guard when I tried to sneak my 2 friends into a VIP creator event and they got caught, boys, it's over.
It's hard for me to boil down several weeks of activity into one conclusion. I could give out awards for which haunts did the best in certain categories. I could do a Where Are They Now section for all of my amazing guests. I could talk about the true meaning of the trip, how it wasn't just about the haunts, but about the connections I made along the way. With other creators, with droves of fans who said hello, not just as fellow guests, but also as scare actors. I could talk about how this trip opened my eyes to all these fantastic little haunts that I would have never discovered had I not made this video. But at the end of the day, there are only 2 things that can properly summarize this trip. Valak and women offering me food. Why did those 2 things keep happening? That was ridiculous. That was insane. If you liked this and want to see more, please give it a share. This was a huge undertaking to make, and let me know what region you'd like to see me cover next Halloween season. But most importantly, remember to subscribe to CZ's World for new horrors every week, ring the death bell for all notifications, and I will see you in the next one. Assuming we both survive.